I always say? What do 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 I always say, dude? What do I always say? 30% of Americans will agree on anything. Say the line, chat. It's like a muscle. There's no shot. Don't tap the glass. We've been talking about women's rights for far too long. How about it's time for women's wrong? Meritocracy is a fucking lie. Blammo. Rule number 1, get nukes. Rule number 2, never give up the nukes. Rule number 3, if America or an imperial superpower tells you you have nukes, drop everything and find nukes. They want their biases to be confirmed. Kids are no content, okay? Let people be cringe. Show me the fucking pay stub. Just be fucking normal. Holy shit, dude. You go to the gym that much, you're gay. Every guy can be a 7. Absolute bananas mode. Yes, the reason why What Do I Always Say is probably the most said line in this channel is because I unfortunately have to repeat myself every single day. Being a Twitch streamer, especially a leftist political commentator living in the United States of America and consistently talking about issues that pertain to like American existence in contemporary society, means that I have to repeat myself sometimes numerous times over the same hour, over the same broadcast, and certainly over the course of a year or multiple years. Sakura Gore, thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Decked out the wazoo. In our current capitalist economic system, the gains are privatized, but the losses are socialized. Society prospers when old men plant seeds for trees they will never sit in the shade of. The only phrenology I believe in is cop skull. I am your dad. I fucked your mom. That's precisely why you can look back at videos that I have cut from like 2016, 2017, even before that, and look at the exact same arguments that I am using back then and have it apply perfectly, unfortunately, perfectly into our current existence. If you're going to do an accent of people who have like been historically colonized, you have to do it well. You have to do it well or else it's racist.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs... Well, it's not actually sunny. I lied. Coming to you live from kind of moody, kind of gray California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Thursday. It's Thirsty Thursday, folks. But we are live and alive, and I hope everyone's having a wonderful one. It is mostly cloudy and 62 degrees here in California, Los Angeles. And I am late. It's 11:39, 3/27/2025. And the reason why I'm late is because I was doing interviews. I was filming something secret that you will see maybe in a little bit, maybe in a month, almost a month time, half a month time, and you'll be like, oh my God, that's what you were doing back then. But also beyond that, I was doing interviews. I was doing interviews with journalists. That's basically all I do. But this is a part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God. So let's do it. Personal news wise, what have I done? Last night, my brother and his fiance came over, and they were flying out, and they wanted to dump Fifi, the mayor of the dog park, on my lap. That's right. I'm taking care of Fifi. I'm taking care of Fifito alongside Kaya, as always. And so I just hung out with them. They watch the fucking dumbest TV shows. It's my favorite. They watch 9/11. There's a show called 9/11, and then another like not 9/11. Sorry, 911. What's the other one, Mom? Rookie. And let me tell you, I'm gonna do a sit down one of these days, and I'm gonna do a synopsis of that side of the world of like normie TV shows, because oh my Lord, is it like the funniest propaganda? It's like propaganda for libtards, though. It's not like incredibly reactionary. It's very obviously made by liberals, and it's made for consumption of liberals. It's really interesting, like where the characters are gay. There's like Indian dudes, black dudes, whatever. It's like multicultural, right? But then it's interesting because like there are moments where you get the feeling where it's propaganda. What do I mean by this? It's not even like Brooklyn Nine-Nine. It's way more overt propaganda than that. Like, for example, okay, are you ready for this? I'll give you an example. I think it's like why woke is still relevant and why woke is not dead, by the way. Okay? I have this attitude that I think it's woke propaganda, but it's like, on the one hand, it keeps liberals loving the cops and the police. That's the reason why they have like tremendous reverence and respect for the police. But I think it's also keeping like right-wingers in the South or whatever, like the wine moms that watch this shit, woke as hell when it comes to like not dunking on gay people, not dunking on trans people, like not being misogynistic. Like, I'm not even kidding. It is very Kamala core. I think it's amazing. I loved it. I loved like watching it while I was playing Kingdom Come Deliverance in the background, but it's very, very, very interesting. Like the world view that they describe, that they keep promoting in these shows. And what I mean by that is this, right? The propaganda side is nefarious, is insidious, and it's like kind of secret. Okay? Rookie episode starts. This is the last episode of The Rookie. So if you watch it, you've probably seen this already. Okay? Rookie is, doing their regular rounds, right? They're on patrol. His lieutenant or whatever tells him, there's a guy, this one's your case. You're going to handle this case. The case in and of itself is simply that some douchebag in Los Angeles has parked in a red zone to grab a cup of coffee. Who amongst us hasn't done that? Cops pull up in front of them, also in the red zone, get out of the car. They say, hey, sir, you can't park here. The guy goes, and he's an asshole. The person that they're talking to is an asshole. He goes, what do you mean I can't park here? I'm just getting a cup of coffee. I'm going to be a couple minutes. I'll be out of your way in a second. He goes, doesn't matter how long the stay. You can't stop in the red zone. So then the asshole character says exactly what I think and sometimes will say to cops. He goes, oh yeah? If I can't park here, why can you park here? Why are you allowed to park in the red zone? Okay? And the sergeant goes, what are you going to do about it, rookie? So the rookie takes the cop car and drives it all the way up the hill and parks it in an appropriate parking spot. He runs back to his sergeant. And right at that moment, they get a call, an emergency call, because danger is afoot at a moment's notice. And the sergeant says, you won't say shit to them? That's so funny. You have not seen me around cops. This is something that I've talked about before, but it's I'll give you a Kingdom Come Deliverance example. If you have high enough like nobility, if you have high enough charisma and you're wearing noble garb, when the city guards come to you, you can just be very stern with them and they'll say, oh, sorry. Like if you say, oh, who do you think you're talking to? I'm nobility. And the guards will be like, sorry, sir. I mistook you for someone else. There is in my personal experience, there has been like an attitude shift in the way that law enforcement treats me from when I was dead ass broke to the situation to the financial situation I'm in now. So no, you're wrong. Okay? If you are rich, if you are at least like presenting yourself as rich, and if you know how to talk, cops are permanent bootlickers because they ultimately know that you're the guy who's paying their salary and that they're conditioned into thinking, oh, well, I have to protect this guy. He's rich. I swear to God, I can't. And also I'm not black or brown presenting. So that's the other side of this where like I'm white enough to be able to get away with it. Okay. So yeah. So there's that. Now, this doesn't mean that they're not going to fuck you up. It depends on what kind of day the cop is having. But I've I've been able to dice roll and pass the fucking skill check numerous times at this point. Anyway, but the point I was making was the cop runs back, okay, on the Rookie show. Rich privilege Lamau. Yes, of course. The entire society is designed to privilege the rich. That is literally what is, that's the whole point. Okay, Rookie comes back. They get a call. Now he has to run back and grab the car. And that is a very secretive, dare I say, cynical way of doing propaganda. Because it tells the viewers, this is why cops have to park in red zones. It tells the viewer two things. One, this is why cops have to sometimes violate the rules by parking in the red zone because danger is always afoot. And the second thing is to politely, gently nudge the viewers in the direction of understanding that danger is always around and cops are there to protect you from said danger. This is how the propaganda works. Because if it was just like deliberate, overt, annoying, and they were like, cops are awesome and they save you and they protect and serve, shut the fuck up, like that would be impossible to, that would just not be good content. That would just not be good content, right? What was the emergency? Someone getting shot by a cop? No, the emergency was something insane. Like, the shows are psychotic, by the way, especially Rookie. The Rookie show is psychotic because, like, they just straight up murk a convict. Like, the police precinct, in the episode that I watched, they shot and gunned him down. He, like, one of the convicts that they're, like, walking through the bullpen randomly attacks a dude who's, like, weirdly enough singing in the middle of the bullpen about how, like, why are we arresting everyone? Like, did you deserve to be in prison? Or, were you a victim of circumstance? Or did you deserve it because you're a bad guy? That kind of shit. Okay. And then one of the guys, like, just, chases him and fucking attacks him because he's a random psycho. Yeah. So the Rookie is Grey's Anatomy, but cops. Yeah. Have you watched Blue Bloods? Craziest propaganda of all time. So many television shows that are still around and very popular are propaganda. That's when you realize, like, oh shit, that's why, like, anyone over the age of 40 is, like, ready to die for the police force. You know what I mean? Regardless of the Uvalde stuff, like, they literally think cops are actively protecting and serving, But yeah, it's awesome. It's amazing. I loved it. I love propaganda shows. It's fucking fantastic. But yeah, that's what I did. And then this morning I took Kaya and Fifi to the dog park. I played a little bit of basketball. I only had like one game that I could play and I got cooked and it hurt my feelings. I almost won, but I lost at the last second. And then I had to run back to do a call and stuff. So, your beard is looking fire. Do you use beard oil? No, I do not. I do, however, shave in a way where, like, I'll change the guard. Like, I'll do like a 9 on the I'll do like a 8 on the sides and then a 9 here in an effort to, like, shape it a little bit. So if you guys are wondering how that works, it's that's how I do it. But I don't really do anything. I don't put anything in my hair. I don't put anything in my beard. You already know what it is. Hold on, Israel. Okay. Hold on. I'm just gonna tweet something real quick, and then I'm gonna do a blast off meme because I really want to hit this one. Okay. Streets are saying you're not a gamer anymore, little bro. Dude, what do you mean? I'm a gamer. All right, let's blast off. Let's get it twisted. Let's go. Hasan won't read this because he won't recognize my name, but he's helped me tremendously. I'm down 282 pounds from 500 pounds and been playing basketball. Thanks for motive. You lost almost 300 pounds? You're down to 282 pounds. Holy fuck. That is insane, dude. God damn. Respect, chatter. Nice. Congratulations. I'm proud of you. Holy fuck. You're killing it. Keep going, Don't stop. Today we're talking about Trump wants Greenland no matter what. RFK cuts 10,000 workers from health department. Deportations will continue until everyone loves Israel. Instead, on Bad and Panada made a video about your interview with Bernie Sanders. Oh man, great. My conservative parents have been watching Star Trek Voyager recently and have unironically observed them being less racist and misogynistic. I swear the show is slightly changing them. New York Times is calling for a land invasion of Yemen. Oh my God, they are such freaks. Okay, we'll talk about all of that. Jesus Christ, dude. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, Trump wants Greenland no matter what. RFK cuts 10,000 workers from health department. Deportation will continue until everyone loves Israel. Workers from health department. Deportation will continue until everyone loves Israel. Instead in follow-up talking about the feelings of voters 2 months into BURGERREICH. Get in now. Did you see the Duolingo reel made exclusively for you? No, I haven't. You know what I have been seeing though? What I have been seeing instead is at least on my For You page on TikTok, I've started seeing like backlash to the right-wing alpha dog bro life fitness influencers. I've seen a couple like brolic ass dudes on TikTok who are very clearly like gym content creators who are leftists, and they've been actively talking about how like right-wingers are grifters in this space and you shouldn't be duped by them, and it made me very happy to see that. I followed a guy yesterday called Joe Fit or something, Joe Be Fit, something like that. Anyway, yeah, Trump wants Greenland no matter what. Here it is, blast off. Are you out of MF tank tops? What do you mean? This one?
Fitness is political. Welcome back to everybody's favorite show. We all know a gym bro way too far down the fascist-friendly alt-right.
Yeah, this is the one. Joe Be Fit. Yeah, I just started following him. I really like what he had to say. Like, this is good stuff, man. I want to see more of this.
Conservative pipeline. But why? It really all comes down to toxic masculinity. It starts with something simple. Working out, self-improvement, grind culture, harmless stuff, healthy even. But suddenly there's a decline into alt-right messaging. You're hearing about real masculinity, the decline of traditional values, and anti-feminism. Despite dedicating so much time to the development of their bodies, gym bros often neglect the development of their minds, rejecting intellectualism. This leads to never-ending conspiracy theories. Anti-vaxxers, carnivore diets, seed oil rejectors. It's all just repackaged far-right propaganda under the guise of health consciousness. And it's particularly damaging to the minds of young men. There's so much focus on individual power that these guys start thinking that doing your own research is better than actual science. And the role models of the industry promote this made-up war against the low-T soy boy beta males. It's an easy trap to fall into, especially if you're isolated, angry, or looking for purpose. If your idea of strength relies on oppression, you're not strong. You're just loud and wrong.
Yep. A real man, a strong man, protects those who have less than them. A real man, a real alpha, a real strong person does not bully those who are weaker than them, does not bully the vulnerable, does not hurt the vulnerable. Okay? And it's really insane to me that the coward's way out for many right-wing content creators is to basically present yourself as above others by actively targeting those who have no defenses. I don't like that. And I think that there is a positive and healthy approach to all of this. And I'm glad that there are content creators who are doing that right now. And you can use it, you can describe it with like simple terms anyway. Yeah, a person of character protects those who cannot protect themselves. I don't know how we became so much more cynical as a society. I don't know how we became so disgusting, where vice signaling is seen as a virtue now, where people unironically feel as though it is virtuous and brave to be a fucking asshole, okay? Stop punching down. Punching down is not alpha behavior. Punching down is not what real men do. When you think about it, even in like movies and whatnot, like think about the characters in movies that are positive figures that are created in fiction and works of fiction. They're not fucking like bullying the weak. It's super basic stuff. It's super, super basic stuff. What are we doing? Adam Carolla subtweet? Wait, what? Adam Carolla subtweet? What did he say? Dude, if you think that I'm subtweeting Adam Carolla, you're delusional. I'm going to be honest with you. I never think about Adam Carolla. And it's awesome. I don't want to ever think about Adam Carolla. Have you considered getting rid of those beard grays? I hear it's really hot right now and it looks totally natural. Getting rid of those beard grays? No, I have not. Why would I do that? Also, I don't even know how I would do that. What, like dye my beard? That would look ridiculous. No, I'm not. I have not considered getting rid of my beard grays. And I think it's good. The sin of empathy type beat is nuts with religious people. I don't think any just God would think empathy is a sin. Yeah, I'm going to keep my silver fox aesthetic, chatters. It's not going away anytime soon. Hasan, TR'de yaşanan polis şiddetiyle alakalı bir video var. Yeni dolaşıma gitti. Geride lütfen bakar mısın? Gönder bana, bakarım kardeş. Ama ben de yani bu konuyla ilgili biliyorsun yapıyorum, bayağı konuşuyorum. Get the spray beard like the spray hairline. Yeah, I'm good, man. Thank you. Yeah. Will you be playing Warzone Verdansk? No, I will not be doing that. And I have no issues with Warzone or anything. I just don't really enjoy playing Warzone. Saraçhane ayakkabı kulesi ile sonuçlanan polis saldırısının görüntüleri ortaya çıktı. Okay, I'll look at that in a little bit. So, they don't know that the ladies like the AMP? What's that? Are you going to be in a maid outfit anytime soon? Not anytime soon, maybe. I mean, I don't shy away from things like that, as you know. So, and it really pisses off a lot of people. But do you believe this poll? 60% of Republicans, 3 out of 4 Americans, including 60% of Republicans, say the Trump administration's use of Signal group chat to discuss military strikes is a serious problem, according to the first poll out of the national security breach. Yeah, man. I don't care. I don't care, because this is like the least consequential aspect of this. Like, is the takeaway from the Signal group chat story that this administration is incompetent? Sure, that's good. Okay, that's good. That's good that people are becoming more aware of how insanely incompetent and corrupt this administration is, because it's not just incompetence. The reason why they're using Signal is not because they're stupid. It's actually because they're nefarious. It's actually because they're malicious. The reason why they're using Signal is so that they don't have to be subpoenaed on the conversations that they're having. They can delete those conversations, which is illegal. Okay, it's illegal. They don't want records of these combos. That's the problem. That's the reason why they're doing it on Signal. But if the takeaway you have from this Signal conversation is, you know, there's a method to bomb Yemen and they're not doing it right, you know, they should be more secure about their appetite for blowing up Yemen, then that's the wrong takeaway. That is certainly not my takeaway, and I hope that is certainly not your takeaway from this either. So when you have these conversations with other people, remind them of, you know, the larger problems that persist, specifically problems like why are we bombing Yemen? Just like every other previous admin did. Is this appropriate? What are the reasons as to why the Houthis are doing a blockade? Is there any other way that we can stop the Houthi blockade? Yeah. Here is Jeffrey Goldberg's response when Deepa Fernandez asked him on the NPR about the 53 people the U.S. killed in Yemen. I'm glad that like some journalists are finally asking these questions. This is good. They should have started with these questions, but it's okay. You know, I'm not going to say too little too late. Deepa Fernandez, there's little talk of the fact that this attack killed 53 people, as we mentioned, including women and children. The civilian toll of these American strikes. Are we burying the lead here? Jeffrey Goldberg says, well, unfortunately, those aren't confirmed numbers. Those are provided by the Houthis and the Houthi health ministry, I guess. So we don't know that for sure. Yeah, I mean, obviously I don't know if we're burying the lead, because obviously huge breaches in national security and safety and information, that's a very, very important story, obviously. And one of the reasons, you know, it's a very important story is that the Republicans themselves consider that to be an important story when it's Hillary Clinton doing the deed, right? So that's obviously hugely important. Immediately sidesteps away, brings it back to Hillary Clinton, butter emails, says the Houthi health ministry is giving these numbers, so we can't trust them. I love that it's like everything's a terrorist, everyone's a terrorist, every aspect of society is terrorism. Like, and it's crazy because like you'll have third-party investigators go back and look at these numbers and find out that they are solid, right? And these numbers, ironically enough, are also utilized by the American State Department. So clearly they don't think that these numbers are actually wrong, okay? Like in internal memos, the State Department will actively use Hamas-run health ministry numbers, okay? They'll use Houthi-run health ministry numbers. And these numbers are checked by other independent third-party human rights groups regularly, and they're oftentimes an undercount. There's not an instance where there's an overcount. It's an undercount usually. So it's very cool that the meta basically is, no, don't trust them. I don't trust them. They're bad. They're terrorists. Anyway, he then turns around and says, but yeah, I think that covering what's going on in Yemen, the Arab and Iran-backed terrorist organization, the Houthis, that are fighting, firing missiles at Israel and disrupting global shipping and occupy half of Yemen. All kinds of other things in the U.S., you know, and the Trump administration criticizing the Biden's response, and Europe wants Trump to do more. I mean, yeah, there's a huge story in Yemen, but Yemen is, he's like, we should be talking about Yemen, but not from the aspect of like killing a bunch of fucking children in Yemen, but instead, why aren't we killing more children in Yemen? Look at all the crazy stuff that they're doing. But Yemen is, as you know, is one of the more inaccessible places for Western journalists. So maybe this becomes like a substitute for a discussion for Yemen. I don't know. So the position that Trump, we're going to talk about the deportations in a second, obviously. Yeah, former IDF camp guard Jeffrey Goldberg, obviously. Yeah. These are the liberals that actually love what Trump is doing with Israel, but hate the optics. Doing for Israel, but hate the optics. Many such cases. Twitter is down. Not down for me. I saw people coming after you in Reddit comments regarding the anti-Hamas protests in Gaza. It was pretty dejecting. Wait, what do you mean? In what Reddit? Or what was the perspective? I don't care about Reddit comments. Do not worry yourself with Reddit comments in general. That's crazy. Evet. Niye açma hala? Şişman çünkü. Şişman ama. Şişko. I'm calling Kaya fat in Turkish. Because my mom's like, did you feed Kaya this morning? I'm like, yeah, of course. And I was asking her if she's like still looking for food. And if she is, it's probably because she's a fatty. It's so funny how oblivious he is to all of this. Not only the conflict, but literally not believing the texts were real, then leaving the group chat. This dude is a fraud and a clown and makes every journalist looks like shit. I mean, that's the reason. This attitude that he has is precisely the reason why Mike Waltz has his freaking phone number. Like, that's the point. Yeah. Twitter is down in most places. Yeah. What is this? Mega cringe? What? I don't know what this is, but I don't care about this. You should do an Irish room where you bring Kaya the groomer. It would do numbers. No. From Ziplocs, White House is using fake Miyazaki AI slop bullshit do propaganda about deportations. Disgusting shit. Oh my God. It is. This is all so wrong. It's so messed up. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about anything. Everything is awful. Virginia Bezora Gonzalez, a previously deported alien felon convicted of fentanyl trafficking, was arrested by ICE Gov in Philadelphia after illegally re-entering the U.S. She wept when taken into custody. 36-year-old citizen of the Dominican Republic has a rap sheet that includes fentanyl trafficking conviction. Fentanyl kills 250K Americans a year, yada, yada, yada. Like, what is this? What is this? What the fuck is this? I don't like that they're just, like, posterizing people that they're arresting without, like, real active new charges associated with it. This is a very nefarious propaganda. And I obviously have talked about the AI, the Miyazaki AI shit yesterday. And one unexamined aspect of the Miyazaki AI thing that I think is like truly damaging, devastating, and ironic in a deep, dark way is this. Hold on, where is it? Someone tweeted about it and I retweeted it, but I don't know where it is. I retweeted this tweet yesterday night. Oh, irony is dead and all, but it's pretty depressing to see Ghibli AI slop on the timeline. Not only because Miyazaki famously thinks AI art is disgusting, but because he spent the last 50 years making art about environmental waste for petty human uses. It's like I covered the Miyazaki approach to artificial intelligence before, where even like a decade ago when he was first being presented with like AI, early forms of AI, he was disgusted by it. He thought we're done. Like, you know, humanity is done. We're robbing ourselves of what makes us human. And he was right. And we are now at that stage. We are becoming less and less human. More and more like bots. This post gave me a tumor, Lamau. The internet is shifting from sterile to soulful. AI is bringing back the richness of handcrafted aesthetics, whether it's Ghibli style, Baroque, or something entirely new. It feels like we're entering the golden age of digital art. Dude, doing this with Miyazaki is so... It has to be deliberate. It has to be deliberate. He is an advocate for famously frame-by-frame painting, no matter how difficult it is. Okay? We're talking about a guy who is exactly at the opposite of AI art. Like who despises AI art, and now they're just like they're using his art style in this way to do propaganda for this shitty right imperialist nation state in the dumbest, goofiest ways possible. It's just like, it's everything. This dude's gonna kill himself. He's gonna see this and just like end it all. It's also, that's the other side of Miyazaki. He's also a deep, I mean, he's an asshole, but he's also a major anti-imperialist. This is done deliberately. The trigger lives. The right is alting and it's working. I mean, I'm not triggered by it. I'm just disgusted by it. Like, I don't know how to describe it. Like, I don't care if you're making fucking AI art, dude. I don't care. Like, congratulations. You're killing it, okay? I'm glad. I'm glad that you did an input. You're a real artist, okay? What is so frustrating about all of this is that it's awful. And it's not just right wingers doing this too. Liberals have been doing this. Leftists have been doing this. They like the art style, so they think it's dope. I don't think this is exactly right. My guess is that a lot of AI art will be similar to what has happened in the clothing industry. Technology speeds up production, benefiting consumers. Only enthusiasts will care if something is made by hand or not. Yeah. Wait, is Miyazaki a bad person? He's just a very mean guy. Let's just say he is an incredibly mean guy and known to be an asshole. Known to be an asshole. Let's be real. That's like, I mean, he's fantastic. He's a phenomenal artist. His worldview is interesting. Certainly aligned on a lot of stuff, whether it be concern for environmentalism or having deep anti-imperialist attitudes. And he is certainly legendary. And his work in terms of art, yeah, he hates his son. I know that's the biggest meme, but he is like his respect for art in and of itself is obviously very important. His contributions are very important. And I think this like undermines everything. This undermines his legacy spectacularly. It dilutes the product with like the shittiest version you've ever seen. It's so gross. Yeah. Miyazaki makes cutesy art and has a very dark aura. Junji Ito makes dark art and has a very nice aura. Yeah, here's the 4-second crowd filler clip that took 15 months to make. It has 60 to 70,000 frames, all hand-drawn and painted with watercolor. This 4-second clip, The Wind Rises, took one animator 15 months to do. In the documentary, 10 Years with Hayao Miyazaki, the legendary Japanese filmmaker talks to one of his animators, Eiji Yamamori. After they complete the crowd scene, the exchange is gold. Miyazaki says, "Good job." Yamamori says, "It's so short though." Miyazaki says, "But it was worth it." This right here.
Drawing a crowd takes time and effort, so animators generally avoid it, but not me.
We should probably watch this, actually. Like, I'll be down to watch this. I hear that, like, the NHK org has incredible documentaries. Remember, we talked about this with the Japanese Communist Party? Like, they actually do some really, really solid documentaries. But, yeah, not right now, of course, because there's, you know, tremendous cruelty that the American government is subjecting the world to and its own citizens to. So
Miyazaki.
Insane. And also forget that, like, I have opinions on this because I have seen his work. These opinions are not, you know, I didn't arrive at these opinions about Miyazaki's political perspective just on its own. It's from reading his work, from seeing what he has put out there. And it is the diametrical opposite of what this one random chatter is suggesting. But sometimes a chatter will just hit me in a charitable moment and I'll just go along with it like a fucking dumbass. And this is one of those moments. Sometimes I got to be like, I don't think that's right, and just move on. But nope, can't do that because I'm an idiot, okay? That is my bad. I forget that there are people in here who, you know, have their own worldview that might be a little bit different than mine. And you say you aren't the Joe Rogan of the left. I guess it is a Joe Rogan-ass tendency. Yeah, they're going to say Hideo Kojima glorifies war and is pro-Western imperialism next. Being open to new information is a good thing. I know, but there's a level of like there's a level of critical thinking that I apply in normal circumstances when I see something that doesn't go along with like what I know. And when a chatter hits me in a really charitable moment, sometimes they dupe me, and this is one of those instances where I should like be a little bit more critical. Only Hasan will get this. I mean, no, I think everyone will get this. What do you mean? Why do you think I would be the only one who gets this? Yeah, Final Fantasy, famously a pro pro destroying the environment. Dude, it was 60 seconds before you realized. Okay, what are you fucking timing me? I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm off my game. Very strange that, dog, it took you 60 seconds. Okay, well, I still realized. You're still a dumbass, though. That's what I realized as well. Anyway, okay, I can't stand fucking AI art. I hate it so much. All right, we are getting back to the horrible realities of American empire and the imperialist boomerang turning back upon the American population, being launched against American legal permanent residents, student visa holders, inevitably American citizens. Here it is.
One of the latest people to be detained by federal agents and threatened with deportation is a doctoral student at Tufts University. Surveillance footage shows masked plainclothes officers arresting this student off campus Tuesday in Somerville, Massachusetts. Homeland Security officials accuse her of being pro-Hamas, but her supporters say not so. They believe she's being punished for an op-ed in her student paper. Tom Hansen.
It's crazy. It's actually insane. I know I say this quite a bit, and every day is worse than the one prior, but it truly is. This is truly an incredible erosion of like the last bastion of constitutional law, order. I don't know what else to say about it. It's just Beitar's taking credit for this, by the way. Yeah, it is gross. It's some of the biggest psychopaths, like some of the biggest fucking freaks currently on US soil. Basically the neo-Nazi version of a Jewish advocacy group, which is not even a Jewish advocacy group at all. It's just a Palestinian Islamophobic advocacy group. It's crazy. 2025 is wild, man. We got Jewish Nazis like operating alongside the American government and doing straightforward neo-Nazi shit, you know, black bagging people in broad daylight for a constitutionally protected right that citizens and non-citizens alike have. The notion that you can detain someone and violently, physically remove them from the boundaries of this state for writing an op-ed that says, hey, Israel's doing a genocide. Isn't that crazy? Maybe we shouldn't be like so closely aligned with them, is psychotic. It's insane. And people don't understand. People do not understand that the erosion of free speech and the erosion of due process is permanent, and it will be applied to issues you care about as well. People don't have this understanding. They can't see beyond their noses. They have horse blinders on. They just think like, oh, well, I don't really care about this Israel shit. Who cares? Whatever. Okay, yeah, they're Arab. They're Muslim sounding names. They're Muslims. They're locking up. Great. They don't understand that once those fundamentals are gone, they're gone for you too. Let's say you posted maybe something in favor of Luigi Mangione. You're done. You're out. Let's say you posted, I want healthcare. Let's say you said something like, man, airlines are seemingly offering worse quality service year over year. What the fuck's going on? I hate the airliners or whatever. And then the FBI comes knocking down your door. They're like, what'd you say about the airlines? You terrorist. If they can brand these people terrorists, they can brand you a terrorist. And if there's no due process, you have no way of defending yourself. It's that simple. What the fuck is going on? People don't understand. This is straightforwardly a major erosion of liberal democracy. The last remnants of liberal democracy is gone. Is gone. I can't even really think of like a Western liberal equivalent of this, because people get mad. People get mad about like European restrictions on hate speech and stuff, right? They're like, oh, the Gestapo came knocking down my door because I, fat shamed someone or whatever. They just like grossly exaggerate, right? Like, oh, the German police are coming after me because I'm making fun of a politician. That's ridiculous too, by the way, I think. Personally, that's my opinion on it. You know what my opinion on this is. Having said that, the worst they do in that situation is like, you have to cut a check to the government. You got to pay like a $250 fine or some shit. This, on the other hand, You get blackbagged in the middle of the street and you get deported. That's an inherently violent act. They ship your ass to the new Guantanamo. What is this? I sent rape threats to my local leader. What? And now the Gestapo's kicking down my door? Okay, yeah, if you do that, I mean, that's illegal in every circumstance, for the record. That's not the point. Also, what's really interesting about it, though, is that hella chatters come in here and talk about how they want to gun me down on the streets, right? Like, you keep that energy with the wrong person, you're going to fucking jail. You know what I mean? Like, imagine saying that about, I don't know, another person that pissed you off, really fucked you over, not just like a Twitch streamer that you've been taught to hate because I'm an irrelevant person in your life. I'm only as important as you make it out to be in your brain. But like your boss, you say something lightly critical of your boss that makes him fearful, and guess what? Guantanamo Bay for you, bitch. How is that appropriate? How is that good for you? How are you advocating for this system? How do you not see that this is where we are going? Especially because the FBI right now, since the post Luigi Mangione trial, which also is being, Luigi Mangione is also being charged with terrorism, something to take note of, by the way. The FBI, according to Ken Leekenstein's reporting on the matter, have basically become a private security force for the wealthy and CEOs. Ken Klippenstein's reporting on the matter shows FBI becomes rent-a-cops for CEOs. Feds are watching your sarcastic posts online as far as a part of Trump's new war on terrorism. This works hand in hand with what is happening with the anti-Israel protesters. Were they ever not? Not to this degree, chatters, please. Oh my God. Yes, if you do a death threat to a sitting representative, like, yes, you're going to get a Secret Service call. You're going to get an FBI call. That's not the same as this, okay? This is leveled up. They're bragging about it. New Rubio confirmed. Yeah, we're going to talk about the visas thing in a second. Hold on. I just wanted to use this as an example of how this will hurt you as well. Even if you don't care personally about, like, even if you don't care about the situation with like the pro-Palestinian protesters, because you either hate them because of your opinions, or just don't care because you think they're scary Muslims, or don't care because you just don't care about the issue at all. Like, this isn't just like, this isn't just the government coming after tender-hearted, empathetic people that you think are fucking annoying, okay? That's the entry point. It's specifically because you don't care, or they bank on you not caring, that they will do this to students with student visas or legal permanent residents, so that they can open up the floodgates of oppression and escalate dramatically. This pairs up with that aspect of it, okay? That's just the entry point. Using that as a precedent-setting moment, using people who are more vulnerable as a precedent-setting moment, will inevitably lead to denaturalizing naturalized citizens, will inevitably lead to denaturalizing and deporting American citizens that were born on U.S. soil. Have you not noticed that this kind of cruelty under Democratic leadership, under Republican leadership, seemingly only moves in one direction? It never moves in the opposite direction. Have you not noticed that? Are we all frogs in a pan and the water is boiling, but it's far too late for us to recognize? Is that what's going on? It sure feels like it. The FBI assessment, heightened threat to chief executive officers following the shooting of a healthcare senior executive, is dated February 19th and is a striking illustration of the new growing domestic war on terrorism that I've been writing about. The assessment and statements from top Trump officials seek to label growing outrage against corporations as terrorism. The Trump administration has particularly spun up about the spate of arson and vandalism attacks against Tesla automobiles and facilities since the CEO became the plenipotentiary to the world's most powerful man. The FBI document was obtained under the FOIA Act, Transparency Nonprofit Property of the People. If the government truly cares about preventing death and suffering, perhaps tax dollars should be spent on healthcare for the people instead of mass surveillance and security for the wealthy executives, Executive Director Ryan Shapiro told me. Part of the FBI's campaign involves monitoring social media posts supposedly threatening corporate executives. The assessment claims that there has been a spike of such threats across multiple industries since Luigi Mangioni's alleged murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in December. That month, I reported on a separate NYPD threat report warning that online reactions to Thompson's murder suggest extremists may view Mangione as an example to follow. The new FBI assessments follow the same line of thought, saying this rhetoric has displayed an elevated threat of violence to executives and highlighted a need for increased situational awareness among private sector partners. Social media threats have risen across all sectors and industries, it adds. FBI Director Kash Patel said during his swearing in that the Bureau is going to carry out the world's largest manhunt against anyone who wishes to do harm to our way of life, as I've previously reported. On Monday, Patel announced a crackdown on vandalism directed at Tesla, calling the acts domestic terrorism. You fart on a Tesla, you're a terrorist now. You do January 6th, you're not a terrorist, you're a brave patriot. Fart on a Tesla, terrorist. Okay, mass shooting, lone wolf. Mass shooting as a white supremacist, lone wolf. Lone wolf, mentally ill. Maybe we should actually release them. Okay, you do a shooting directed at a Black Lives Matter protest, you're a hero, actually, and we pardon you. What do you think is going on? Dumb lib Hasan. Ay, ay, ay. Listen, my entire career is filled to the brim with naysayers that inevitably realize that I was right until it's far too late. This is your opportunity. This is your opportunity to not say, okay, maybe you were wrong, or maybe you were right, Hasan, okay? Until it's far too late. You don't want ICE agents knocking down your door or BORTAC units knocking down your door, and that's your moment of realization that things are far too late. Because at that point, no one will be there to save you. There will not be anyone else to save you. Okay? Also, I'm not a liberal. Anyway, despite the new counterterrorism obsession to FBI itself says that anti-corporate rhetoric rarely rises to the level of illegality. Lone actors unaffiliated with specific ideological groups are using social media to intimidate high-profile employees, it says. While these threats are often fall short of federal prosecution, they create fear and highlight the need for heightened vigilance against potential copycat attacks. I'll shoot the CEO of U.S. company before I pay that light bill. One of the examples reads with the company name Con Edison redacted. I searched Twitter and found one post matching those words, belonging to user Static the King. The post had 0 likes and just 1 retweet. The post was not a threat. It was actually a snarky response to an attached video from a user depicting ornate Christmas lights around a large house in Texas. I know that light bill gonna be high, the narrator of the video says. This is not exactly the makings of an anti-CEO pogrom. But FBI intelligence, it would seem, is not big on humor. This is an issue I've often seen when law enforcement relies on automated tools to identify threats based on simply keyword searches. It wasn't the only joke that sailed over the Bureau's head. Another example from the FBI document. On the 10th of December, 2024, a social media user post threatened to kill healthcare CEOs in reference to Thompson's homicide. The post stated, copycat killers identified, and named the CEOs of multiple major U.S. healthcare companies. The poster in this case obviously saying the healthcare CEOs, presumably health insurance companies, are copycat killers because of all the Americans who die due to lack of coverage. But from the FBI's perspective, that doesn't matter. Is everyone here fans of Hasan or no? Plenty of people who are neutral of Hasan, really. Yeah, it's a social media user's post threatened healthcare CEOs in reference to Thompson's homicide. Yeah, what do you mean? Oh, again, it's as if the FBI didn't bother to think through what it was reading and just saw the words copycat killers and jumped to conclusions. Brilliant detective work from our most premier law enforcement agency. This next example is more disturbing and gives a sense of how the FBI is not just spying on our posts, but acting on what they collect. The laid-off employees of a digital music distribution service posted images and messages of their former company CEO, including altered images and references to CEO Thompson's homicide. The description is so vague it's impossible to tell if these posts were clowning on the CEO or making real threats. Even though the posts did not meet the federal prosecution criteria, the FBI didn't stop there, kicking the matter to local law enforcement for further investigation. The assessment reads as follows. As of the 12th of December 2024, following company layoffs, former employees of a digital music distribution service posted images and messages regarding company CEO. The post included altered images and reference to CEO Thompson's homicide. However, the post did not meet the federal prosecution criteria. What's essentially creepy about conflating anti-corporate sentiment with terrorism is that it opens the door to spying on American people. Counterterrorism is literally the business of pre-crime, in which law enforcement and its intelligence arm work to seek to prevent hypothetical crimes of the future, even when no information exists to suggest any preparations. This is the post-9/11 standard that has become the norm when it comes to well-resourced terrorist organizations like Al-Qaeda and ISIS, but it should have no place against random shit posters online. Speaking of terrorism and speaking of things that are illegal, I will be interviewing a Cuban doctor tomorrow, straight out of Cuba, as a matter of fact. So we've been working on lining that up to talk specifically about the Marco Rubio statement about how countries that allow Cuban doctors to come and help them out will be considered on a sanctions list, will be sanctioned potentially. So, just to expose the insanity of this current administration, I am once again going to lean into how psychotic they are behaving. What? If you don't consider yourself a liberal, then what do you consider yourself, a centrist? You're more progressive than more liberals? What are you talking about? I'm not a liberal because I am way to the left of liberalism. I think liberals are also somewhat center-right, some of them. Inside of the heart of a liberal, which is the monoculture, exist two wolves. Either one that is waiting to be a radical, a socialist, an anti-capitalist, and many of them have anti-capitalist desires, even if they can't, materialize that, even if they can't comprehend it in and of itself, or a reactionary, depending on how you push people into the direction of recognizing who's doing the harm to you. You can either become a more progressive individual, maybe a leftist, maybe a Marxist, or a person that is deluded into thinking that it's actually the undocumented migrants that is the reason why your, rent keeps going up because, they're your landlord, I guess. Guatemalan migrants are not sitting on the board of BlackRock. Okay, an undocumented migrant is not responsible for your boss telling you you have to come into work even though you're sick or even though your immediate family member died and you have to go to the funeral. Okay, that's your fucking boss. That's corporate greed. That is the real harm conductor in American society. But right-wingers will actively move you away from that position. They do a very good job with this. And liberals also refuse to reckon with the real vectors of pain in American society and oftentimes concede to the right-wing framing on the matter. Everybody hates the status quo. The Democratic Party acts like the status quo is not harmful, so they look like out-of-touch assholes, elitist, smug, out-of-touch assholes. Right-wingers, on the other hand, recognize the pain that Americans are experiencing and use that and redirect that pain and anger and resentment towards vulnerable populations, undocumented migrants, trans people, people that are not doing anything to you. This is why we need to refer to ourselves as socialists or Marxists instead of just leftists. It's a heavily abused umbrella term and it confuses the partisans. I don't care. No, I'm not going to do that. This is why I also understand that even someone like Bernie Sanders, who is a democratic socialist, and open about that, but still presents himself as like a Nordic-style social democrat, is still seen as a radical by the liberal intelligentsia, okay? So that's why I always say someone like Bernie Sanders is still considered like a part of the left, or Bernie supporters are considered a part of the left, even if they're social democrats themselves. Because in America, you have to figure out where the center is of politics, and it's constantly going more and more to the right. And if that's the case, then yes, you have to pick up allegiances wherever you can. You have to bring forward a broad coalition. That's why while I criticize liberals, I understand that many of them are necessary in this battle against the Trump administration. When did he admit to being a democratic socialist? What are you talking about? His entire career. Don't do this thing where you're like, I didn't know that, but that's on Bernie Sanders. And yes, before people say Bernie Sanders calls the genocide a war, or Bernie Sanders never says Israel and always says Benjamin Netanyahu, you think I don't know that? Half of you learned about what the fuck was going on in Gaza from me. You think I'm oblivious to this? Shut up. I know. Okay? This is quite literally an argument where I'm explaining to people how to build coalitions and how to strike up conversations and instill solidarity amongst people that might not immediately seem like your allies. And you're over here being like, nah, dude, no, you know who you have to go after? The people who are technically the closest to your worldview, even if they're worlds apart, especially in comparison to the rest of Congress. It's stupid, okay? It's stupid. It's unproductive. It's idiotic. And that's why I don't really entertain that noise. I don't really care about that noise. Okay? If it sounds like I'm exaggerating when I say there's a new war on terrorism, like, think about it this way. Why am I talking about anti-corporate sentiment being tracked by the FBI and being regarded as domestic terror on an issue where I'm supposed to be talking about the Department of Homeland Security grabbing people for saying, for lightly criticizing the state of Israel? The reason why I'm doing that is because I understand that the approach necessary for the average person is to somehow figure out a thing that they might be concerned with. Because this notion that like everyone is as locked in as you are and everyone is as understanding as you are about the situation in Gaza, about the genocide, is idiotic. That is not how you widen the umbrella. All you do is just shut it off. Shut the fuck up. Do you understand? I saw a TikTok about this that's quite funny, actually, that I think is very good at quickly identifying the problem. I'm going to show it to you. I reposted
People
it.
from India complaining about British colonialism.
What the fuck is this? Bro failed at history and humanity? Okay. I don't know what bro is saying, but hold on. Let me find the repost real quick. This is the one I was talking.
Educate and reach people on leftist ideologies and socialism and communism. What are you doing? Why would you interview AOC and Bernie? What is wrong with you? I never liked you. I don't even know why you have a platform. You talk a big game on politics and streaming, but you do this? I don't like you. You've always been weird. Infighting is one of the biggest issues the left faces.
Yeah. I mean, this is it. This is it. It's a waste of space. It's a waste of energy. It's silly. It's dumb. I don't entertain it. I also don't mind it necessarily for two reasons. One, why don't I mind it? One, it's good that there is like a healthy dose of criticism. No one is infallible. No one should place me or anyone else as this like deity for socialism. Okay? I'm not. I'm a person. I'm a human being. And I'm, of course, imperfect as well. There's plenty of things that I do that are not the best, okay? I'm trying my best, and as long as you recognize that, you can be as charitable as possible. I hope you can be as charitable as possible. Having said that, okay? The other reason why I don't mind it is because more radical voices being out there is not necessarily a bad thing, especially because everyone plays a different role in this process, moving the conversation in the direction that I want it to go to, shifting the Overton window into a conversation that I want it to go to. I forget who it was who said that initially, but I dream of a future where I'm hung from the gallows for being not sufficiently revolutionary, because that means that I have succeeded. That means that, we have moved so far beyond the way that we exist currently within the confines of capitalism. Yes, hanged, not hung, sorry. Hanged from the gallows for not being sufficiently revolutionary, okay? Which means that it's over. Like, we're living in the post-capitalist future. We're living in a socialist tomorrow, and people are like, you're doing a lot of fucking, counter-revolutionary behavior, sir. Yeah. Now, obviously, I don't want to be killed. That would suck, but... I'm sorry, record shit's a problem. That's why Elon purposely boosties criticizing the left from the left accounts that constantly did it leading up to the election. Yeah. Record shit is noise, though. It's background noise. Like, I'll give you an example. I'm a Twitch streamer, okay? What? You're memeing around the issue that AOC and Bernie are just there to get you to vote for Biden, Hillary, and acting like we're only hating Bernie for not trying hard enough. Stop endorsing Democrats that clearly have no interest in actually doing anything. Bernie's history speaks for itself. Chatters that come in here with this attitude refuse to recognize that my position on many issues are far to the left of AOC and Bernie Sanders. They also fail to recognize that in comparison to the rest of Congress, Bernie and AOC, Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, and many others are infinitely closer to my position than the median Democrat, or God forbid, the median Republican. That's just a fucking rabid, bloodthirsty psychopath. Okay? You have to use You have to use the platforms that you have at your disposal. That's it. I'm not failing to recognize they will be parading the next Democrat president. All you dorks adding me will vote for them. Here's the other side of this problem. You are not actually providing any alternatives or any solutions whatsoever. That's the other issue. There is, as it stands, no viable active third party that can dismantle the Democrat-Republican duopoly. All you're doing is crying. That's it. Okay? That's all you're doing. It's okay. You can cry all you want. Most people are going to go and vote whichever way they see fit, because no matter how much influence you think I have, I don't have that much influence to motivate the masses. You understand me? There's still a tremendous amount of pressure from mainstream outlets, from almost a century of Red Scare propaganda that plays a formative role. Like, I'm just trying to instill class consciousness to the best of my ability and urge others to organize so that we have some mechanism of pushback. And anyone that gives me space to be able to do so, I will take advantage of that. Because unlike you, I do want to actually fucking solve this issue to the best of my ability, at least within my lifetime. I want to move the needle in a direction that will make it easier for the next generation. It's okay if you don't feel that way. We have a difference in methods, okay? I'll go anywhere and everywhere that will have me. And it's fine. It's all right. The criticism is correct. Chatter is correct. Reactions to this are unhelpful. Take a deep breath and steelman the critique instead of flogging the format. The chat moves fast, and not everyone's going to write a doctoral thesis in order to critique a point they think you're wrong on. Calling it all record behavior is tired. Okay, so why did you not listen to me actually respond adequately to what that chatter's criticism was? Is it because you were too horny to type this out instead of listening? Are you incapable of listening actively while also typing out your retort? Because you're responding to something that I already did. I described to you. This is not new. This is not a new criticism. This is not new shit. This has existed in perpetuity for as long as revolutionary feelings have been in the hearts of Americans, or all around the world, as a matter of fact. It's funny because we do create some semblance of an echo chamber, which I think leads people into believing that there are a lot of other people out there that feel exactly like you do. There are a lot of people, however, that might feel exactly like you do. You just have to unlock their potential. And you can't do that by just constantly fucking planting your flag, drawing a line in the sand, and saying, fuck you. That's it. I did listen. I don't think you're correct, and his response is more unhelpful. You can throw chatters up on the board to embarrass them when they try to make a substantive critique of you, or you can give them the same sincerity you demand people give you. I think me not banning you or that other chatter instantly for relitigating the same exact fucking behaviors over and over again, and instead actively repeating why I'm doing what I'm doing, and still saying we might have a disagreement in methods, I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing, but you can try your own method, is the endless amount of charity that you don't even deserve, really. There's 32,000 people in here. We're supposed to be talking about the Department of Homeland Security doing kidnappings, and you want to fucking draw the conversation back to a narrow perspective of revolution that you see fit, that has not worked so far, that I don't see you doing anything to instill, okay? What you're doing instead is, with an anonymous Twitch account, yelling at a fucking Twitch streamer who has no motion whatsoever, whose worldview is considered radical and perhaps even terrorism supporting by like every single member of Congress, pretty much. And you think that is your activism. It's not. You're not doing activism at all. I'm giving you charity by not fucking ethering you into the sun. I'm entertaining your perspective, even though I've heard it a million times over. I'm entertaining it because I think you have the capacity to understand where I'm coming from. That's it. That's it. And you're doing this at a time when we need everyone we can get on our side to fucking go out and protest. It's so funny. I do think that the left has a tendency to rip people apart. Like, the left does have a tendency to operate as though this is like some kind of fucking fad. Like, that like socialism is a fad. You know what I mean? Revolutionary sentiment or instilling class consciousness is simply a fad. It needs to be done in the way that you think is appropriate. All right? There's no world where there's any room for a difference in opinion in your perspective. And it's the funniest moment to do this is when every Democrat has completely dropped the ball, okay? And you got 65-year-old Deborahs and Barbaras and in the words of Felix Biederman, Korean war veterans trying to fucking actively decapitate Democrats at town halls, okay? And the only guy that is actually penetrating in this media landscape is a 80-year-old dude who definitely is not aligned with your worldview or mine, especially as it pertains to American foreign policy, but he's still drawing 34,000 people, and it's not even a fucking election season, and you go, that guy that's incredibly popular right now, fuck him. I agree with him on 70% of stuff, and I vehemently disagree on 30%, but you know what? Even though I don't agree with 99% of the rest of the Democrats and 100% of the rest of the Republicans, fuck that guy that I agree with 70% of the way. You're stupid. The goal is to try to get them to understand your position and to redirect all of that, momentum, all that motion into organizing. But instead, you just want to go cut it out and you have no solutions. This is very frustrating, okay? This is very frustrating. I never said Bernie is infallible, and I agree with everything he said 100% of the way. It's incredibly stupid. This is not a social club. Constant purity testing is the one thing, the constant purity test trap is the one thing I've always avoided, okay? And that is precisely the reason why you can come in here and chirp in a massive community of like-minded individuals that span all the way from baby leftists to radical revolutionaries alike, okay? Without fear that you're, going to get doxxed and attacked by rabid fascists or bullied. You like the bounties of what I try to do. You don't recognize how we got here, and you want the community to selfishly be designed around your individual feelings, designed around all of the things that you think are the right way to do it. You can't do that. You can't this isn't an Applebee's. You can't just like call the manager and be like, sorry, my chicken nuggets were fucking cold. This is an inherently selfish, hyper-individualist American attitude that I see so frequently. Hyper-individualism and American exceptionalism is genuine brain poison, where people unironically look at a situation like this, look at a fucking Twitch stream and a Twitch community and say, no, you have to change the dynamic. You have to change the dynamic of, you have to change what you believe, and it needs to suit my purpose. Okay? It has to suit the way, you have to operate in the way that I believe is the right way, is the right method. Then you do it. You pave the path. I'll follow you. Okay? That's it. It is narcissism masquerading as revolutionary behavior. Now let's get back to something that every single chatter, for the most part, agrees on. The Department of Homeland Security actively kidnapping American students on student visas, the Fulbright scholar from Tufts University, a Turkish student, for the quote-unquote crime of writing an op-ed in the school paper about reasons to divest from Israel, a genocidal apartheid state.
Has a story.
As federal agents converged on 30-year-old Turkish national Rumeysa Öztürk Tuesday night and wrestled her phone from her hands, the Tufts University...
You literally had a program called Agitprop. Now you're scolding us for trying to do that? That's nasty work. Wait, what? No, I'm not scolding you for trying to do Agitprop. I'm scolding you for being a fucking moron. I'm scolding you for thinking that your version of agitative propaganda is actually better than the agitative propaganda that I've done for this many fucking years that demonstrably has worked, maybe even on you. You're not doing agitative propaganda. You're chirping in a Twitch chat about me not being, not fitting whatever vision you have of me. This is parasocial activity masquerading as revolutionary activism. You're not doing anything. You're just being fucking annoying. That's it. A lot of you have to snap out of it. Really. And you're drawing me back in. You're drawing me back into the conversation. This is not agitative propaganda. What you're doing is just agitating me. That's it. And perhaps many others. Posting is not activism. Okay? And I hope, because many people will say, well, I'm a community organizer. I hope you're not fucking organizing your community like this. Okay? Stop. Don't do that. You are going to, you keep strawmanning. You're just wrong. You got to talk about Bernie and Israel more often. Oy, oy, oy. I gave an example of how I tried to approach the subject matter with Bernie Sanders, knowing full well his background on the issue of Israel. He is far more radical than the average congressperson on this matter, and yet he is nowhere near close enough to the position that the American voters should be at, the position that is a moral one, that Israel is an apartheid state that is conducting a genocide. Okay? Now, why did I try to approach subject matter with Bernie Sanders from the framework of First Amendment violations? The reason why I did that is because I know that Bernie Sanders and Dianne Feinstein, rest in peace, Dianne Feinstein, were some of the only Congress members who, even many years prior, were actively talking about First Amendment, egregious violations against the First Amendment by the Israel lobby. The AIPAC-backed bills that had passed at the time on, I don't know, like 20 states, but now is at like 36 states, that made it illegal for someone to retain gainful employment while simultaneously protesting against the state of Israel. The anti-BDS laws. There were only 2 congresspersons, 2 senators only, that actually spoke out against this a decade prior. Dianne Feinstein and Bernie Sanders. So I know that Bernie Sanders, regardless of my disagreements with him on the issue of Israel, does care about the First Amendment. So I tried to, Bad Empanada's video is convincing. These shadows are going to be up in here all day for sure. It's hard not to think about, to be honest. I don't know what Bad Empanada's video was, but I love that whenever Bad Empanada does a video, it turns into chatters watching that video and then coming in here and yelling at me, instead of doing whatever fucking activism they see fit. This is not activism, okay? I need you to understand that. Not enough time to cover everything in one interview? That's the straw man they're talking about? Wait, what? That is not a straw man. I'm gonna fucking lose it. All right, I'm done. I'm not doing it. I'm gonna move on. I think this is just like a genuine bait, okay? Thanks? Okay, well then shut the fuck up, douchebag. What do you mean, thanks? Every single time we have conversations like this, I understand why Stalin operated the way he did, by the way. I'm being so for real. Like, it just, immediately, I'm like, oh, I get it. I see what happened. You would become a fucking paranoid schizophrenic if you had to deal with, like, a post-revolutionary framework. For sure. I totally understand how the Cultural Revolution happened the way it did. I get it entirely. Like, it would... My God, I genuinely cannot believe that we're talking about this right now. It just goes to prove an echo chamber is an echo chamber. Irrelevant of left or right is about how you're expanding the circle and you're speaking to that matters. It's just pathetic to be totally in line with our worldview and explosion of awareness. What the fuck, man? Yes. Yeah. God damn. It is truly alarming how easily people are fucking duped and how easily things turn into parasocial drama. I will say the same thing I say all the time about Bad Empanada. I disagree with him on tactics, and I certainly disagree with him when he does drama coverage. Okay? On the issues, for the most part, we are aligned. I hope he doesn't fall into the same slop garbage trap that many other content creators, myself included, have fallen into, and sticks to academic framework and, long, well thought out, well researched essays rather than hitting the slop button over and over again. Okay? Especially because this back and forth, this conversation that we're having is entirely unproductive because I'm trying to fucking do the news. You're not in here. This is not just your space. Okay? This is not just your space. It's incredibly selfish. You're undermining what I'm trying to do. I'm going to start banning a lot of you if you keep doing this. I'm sorry, because We have to continue. I want to cover this issue. I want to cover what is fucking going on in America. I want to cover our government behaving as a fascist government. And some of you dumb fucks want to talk about what Bad Empanada had to say. People are getting kidnapped from the streets. Wake the fuck up, okay? Seriously. Incredibly annoying. Especially because a lot of other people that come in here don't have your fucking framework. They don't care, okay? They don't understand where you're coming from.
A PhD student cried out in distress. Ozturk's attorney says she was on her way to break Ramadan fast with friends when the 6 agents confronted her. Okay. They appeared to be in plain clothes, wearing masks, and driving unmarked vehicles. Prompting questions from Ozturk and concerned neighbors.
Is this a kidnapping?
In a statement, the Department of Homeland Security said Ozturk was detained because she'd, quote, engaged in activities in support of Hamas, adding that her student visa had been terminated. DHS did not provide specifics about those alleged activities. Amid pro-Palestinian protests on campus last year, Ozturk did co-author a 2024 op-ed in the school paper, calling on Tufts to acknowledge the Palestinian genocide and divest from Israel.
It's how do people not see that this is completely insane? This is utterly insane. Like, writing an op-ed on a fucking newspaper is enough for deportation and the revocation of your student visa? Like, what are we fucking talking about? What the hell are we talking about? This is terrifying. The fact that they came in and maybe Bernie will help, right? No, that's great. That's actually what it is. Yes, that is my goal, my hope. This is what I've been saying since I went to the rally and even before. Yes, using all of that momentum that you have to reaffirm that it's not just about showing Trump that he's unpopular, but instead the actual individual policies that this administration is engaging with that are rolling back the last like crumbs of American liberal democracy is not only the smart thing to do, but it actually doubles down on the point that yes, my hope, my goal. I literally just talked to the Washington Post about this. Oh my God. But of course, you guys are fucking children and don't care about anything. You just care about me drama. But yeah, this is the point. This is the point that I'm trying to get across. This is what I want them to do. I want them to use this moment, this opportunity to push, to mobilize against individual actions that the government is taking. Because if they don't do that, then all of this is for nothing.
Peace made no mention of Hamas. Meanwhile, Ozturk's attorney said charges had not been filed against her client, and even though a district judge ordered law enforcement not to move Ozturk outside of Massachusetts without 2 days' notice, DHS confirmed she was being held at an ICE detention facility in Louisiana Wednesday.
If ICE comes to your door, keep your door closed.
It all prompted hundreds of people to protest near Tufts campus last night.
It's so surreal and heartbreaking.
Rayon Bilge is an assistant professor at Northeastern University. Ozturk was her student in Turkey.
She has never mentioned Hamas, let alone being either anti-Semitic or being anti-anything. These are baseless.
I want to stress the importance of this. By the way, this is why, couple things. This is why I always say to Western activists to not get, to not think that you can overstep your boundaries. You see a lot of Zionist messaging online where people are actively entertaining death and destruction, saying genocide is happening and we want more of it. It's actually good. If you for even a moment think that as a pro-Palestinian activist, you can say a fraction of that, you are wrong. That's why I always talk about messaging discipline on this regard. Okay? Having said that, even if she was literally being like, I love Hamas, that is not grounds to actually deport someone. That is insane. It is exactly the opposite of what the First Amendment offers in terms of protection to every citizen and non-citizen alike. Do you understand? you should still exercise caution and messaging discipline regardless, as the student protesters did. And even though they did that, they're still coming after these people.
Libelous accusations.
And Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey says she fears this could lead to a chilling effect for international students. I want to read you a quote that she gave. She called it a bad thing for science, research, and the economy if foreign students are afraid to come and study and live here and contribute. Tony.
All right, Tom, thank you very much.
Mr. Secretary, a Turkish student in Boston was detained and handcuffed on the street by plainclothes agents. A year ago, she wrote an opinion piece about the Gaza war. Could you help us understand what the specific action she took led to her visa being revoked?
Yeah,
and what was your State Department's role in that process?
We revoked her visa. It's an F1 visa, I believe. We revoked it, and here's why. And I'll say it again. I said it everywhere. Let me be abundantly clear, okay? If you go apply for a visa right now, anywhere in the world, let me just send this message out. If you apply for a visa to enter the United States and be a student, and you tell us that the reason why you're coming to the United States is not just because you want to write op-eds, but because you want to participate in movements that are involved in doing things like vandalizing universities, harassing students, taking over buildings, creating a ruckus, we're not going to give you a visa. If you lie to us and get a visa and then enter the United States and with that visa participate in that sort of activity, we're going to...
Okay, first and foremost, participating in protest movements is entirely separate than like vandalizing state property or whatever, okay? Even that is not a high enough bar to clear for deportation. I know that these guys act like they are the standalone deity that picks and chooses if they think it's appropriate. It's not, okay? Deportation is an inherently violent act. The revocation of someone's student visa and the subsequent deportation of a person needs to meet an incredibly high standard. This is why it has to go through the courts. The reason why they don't want to do that is because most judges will go, yeah, we're not doing this. Are you out of your fucking mind? We're not going to deport someone for writing an op-ed. That is a First Amendment violation. Most judges would even say, we're not going to deport a student on a Fulbright scholarship in the United States of America if they were actually breaking state property. I hate how much the boundary has moved. I hate how much the middle ground is so permanently slammed into right-wing fascist thought at this point that people are even entertaining this. Okay? It would be very difficult to judge shop. It would not be impossible, but most judges would not allow, no matter what their background is, even if they're a Bush-era judge or even a Trump judge, most judges would not allow a student visa to be revoked and a student to be deported for writing an op-ed. Actually, I would go so far as to say it would be very hard to find a single judge that would be on board with that. Okay? Most judges would not be on board with deporting a student visa for even vandalism. That is insane. That is completely insane. Like, unless a person who has retained a student visa is doing a heinous crime, you're not going to find many judges that are on board with deporting them and revoking their citizenship. This is an act that the government would do for very specific cases. It has to be a heinous crime. It is ridiculous. Delusional arguments? What? Just respond to the point. I don't like that people just go, your arguments are delusional, or you're wrong. Just say what you mean and tell me where you got your counter narrative from, okay? It's so dumb to just be like, no, you're wrong. You can't know you're wrong your way out of this. Just explain. What is your non-existent fucking argument? So the position of the Trump-Vance administration and every member of Congress, unless they explicitly say otherwise, is quite literally, you do not have guaranteed free speech rights in America if you can't say things. If you say things they don't like, that is the headline. That is precisely what's going on here. Okay? Speech is not a crime. Speech is not a fucking crime. Until the Supreme Court decides on eroding the First Amendment for non-citizens, and then potentially citizens as well, free speech is not a crime. Hate speech in and of itself is not a crime. Hate speech accompanying another crime can be. Hate crimes are separate than hate speech. Okay? If a foreigner came into U.S. soil with a student visa and wrote a piece of paper, and this is not a moral equivalence to anti-Zionist speeches or a demand to divest from Israel at all. I'm talking about something that I consider to be truly abhorrent, morally repugnant, and inherently violent too, like an advocacy for violence. If a foreign student on a student visa came to the United States of America and wrote for Stormfront, you still cannot deport them. Okay? That is literally anti-free speech. That's it. That's crazy. Revoking anyone's legal status and deporting them specifically for what they have written, theoretical arguments, is a terrifying violation of the First Amendment. Just because there's not enough movement against this kind of erosion of constitutional protections, and it's seemingly something that they are doing, that they're following, does not change that reality. And if they do change the laws, then I will fight against that as well. As it stands right now, there's two arguments. There's an argument for the morality. Should we be allowed to deport whoever we want? And the answer is fuck no. Okay. And then there's an argument for the legality. It is currently, as it stands, illegal. That is why they're trying to change the precedent. That is why they're trying to set a precedent to make it legal. Okay? What the White House is trying to do in this situation is completely untested ground, untested territory. They want to open up the faucet of pain, and people are falling. People are genuinely sleepwalking in that direction right now. The Trump administration is goose-stepping. The Democrats are either sleepwalking or sheepdogging towards fascism. I am not even remotely being hyperbolic on this. This is not an exaggeration.
We're going to take away your visa. And once you've lost your visa, you're no longer legally in the United States, and we have a right, like every country in the world has a right, to remove you from our country. So it's just that simple.
Marco Rubio is trying to conflate. Marco Rubio is trying to conflate the standards that are rigid and also shouldn't exist for the record, but the standards that are rigid for giving someone a visa with someone who has already gotten a visa and is inside of the United States boundaries. Citizens and non-citizens alike have a different set of standards when they are entering the United States of America versus once they are inside of the United States of America. Do you understand? If you are an American citizen right now, Customs and Border Patrol, according to TikTok, I see so many TikToks on this, and according to immigration lawyers as well, are even searching and violating the Fourth Amendment rights of even American citizens. Because right before you enter the United States border, you have a different set of standards. Just like there's a different set of standards for who the American government chooses to give a visa to versus how they can remove that visa. Okay? Just like there's a different set of standards between coming into the country versus once you have passed the boundary, once you are inside of the country. That's it. You cannot conflate the two.
I think it's crazy. I think it's stupid for any country in the world to welcome people into their country that are going to go to your universities as visitors. They're visitors. And say, I'm going to your universities to start a riot. I'm going to your universities to take over a library and harass people. I don't care what movement you're involved in.
Are you not scared that ICE comes for you and your family? No, because I'm an American citizen, and so is my family. Now, the problem here is if BORTAC was coming after me, or because they're, it's a constitutional free zone. Los Angeles is, many parts of the country is. Okay? What you need to understand is if the American government has already moved beyond students and are now going after American citizens. If they're going after American citizens, like natural born U.S. citizens like myself, we've already moved so far beyond the problem that I'm trying to explain here to many others. Okay, we've moved past that. Like I'm if there is like a permission structure of who you can target right now to open up the floodgates, to open up the floodgates of harm and to start blackbagging anyone and everyone that you consider a political dissident, Erdogan style, right? It starts with legal permanent residents. It starts with undocumented migrants. Then it starts with documented migrants that have visas. And then it moves on to legal permanent residents with green cards. Then it moves on to recently naturalized citizens that you can denaturalize. Then it moves on to natural born U.S. citizens. And then it moves on to natural born U.S. citizens who also have the legal means and the financial means to defend themselves. I'm here, okay? If we got here, it's over for virtually everyone in this chat, okay? I'm here. I'm on the last stage. That's why I don't like to talk about this too much. I don't want to, one, center the conversation around myself and my fears or whatever the fuck, because that doesn't shake my integrity. And more importantly than that, beyond the fact that that does not shake my integrity, that doesn't stop me from saying what I'm saying, and it shouldn't stop you either, okay? Because we still at this stage have fucking rights. It also means it's far too late. They're going after some of the least protected people while trying to conflate like pre-existing rules for different aspects, like and trying to retroactively apply standards that don't exist. That's the reason why they're going after student visa holders. And that's the reason why they went after Mahmoud Khalil. They didn't go after Mahmoud Khalil because he had a green card. They went after Mahmoud Khalil because they thought he was on a student visa. But when they found that Mahmoud Khalil actually had a green card, they just kind of kept going along with it. But the first round of deportations was always going to be student visa holders. That is how you set a new precedent. Revocation of student visas and subsequent deportation for no crimes whatsoever other than a direct First Amendment protected, constitutionally protected exercise of free speech. Once you set the new precedent that you can go after people and that free speech doesn't matter for non-citizens, and once you set the precedent that due process doesn't matter because these things, the deportations work side by side, and it's not like this is something that they're hiding. Nayib Bukele has literally said he would entertain the notion of having American citizens in the El Salvador CCOT prison as well, the slave labor camp. Once they erode the constitutional protections by entering the argument with, oh, well, these guys are terrorists, they're Hamas, okay? They will use it on newer targets. They will expand. They will expand into new territory. You sound nervous, pal. Again, I'm not gonna repeat the point again, but brother, if you think that your life will improve if this government deports me or revokes my citizenship, you are a delusional moron. By the time the government gets to someone like myself, for deportation, you will have already been fucking melted for biomatter. Okay? Understand that you are nothing. Why would I even care about that? What do you mean? Well, the entire reason why I'm talking about this stuff is so you understand the horrible things that are to come. I'm warning you. Are you really against CCOT? It holds the most inhumane gang members that terrorize citizens? Yes, I am. Do you want to know why I am? Because there's no fucking due process. Read any human rights report on CCOT and you will quickly understand that not every single person that is trapped in those prisons are actually fucking MS-13 gang members. They literally round people up and then do not afford them a trial or a day in court, 800 people at a time. They go boom, boom, boom. You're a terrorist. You're MS-13. and then they put them in this permanent slave labor camp. Yeah. Also, no matter how violent someone is, no matter how inhumane or how big of a terrorist someone is, you still shouldn't be able to torture them. What are we talking about? This is what I mean. This is what I mean. The Overton window is so fucking right wing. The Overton window is so slammed to the right that we're just like talking about it where it's like, well, you know, those guys are terrorists, dude. We should be able to torture them. We should be able to do whatever we want to them. It's like, what are you saying? No, of course not. No. I feel like 30 years ago, if you were to say something like that, people would be like, I don't know about that. Even in America, there were protests against Guantanamo Bay. There were protests against enhanced interrogation. The very fact that this became a legal case that went all the way up to the Supreme Court implies that there was enough people that were criticizing the Bush administration for doing torture. The very fact that they had to create a legal process where they didn't call it torture but called it enhanced interrogation implies that there was people going, that's not allowed. What are you doing? You can't do that. Once you set the precedent, it's over, and then you move on to the next stage. This is precisely what I'm talking about. Administrations prior to this that either accelerated this process in terms of warrantless arrests, in terms of black bagging people, sending them to Gitmo, in terms of like warrantless surveillance, like mass surveillance in the American security apparatus, all of these administrations moved the needle into this direction so that the Trump administration could create this process and that a lot of Americans would not look at this and go, the basic human rights for some people? No, thank you. I don't care about it. This is where we're at now. It is terrifying. People read history books and don't even entertain the notion that it can happen here or it is happening right now. What? So you and the human rights advocates are against it, but the majority of the citizens that now have one of the safest countries aren't? I don't know, seems contrarian. Okay, dude. The majority of Germans thought that like it was good that the Jews were being fucking sent to concentration camps. Did that make it appropriate or okay? Or do we now have the benefit of hindsight to look back at that and go, maybe that wasn't the best idea? The fuck are you talking about? One of the safest countries. God damn, dude. How do you not understand that MS-13 is a fucking violent gang, okay? Having said that, basically El Salvador and the government under Nayib Bukele turned into another gang. That's what they're doing. They're doing MS-13 shit. No, he's not talking. This chatter is not talking about America when he says one of the safest countries. He's talking about El Salvador, okay? And I don't think it's safe if the police can just come and black bag you under the suspicion that you're MS-13 aligned, okay? And then you and 800 other people that they've kidnapped are sitting in front of a judge who's wearing a fucking balaclava and decides that all 800 of you are fucking MS-13 members. They make you, they disappear you. This is shit that you see in the fucking movies. This is shit that you're like, oh, wow, I can't believe how fascist and authoritarian this place is. No, there needs to be a process. There needs to be a process. The reason why the police are supposed to be treated differently than a gang or governments are supposed to be treated differently than a fucking violent criminal gang is because of rules and laws and standards that are supposed to apply unconditionally to every single person. Okay? If you just operate a slave labor camp and black bag random people, now you're MS-13 or maybe even worse than MS-13 as a matter of fact. What are you talking about? You've become the criminal at that point. It's just common sense. You are delusional. Were the Jews gang members murdering people? Are you out of your mind? You are delusional. Were the Jews gang members murdering people? Wait, what? Do you think the gay hairdresser is actually a terrorist, or was he sent to El Salvador simply because he is brown? Was the soccer coach murdering people? No. Do you think the Nazis were just like, oh, Jews are actually wonderful and that's why we're sending them to concentration camps? No, dumbass. They dehumanized them and lied about Jews. They dehumanized and lied about them until other dumb fucks like you believed it. There's got to be a reason for it, right? This is how it works. They change the laws. Criminals will go to jail. Yeah, being Jewish was a crime in Nazi Germany. That's my point. The fuck? The same process of denaturalization took place there too. Jews were not seen as like real Germans. They were just non-Germans. The parallel is right in front of you. It's so shocking that you just can't understand it. So some MS-13 members shouldn't be in prison? No, that's not what I'm saying, you fucking morons. Oh my God. No, I'm saying that a shit ton of people that are put in torture prison right now in El Salvador, the CCOP prison, are not actually MS-13, but there's no process where you can verify that because they don't give a fuck. They just nab you off the street, they kidnap you, and they say, all right, you're MS-13 now, fuck you. How is this difficult to comprehend? And the American government is sending people without any evidence whatsoever. Like, guys, I need you to understand something, okay? The Holocaust, when it was happening, was legal, okay? When it was happening, when the German government was doing it, they literally did it legally. Slavery was legal. Abolishing slavery was illegal, okay? Freeing slaves, illegal. Slavery, legal. Holocaust, legal. Freeing concentration camps, illegal, okay? Sheltering Jews, illegal. Understand that just because something is legal, just because a government says someone is illegal or is doing a crime doesn't mean that they actually did the crime, okay? You need to understand this. You're totally right, but they weren't deported and executed for being Jewish initially. They were slandered as traitors and criminals until it was implicit to their understanding of Jewish people. Yes, no, that's why I said it didn't start off that way. It started off with dehumanization. Yes, and that dehumanization is happening here for non-citizens in real time. That dehumanization is happening right now in real time in the United States of America for non-citizens, okay? For documented and undocumented non-citizens alike. El Salvador has also taken an old-fashioned playbook page out by using a very real epidemic of gang violence that was making the lives of their people a living hell. Now that they quashed the main problem, they have and will use the gang excuse forever to strong arm and overreach with impunity. It's not creative, but it will always work as long as there are people like these chatters around. Exactly. I'm going to give you two examples of some of the recent people that this administration has decided to deport to the CCOT slave labor camp, okay? Two examples. I briefly mentioned it. Hold on. Where is it? And I'm going to talk about the tough student as well in a second, but here's the story of one of the men Kristi Noem sent there, a guy whose autism awareness tattoo got him interrogated by ICE officers who, despite an agent telling him he was clean, detained him and shipped him to this hellhole. This is from Aaron Reichlin Melnick, senior fellow at IMM Council, American Immigration Council. Okay? This is what happens when you abandon due process. Nery Alvarado with his brother Nellierson in 2023. Alvarado told Hernandez that an ICE agent had asked him if he knew why he had been picked up. Alvarado said he did not. Well, you're here because of your tattoos, the ICE agent said. According to Hernandez, we're finding and questioning everyone who has tattoos. The agent then asked Alvarado to explain his tattoos and for permission to review his phone for any evidence of gang activity. You're clean, the ICE officer told Alvarado after he complied, according to both Hernandez and Maria Alvarado. I'm going to put down here that you have nothing to do with Tren de Aragua. For reasons that remain unclear, Hernandez said that another official in ICE Dallas field office decided to keep Alvarado detained. This was his autism awareness tattoo. Hernandez, a U.S. citizen who moved to the United States from Venezuela nearly 3 decades ago, searched desperately for Alvarado when he didn't show up in his home country that weekend. He was nearly certain that Alvarado was in El Salvador when he first spoke to Mother Jones on Thursday. I have very few friends, he said. Very few friends, and I've been in this country for 27 years. I let Nery into my house because he's a stand-up guy, because you can tell when someone is good or bad. Later that day, on Alvarado's 25th birthday, Hernandez got confirmation that his friend was in El Salvador when CBS News published a list of 238 people now at CCOT. There's more to it. It doesn't end there. That's who you think should be sent to this slave labor camp, okay? That's what you are advocating for. Do you think it's appropriate? Do you think this is right? Do you think we're actually making this country better? Another person that they did this to was a soccer coach. Another person that they did this to was a gay hairstylist and makeup artist. There are people with legal permanent residency status. There are people with proper documentation. There was a guy that they arrested, detained, and shipped out to El Salvador for having a Real Madrid-inspired tattoo that they claimed was Tren de Aragua. One of the other examples that they offered, the Department of Homeland Security itself offered these examples, was that he was doing this in a photo. Literally this. They said this was a gang sign. If they had real evidence that these people were monstrous criminals, they wouldn't have to violate due process. You understand? They know that they don't have any evidence. They don't want to have any evidence. They want to be able to do this expeditiously without any evidence whatsoever, without due process, because the entire purpose is to erode due process so they can do this to anyone and everyone they see fit. And if you can't comprehend why due process protects you, I don't know what to tell you. When there's no due process, that means, let's say you don't have your fucking license on you. You get stopped. You get apprehended. You have no way of proving your innocence. You have no way of proving your citizenship. Before you know it, you're shipped off in chains to El Salvador. That is the reason why due process matters. Do you understand? I mean, this is it. Yeah. Consider this. 6 people in plain clothes approach you, and then people go, I'd ask why and listen to the reason. It's probably a good one, or they wouldn't have grabbed me. I don't think people understand. How devastating this is and how this will inevitably hurt them. I don't know. People who think, no, I'll just follow the rules, lol, don't recognize that these are all people that were following the rules. We're talking about them right now. None of the people that have so far had their citizenship or had not their citizenship, sorry, their legal status revoked have broken any rules. That's the entire reason why this is a precedent-setting moment, okay? They are disappearing people and actively saying, we're doing this for no reason, and what are you going to fucking do about it? People literally need to relearn the basics, like how Adolf Hitler rose to power. Yeah, maybe. He's openly saying it, by the way. He's saying, like, there's no, I can do it for any reason I want.
Why would any country in the world allow people to come and disrupt? Now, we gave you a visa to come and study and get a degree, not to become a social activist that tears up our university campuses. And if we've given you a visa and then you decide to do that, we're going to take it away. I encourage every country to do that, by the way, because I think it's crazy to invite students into your country that are coming onto your campus and destabilizing it. We're just not going to have it. So we'll revoke your visa, and once your visa is revoked, you're illegally in the country and you have to leave. Every country in the world has a right to decide who comes in as a visitor and who doesn't. If you invite me into your home...
Yeah, except this country also has additional restrictions on what the government can and can't do, and you're trying to violate those restrictions. That's what the Constitution is supposed to do. Rules and regulations restrict regular citizens from behaving in ways that they want to, right? Because it might mean instability if people were just out doing what the government has decided is a crime. On the other hand, the United States Constitution is supposed to restrict the United States government from behaving in ways that could harm you, okay? As long as it's fucking reasonable. The Constitution protects citizens, not illegals, non-citizens. No, that's not correct. You're wrong. The Constitution does protect non-citizens. How do I have this conversation with people who are too stupid to understand this? It does. You wanted to not protect illegals and you wanted to not protect them, but currently it does. And I think that's a good thing. Yes, the Constitution protects every human being on U.S. soil, documented and undocumented, citizens and non-citizens alike. Otherwise, you could just fucking kill tourists. You know what I mean? You could do whatever you want. It's like, hey, oh, are you a tourist? Are you here on a tourist visa? Come here, I'm going to fucking torture you. Like, what are you talking about? Can you imagine? I guess that's where we're moving towards. And these dumbasses want that to happen. Oh, tell me where you got this information for. Show me where it says in the Constitution that says non-citizen. It says person on U.S. soil. Persons on U.S. soil. Persons. You can imagine and envision that non-citizens are not persons, but they are. Okay? It doesn't say American citizens only. Eventually, the Supreme Court extended these constitutional protections to all aliens within the United States, including those who had entered unlawfully, declaring that aliens who have once passed through our gates, even illegally, may be expelled only after proceedings conforming to traditional standards of fairness encompassed in the due process of law. The court reasoned that aliens physically present in the United States, regardless of their legal status, are recognized as persons, guaranteed due process of the law by the 5th and 14th Amendments. Thus, the court determined, even one whose presence in this country is unlawful, involuntary, or transitory is entitled to that constitutional protection. Accordingly, notwithstanding Congress's indisputably broad power to regulate immigration, fundamental due process requirements notably constrain that power with respect to aliens within the territorial jurisdiction of the United States. Don't poop on me too hard. I'm French Canadian. Just looked it up. You're correct. My bad. That conversation that took place right there. I know the last paragraph, chatter. I'm going to get to it in a second. That conversation that took place right there is basically what every conversation with a conservative, no matter what nationality, ethnicity, background, age group, no matter what demographic or psychographic profile they have, as long as they are conservative, is the exact same conversation. If you have conservative people in your lives that you have talked to, you've already had this exact same moment where you just go, you're wrong. Here, let me explain it to you. At least that guy, ironically enough, being French Canadian, was like, okay, I was wrong. Most people don't even care that they're wrong. They just go, nope, they move on, do something different. Okay, they just move on to something different. They just go, all right, well, I still think they should die. Like, depending on how reactionary they are. That's why I didn't permanently ban him, only gave him a week off. Wait, isn't this the guy? Did I not give him a week off? No, this is a separate person. Yeah, no, they got a week off. Oh, incredible.
Because you say, I want to come to your house for dinner. And I go to your house and I start putting mud on your couch and spray painting your kitchen, I bet you're going to kick me out. Well, we're going to do the same thing if you come into the United States as a visitor and create a ruckus for us. We don't want it. We don't want it in our country. Go back and do it in your country. But you're not going to do it in our country.
This morning, a Tufts University graduate student is waking up in a detention facility in Louisiana. She was arrested by federal agents outside an off-campus apartment on Tuesday in Boston, and security video shows the moment that she was taken into custody by federal agents. Her name is Rumeysa Öztürk. She's from Turkey, a Fulbright scholar and a PhD student. Her attorney says she has a valid visa.
So I also want to talk about this aspect of it. Where is it? Martha Lincoln, associate professor at SFSU, wrote this thing that I thought was pretty interesting as well, because I also ironically applied for a Fulbright scholarship back in the day. I think I applied for Anne. I don't know where she is. I remember like visiting the Fulbright offices and talking to them about it back in the day. I didn't get it. But Fulbright as a scholarship is about like promoting, liberal values, ironically enough. And I think that's why it's like additionally horrifying, and there is this dark irony captured here. If this happened to an American student who wrote an op-ed while on Fulbright in Turkey, it would be an international incident. Congresspeople would demand the student be returned within the hour. Their intellectual, professional, and political and personal integrity would be defended. The student's cause would likely be further used to sanction and shame the Turkish government. It would be held up as evidence of the enduring American values of independence, freedom, and liberal democracy. The student would be treated as a standard bearer for those values. Fulbright would put out statements. The U.S. Embassy would put out statements. The White House would put out statements. The student would be out of Turkish custody very quickly and put on a plane home with a U.S. official. There would be huge ripple effects in Turkish-U.S. relations. But it's the other way around. Unfortunately for this talented, gentle, and principled young woman, an expert on child development and children's media, no one powerful pointing out how her treatment violates the liberties upheld by the United States and valorized by Fulbright. Öztürk's detention is especially sadly ironic because Fulbright is intended to be ambassadorial. Participants promote the supposed cultural and political values of the U.S. By expressing her convictions in an opinion essay, Öztürk was doing what a model Fulbrighter should. Even the most staid State Department functionary should be able to see the irony of a young Turkish PhD student being the one to teach Americans about freedom of speech and opinion. But in their absence, illustrated by her forcible extrajudicial detention for writing an essay. It's so crazy. I would like to take the moment to apologize for my ignorance. It was pretty dumb. Thank you, Hasan, for doing what you do. Okay, I don't even know what you said. I don't remember. It's already in the rear view mirror. But thank you for apologizing. I accept. Yes, I already covered this. Turkey closely monitoring the detention of tough students, Rumeysa Öztürk. The Turkish embassy in Washington is closely monitoring the detention of Rumeysa Öztürk. The Turkish embassy is too busy, or the Turkish government is too busy destroying protesters in its own country right now, which is precisely the reason why they don't have time for this, for the record. Be deeply ironic if the Turkey government turned around and was like, how dare you do this, while they're literally doing this to its own citizens at the moment in Turkey at a rapid clip, for the record. So there's no solution to any of this. If everywhere is awful, what the fuck do you do? Who do you go to? Vatandaşımızı vatanına dönsün. Burada her şey güllük gülistanlık. Kimse eleştiri gösteri yaptı diye içeri alınmıyor. Aynen. Like the inherent irony of the Turkish government saying, at this point, saying something along the lines of, how dare you actually detain someone illegally for simply expressing an opinion, is not lost on me. Especially considering that the Turkish government is doing just that right now, every single day. BBC correspondent Mark Lowen deported from Turkey after reporting on the protests over arrest of Istanbul mayor. And for the record, I need I need people that come in here and go, whoa, it's okay when Turkey's doing it. It's not okay when Turkey's doing it. It is completely unacceptable. That's my point. My point is, ironically enough, I watched the erosion of certain liberties under the 22 plus years of Recep Tayyip Erdogan. And then now I come to America in the time frame, and I'm watching America also fucking fall apart, Turkifying at an alarming rate, jokingly enough. I mean, obviously, this is inherently a very American thing to do, this kind of fascist shit, but still, you are cursed. Thanks, Hasan. Okay, everybody, calm down. Don't do that. Judge orders the Trump administration to preserve signal messages from March 11th to the 15th. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if they hit him on this. Oh, hold on. Let me finish the rest of it, because, of course, the Supreme Court will still add qualifications, okay? Despite the fact that the constitutional protections extend to all aliens on U.S. soil, regardless of immigration status, okay? The Supreme Court has also suggested the extent of due process protection may vary depending on the alien's status and circumstance. In various opinions, the court has suggested that at least some of the constitutional protections to which an alien is entitled may turn upon whether the alien has been admitted into the United States or developed substantial ties to this country. Thus, while the court has recognized that due process considerations may constrain the federal government's exercise of its immigration power, there is some uncertainty regarding the extent to which these constraints apply with regards to aliens within the United States. This is part of the reason why, for example, border apprehensions done by Customs and Border Patrol can lead to immediate deportation. Okay? In that process, they still go through some set of legal standards, okay, to see if there is a legal claim to asylum or whatnot. But it's a more expeditious process as opposed to an undocumented migrant or a documented migrant, a documented non-citizen living on U.S. soil for, 10 years, 15 years. We all know that you are Kurdish and hating on Turks and the Turkish government. Good one, chatter. Haven't heard that one in a while. It's so funny to be like, yeah, you're Kurdish, hating on the Turkish government. It's like, dude, the Turkish government is arresting people for literally protesting after they arrested the opposition leader and many people that they claimed was aligned with the opposition leader for no reason whatsoever, just claiming corruption, claiming terrorism, like in America. And you're over here being like, yeah, you know who's actually fucking me over? The Kurds. When have the Kurds done that to you? Anyway, let's continue.
But the school now says they were told her visa status has been terminated. DHS says she, quote, engaged in activities in support of Hamas, and her attorney calls those claims wild accusations. Last year, she co-authored an op-ed in the school's newspaper criticizing Tufts' response to the pro-Palestinian movement. CNN's John Miller is here with much more on this, and there seems to be much more to learn about this. First, on the arrest, what do you see in that video, John?
Well, the first thing you notice is you've got 6 agents approaching her, and when they make contact with her, they all pull up face masks. That is unusual in American law enforcement when they're acting lawfully and properly. Some tactical teams do it, but this is a routine arrest.
Then also, what are you hearing? I mean, I read one quote that they've not said publicly, DHS, in terms of a spokesperson, given a lot of detail quite yet, just the one that I read there. What are you hearing from Homeland Security officials?
Well, first, they're defending the use of masks by agents making these arrests. They say, when our heroic law enforcement officers conduct operations, they clearly identify themselves as police while wearing masks to protect themselves from being targeted by known and suspected terrorist sympathizers. Now, that sounds a little hyperbolic. What they're probably talking about is demonstrators and protesters have had a habit of docking.
Like, this language is not appropriate for the moment, you know, not to do like tone policing or whatever, but there is no reason to hand it to them, okay? There's no reason to be like, oh, well, I guess they're being a little hyperbolic. Like, I understand. I mean, it's scary. These are like fucking weird brown Muslim people. I mean, the Turkish woman is hijabi. They're doing pro-Palestinian demonstrations. Some of them are terrorists. Like, yeah. It's not a little hyperbolic. It's a completely ridiculous. It is a completely ridiculous reason. And they're not even hiding the fact that there is no real reason beyond First Amendment protected free speech. This is the reason why I think there aren't more people freaking the fuck out about this, for the record. These are the people who are sheepdogging towards fascism. The Trump administration is goose-stepping. These guys are sheepdogging, and the rest of the public is sleepwalking. How else are they supposed to be informed when some of the most egregious, overwhelming violations of First Amendment rights, violations of due process, are being reported on like it's just, they maybe got a little bit out of hand here? Our brave law enforcement officers were doing a routine, ordinary stop. No, that's not what happened. What are you talking about?
Agents that they could identify, harassing them online or at home. Still, the rub here is these students so far have not been charged with a crime of supporting a terrorist organization. They've been charged with what, for anybody who was not here on a visa.
Dude. Even if they said, like, even if they claimed, this is the other side of this that freaks me out, because they're going to start claiming that people are supporting terrorism. And these guys are going to be like, well, I guess it's okay since they were supporting terrorism. Like, what are you talking about?
Would have been 100% constitutionally protected protest activities. And this is going to be the rub in these discussions, which is when these things get to court, if being here as a student is a privilege, and it is on that visa, do you lose constitutional rights that would be available to anybody else who is here?
Is it clear what is next then in this case?
Well, it's hard to say because the first thing they do is take them into custody. They don't notify them that you have a hearing and we're going to litigate this. The second thing they do is they send them to Louisiana, which puts them far away from their legal representation and makes it hard to stay in touch. So the question is, will they be out of the country or will this get to court first? But we're going to have to watch how this is going to play out because it's going to dictate, how the future is going to go for these other cases.
That's exactly right. John, thanks so much. It's good to see you.
Thanks.
This morning, the Turkish government says it's closely watching the case of Rumeysa Öztürk, a Turkish national and graduate student at Tufts University, who was detained outside her home this week. The Department of Homeland Security says she, quote, engaged in activities in support of Hamas, but has yet to specify what those activities were. Her attorney says she has not been charged with a crime. CNN senior legal analyst and former assistant U.S. Attorney Ellie Honig is joining us right now. So, Ellie, what law is the Department of Homeland Security relying on in this case?
Well, Wolf, we don't know the answer to that exactly, and here's why. If this was a criminal case, and as you said, it's not, but if it was, there would be a public indictment, and that would tell us exactly what law was at issue here. It would tell us exactly what the alleged who, what, when, where of it was. But instead, we are in the immigration context. Now, it appears, based on DHS's public statements, that they're relying on a 1952 immigration law that gives the Secretary of State very broad discretion to designate a non-citizen, including a visa holder like here, as a potential threat to U.S. national security. They've invoked this law in other similar cases. It has rarely been used over the 70-plus years of its existence, but it looks like under the new Trump administration, DHS is relying on this law more and more frequently.
So, Ellie, what legal arguments do you expect Ozturk's lawyer to use to challenge all of this?
So I think we should look for two arguments. The first argument is that the law itself cannot give the Secretary of State unilateral authority to simply declare someone a security threat and deport.
I need people to understand something, okay? They're going after easier targets first. They're going after student visas. First, they separate non-citizens and citizens, right? Like natural born and naturalized citizens from documented non-citizens and undocumented non-citizens. Once they revoke constitutional protections to documented non-citizens and revoke due process to documented non-citizens, they will, after they're done, doing mass deportations and driving people to slave labor camps in El Salvador, they will then move towards citizens. They will start the process of denaturalization. This is how it works, okay? And the way that they will jump from non-citizen to citizens is by suspecting someone of being a non-citizen. Once the population is perfectly on board, or enough of the population is like, yeah, this is fine. I mean, I guess like it's not hurting me or whatever. They will start, because there's no due process, they will start rounding up citizens as well. But because there's no due process, you can't fight back against it. They'll hold that up in the courts and try to stop that process of deportation for citizens and the revocation of people's citizenship. And the argument that they will apply in this process will be the exact same. You are a threat to America because we have declared you a terrorist. All the while, they will claim that terrorism is a vague standard that is applicable to more and more people. Vandalizing a Tesla, you're a terrorist. You said fuck you to your CEO, you're a terrorist. You hurt Trump's feelings, you're a terrorist. That's it. Once the First Amendment standard is eroded, it won't stop just at non-citizens. Once the due process standard is eroded, it won't stop at non-citizens, and it doesn't even have to stop at non-citizens. It will come for you as well. From rare to routine, denaturalizations expected to soar under Trump. Cases spiked 600% as the DOJ's new task force investigates 700,000 naturalized citizens' files. This is not only a costly endeavor, but they are moving in this direction already. The Trump administration has intensified efforts to denaturalize immigrants who have obtained U.S. citizenship, a move that has sparked controversy among lawmakers and immigration advocates. The administration argues that these efforts protect the integrity of American citizenship, while critics warn of their potential constitutional violations and political targeting. The expansion of denaturalization proceedings marks a dramatic shift from historical norms. Previously, the revocation of citizenship was pursued only in the case of fraud or national security threats. However, under Trump, the Department of Justice ramped up investigations, leading to substantial increase in the number of cases reviewed for possible denaturalization. I am not a naturalized U.S. citizen. I'm a natural-born U.S. citizen. That's why I say I'm at the last stage of this process. I was born in the United States of America. I have citizenship. It's a little bit different. So that's why I say by the time they get to me, it's over for all of you. Anyway.
Feel good about it as an immigrant? You feel your citizenship secure?
Yeah, no, I don't care. I don't care. Let's bring it on.
You got a plan B?
I don't have a plan B.
Every brown person has a plan B.
I don't.
You're rich enough not to need a plan B.
I'm rich enough? Hey, you're the one with the merch.
But I have plan
You're
B.
the one with the merch, man. I don't have a merch saying best music.
But I have plan B, C, and D.
You do?
You have plan A in California. That's it.
Yeah, I can't leave California.
You've been a citizen for over 5 years, so I think you're good.
Yes.
Basically, apparently, this is what the lawyers tell me, if you have been a citizen for 5 years or more, it becomes much harder for Stephen Miller to strip you of citizenship. You know, they have a denaturalization commission now, a group that will look at American citizens and say, we think you're actually an illegal immigrant, and they strip you in retrospectively of your citizenship. Apparently that becomes harder after 5 years. So I think you're okay.
Yes.
You're a little bit safe.
I just got my 5 years in last December, just last month.
There you go. So you got your 5 years.
5 years, baby.
How do you feel, no, genuinely though, how do you feel about being a comedian, being someone who speaks openly in the current climate?
I'll be very honest. I've been extremely depressed. I'm even my stand-up comedy in Arabic. I try to avoid current news, and I just being depressed because, especially about the news about Gaza, cleaning up Gaza for Jordan and Egypt, when they call us like they're gonna do it, because I called that out like a year and a half ago. And if anything that we've learned from the last year and a half, it says that America, pushed by Israel, manipulated by Israel, led by Israel, whatever you want to call it, can just do whatever they want. They went and took the Golan Heights from Syria. Nobody did anything. They're going into Jenin and going into the West Bank, killing everybody. They can bomb Gaza anytime they want. They can go and expel the Palestinians, and they can push the Arab countries to do it, and nobody will do anything.
Yeah. Oh. Also, Rubio's confirmed that he revoked the visa of the tough student and said he likely has revoked the visas of hundreds more. We do it every day. Every time I find one of these lunatics, I take away their visas. The total number of revoked visas might be more than 300 at this point. The student had co-authored an opinion column on Gaza in the student newspaper. Rubio was asked what she did to merit her visa being revoked, but did not offer specifics to her case, only suggesting that his criteria goes beyond writing columns.
Deport them. The argument will be that the individual is entitled to some type of due process, some type of way to contest this. I think that's going to be the core argument that we see here from the lawyer for this student.
In the article that she co-authored at the Tufts University student newspaper, she says, among other things, credible accusations against Israel include accounts of deliberate starvation and indiscriminate slaughter of Palestinian civilians and plausible genocide. Is that enough for the U.S. government now to say she should be kicked out?
Well, I think that'll raise another legal issue. I think another thing that we'll hear from the student's lawyer is that she's being singled out because of the content of her speech, because of statements like that she has made publicly. And I think the argument will be that that's a First Amendment violation. What I think we'll hear in response from the government, from DHS, is Congress drafted this law. They passed this law in 1952, and they meant to give the Secretary of State very broad discretion. And so the Secretary of State, in the argument of DHS, has the ability to determine that somebody's a national security threat, and that's that, and there's no further proceeding.
We've learned that Ozturk has been transferred to a detention.
Yeah, they disappeared an Iranian PhD student as well in Alabama.
Facility in Louisiana, despite a judge issuing an order for Ozturk not to leave the state of Massachusetts, where Tufts University is. Do we know?
They already moved her. They moved her to Louisiana expeditiously.
Ellie, when this order was given and whether the Department of Homeland Security may have intentionally defied the judge?
So that's the exact issue here, Wolf. And we saw a similar issue still playing out in the other case involving deportation of alleged Venezuelan gang members. The key question here is going to be timing. At the moment that federal judge gave the order, do not remove this person from Massachusetts, had she already been moved to Louisiana, if she had already been moved, then there's not going to be an issue regarding defiance. But if she was moved after that order was given, then we're going to need some serious answers here from DHS as to why that order was not followed.
Yeah, I'll give you the answer. They don't give a shit, okay? They don't care. They are deliberately violating court orders because either they're testing the boundaries of liberals right now, basically. They're testing the boundaries of those who care about the Constitution and those who are tasked with, like, the preservation of the integrity of our beloved sacred institutions, okay? What I mean by this is if you are real enough, you will make a big stink. No judge wants to have their name associated with a potential constitutional crisis. Even Baerbock is worried about this. No matter how conservative, no matter how liberal they are, there is a real fear associated with this. So they don't, because they fear that if a constitutional crisis takes place, or before a constitutional crisis takes place, like it goes up to the Supreme Court, then it's like a direct, it's over. Like they're going to rewrite the rules. Or if there's a constitutional crisis, they're going to be associated permanently with being the judge that triggered the constitutional crisis. Because if they actually erode the institutions in its entirety, then it's over. Everything here, everything in our country right now is held together by confidence. Okay? At the end of the day, the Constitution is a piece of paper. Everything here is held together through confidence. The idea that like the institutions, as long as we preserve them, as long as we preserve their legitimacy, we'll be able to stop before things get out of hand. This is a moment where things are getting out of hand, by the way. Things have already gotten out of hand, but I think a lot of people falsely assume that it'll just stop with like, you know, these people. You know, they'll satiate their appetite. They'll quench their thirst for mass deportations by just like blackbagging a couple people that are irrelevant from their perspective, and it won't move beyond that. And then we can still act like these institutions are there and they're worth a damn. It's not. The Trump administration is pushing to make this a problem. That's where we're at right now. And I think, ironically enough, this is exactly how Nazi Germany rose to power, with liberals and you know, somewhat progressive-minded people thinking, no. As long as we just like hand it off, as long as we hand the power ourselves, then we can win it back inevitably with the institutions preserved, so we can then use those institutions in the end for prosecuting our agenda when we come back to power. What happens when you don't come back to power? Yeah. 50-year resident and green card holder being held in ICE detention in Tacoma. A woman who's lived in the United States for more than 50 years and is a green card holder is being held in ICE detention in Tacoma. Remember when I was in Japan and I talked about how the people that they're going after in the first batch, they're going to claim are violent criminals or whatever, but they're not going after violent criminals, and they're going to very quickly extend that. The violent criminal aspect of this is simply to get you on board, to get people who are oblivious on board with the processing, on board with the swift detention and deportations. But the reality of the matter is, if you are a person who has done a crime, regardless of your citizenship status, regardless of whether or not you are a documented or undocumented non-citizen, the American court systems obviously will still prosecute you. There is no world where someone goes, oh, dude, you're a Guatemalan migrant, but you've done like a severe felony. You've done a violent felony. Well, guess we can't prosecute you. You're free to go. Like, that's not how this works. But they made it seem as though that was how it worked by hiding this underlying premise that was what was going on under the Biden leadership. This is why I kept saying, like, if you do a crime on U.S. soil, you're going to get prosecuted for said crime. That's precisely the reason why there isn't like hundreds of thousands, if not millions of like violent criminals that are just like roaming the streets right now. You're fucking delusional if you think that. That's precisely the reason why the people that they're going to grab either from the prison system, so they have already been prosecuted, so that they can make it seem like they're deporting violent criminals, or they're going to grab people for erroneous claims and ridiculous things like trespass. You know what I mean? Oh, you have trespass on your you have a trespass arrest warrant on your record. You're gone. Doesn't matter if you were here for 20 fucking years. Yeah. Here's that demon, Tom Homan, trying to speak like a human about the tools in the toolbox.
I think it's going to open up a lot of eyes. I think illegal aliens, most vulnerable, are not going to spend their life savings to hand it to a criminal cartel to come to the United States, knowing we end at catch and release. You're not going to be released in the United States. You're going to be deported immediately. And as the Secretary said, we got a lot of tools in the toolbox. El Salvador prison's one. We got Gitmo. We got other countries. So for those countries who push back on taking their criminal nationals back, we'll send them to another country. We got a lot of tools in this toolbox. Again, President Trump's a game changer. We got illegal immigration on board down 96% because of the policies of the Trump administration. And we got, let's say, record number of criminals. We still got a lot.
This is such a weird thing to do also because like they're objectively making America an uninhabitable place to live, specifically to, you know, make it so that like these scary brown people don't come here. It's like, dog, you're making white people fucking less safe, okay, as well. If your goal was to build a white supremacist, white nationalist utopia, yeah, guess what, dude? Nobody wants to fucking live here anymore. Not just like the Guatemalan migrants. They didn't do shit anyway. It's so fucking stupid. Yeah, you think Nazi Germany was great for the Volk, for the Volkish Germans? No, it wasn't.
A lot more to do in the interior, but we got the right team put together. This is the greatest team I've seen in my over 40 years serving as a special agent, a border patrol agent. I've never seen a team this serious about making this country safe. We got a great president. He's got a great team. So I wake up every day like a kid in the candy shop, getting ready to go to work. And I know we're making a difference every day.
Here's the last piece I'm going to cover on this issue specifically. Vince Warren, the director of the CCR, human rights lawyer, reacts to the detention of a Tufts University PhD student by ICE agents.
Encourage every one of your listeners to rewatch that video. It is shocking. It tugs at the hearts of what it means to be a person in this country. Here you have someone that is leaving, walking down the street, and she's accosted by people wearing hoods, people wearing masks that forcibly take her phone, take her backpack. She screams. In another video, you can hear one of the people who's filming saying, "What is this, a kidnapping?" And they're like, "No, we're the police." And the person says, "You don't look like the police." And they don't look like the police, and they're not acting like the police. This is the type of things that happens in authoritarian regimes all around the world. And in fact, it's the reason why for over 100 years, immigrants have been coming to this country because they think this is the type of thing that doesn't happen here.
Yeah, ironic, but true. No, literally. This is part of the reason why I came to America. Like what he's talking about right now is literally why I wanted to come to America when I was this young boy who thought about this place as like a nation of prosperity, you know? It's crazy. Like ask any first generation migrant in this country right now and he will tell you like, yeah, dude, what the fuck is going on? This is like shit that I didn't want to face. Anyway, I'm going to talk to Ested Herndon of the New York Times right now. I forgot that we were supposed to converse with one another earlier in the day, half an hour ago, but luckily he was able to join the call. And yeah, I'm going to talk to him right now about updates from his earlier pieces about how people were reacting to the Trump victory. Ested, can you hear me? Yes, I can. Thank you for coming on.
Yeah, what's up? How are you?
I'm all right as one can be.
Yeah. I was listening to you talk about Homan and some of the other things. I think you're right to point out the broader strategy of kind of erasing civil protection. I interviewed Homan a couple years ago, and he's been planning this for years. And that's someone who's really serious about the broader effort of not just removing criminal unauthorized immigrants, but basically just changing the scope of the immigration system broadly.
Yeah. It's a dire situation that's ahead of us, and I think, or a dire situation that's happening right now, but I think that actually dovetails nicely into what I wanted to talk about, which is, of course, how are people reacting to this? Now, you have a piece, you do this podcast called The Run Up for the New York Times, where you interview regular Americans to the best of your ability, and that's what we were going to talk about today. Updates on that. So
Yeah,
I'm
we
very
started
excited to
calling
have you.
back. We started calling back some of the people we met last year on the campaign trail as part of a process of bringing the show back. The episodes aren't out yet, and we're still going through the process, but we're already starting to see some things that really match up with some of the numbers. I mean, the biggest thing that came through is there is a sense of I think that of surprise of what we were hearing folks express that they feel like Trump isn't focusing on some of the issues they thought he would. I think we were hearing from people particularly upset around tariffs and particularly upset around the role that Elon Musk kind of has, the co-presidency of it all. That came up a bunch. But the other thing that really came through, and this is not necessarily about Donald Trump, is the complete collapse of faith in the Democratic Party. Among the undecided voters we talked to already, maybe about 10, 15 of them, even the people who have not liked what Trump has done, still did not regret voting for him. And almost all of them said that their vote, that it wasn't a situation where they thought the Democrats would have been a preferable option. And so I definitely think that there's an emerging picture here of Trump as a figure who has a lot of leeway among the electorate to shake shit up, really. And I think that kind of premise is one that is actually really held. But the things that he has chosen to do that on, I think specifically the economic front and the risk of increased inflation or chaos driven by these tariffs have really landed as people as not necessarily what they signed up for. But it's kind of different than some of the stuff we expect, honestly. There was a lot of leeway for him to focus on illegal immigration. I would bring up things like deportations and some of the things we've seen. And honestly, we saw people largely say they were okay with it. Now, I think it's partially a little different than what you were talking about. They don't really have a sense of where this might go in the future. But as of right now, because of the focus and the story they've been telling about criminal migrants and focusing on them, that has really latched on with some folks already. And so it's not really Ukraine or immigration. It was much more so Elon Musk as a person, as a figure, and also tariffs, really. And so, if we add up the parts of the America First agenda that weren't landing, it might not be what folks expect, but it does show this kind of shift in the electorate, which I think is part of the reason the White House is a little scared. I'm sure you saw today Elise Stefanik pulling back her nomination for the UN ambassador. That's 100% because the White House is thinking about that congressional seat and the fact that they have really pissed off a group of people. And so are Democrats the vessel to seize on that right now? I'm not sure, but there is an opportunity partially because of the way that this White House has gone about fulfilling that mandate.
Yeah, the Elise Stefanik one is interesting. Definitely, there's a lot of discontent, and I think one of the things that is probably too early for you to analyze is the Signal group chat situation, right? I think that has also caused a lot of discontent and a lot of chaos amongst people who might have even been Trump supporters in general.
That was happening on the day we were really calling people, and we heard it come up a couple times, but not necessarily in the kind of Hillary email servers. And for sure, we'll see polling and stuff on this as we talk to people more. But it was really just kind of amateur hour example. And so people were referencing it as a sign of the White House's kind of unseriousness. Now, if that turns into something bigger later, I think we'll hear some of that more. But it was really just used as a sign that these are kind of folks who haven't taken the role in the office seriously. But, people really have and I'm reminded of this every time we do these efforts, people really have a sense that they think they know Trump and they think they know him better than everyone else. And so oftentimes when you'll bring up something, and, I was talking to someone and she was like, oh, well, Elon Musk will only be there for less than 6 months. And I was like, how do you know that? What's informing you? What's they were like, well, I just don't think Donald Trump will keep him around if he becomes too much of a nuisance. People tell themselves a story about Trump. And so it really insulates him oftentimes from some political consequences because people just block out the possibility of certain stuff happening.
Yeah. I think it's weirdly parasocial. It's cultish in the old terminology to use, but it's very parasocial in the sense that they have confidence in Trump as the utmost authority. So virtually everything he does, it's actually for the greater good. And maybe we simply don't understand it. I think that's always been Trump's weapon, though, because he is a great room reader and he's been able to cultivate such a fan base by, one, taking advantage of the weaknesses of the Democratic Party in terms of both messaging and platform, and then also been able to show himself as a strong leader. I interviewed two people. I went to the Bernie rally in Nevada, I was invited there by their team, and I interviewed Bernie and AOC there as well. But outside of that, I also talked to two Uber drivers, one that was apolitical but right-wing, and the other that was apolitical but liberal, one Kamala voter and one Trump voter. And I think the Trump voter, basically podcast guy, operating on exactly the boundaries that you just referenced, talking about, you know, all of the irrelevant things that podcasters have told him are very significant and that Trump is like taking serious action against. But what I think was really enlightening about the conversation that I had with the Kamala voter was that she was a black woman in Vegas, and they were both Tesla drivers. I don't know what that means, but and she was saying that she was basically saying, like, there's no, like, I didn't like the Democrats either, but I have a feeling of discontent. I have an overall feeling of unease, so much so that I'm actually planning with my husband to move out of the country to a more affordable place. Talking about potentially moving to Ghana or Thailand. Now, you know, this is all TikTok related stuff that they've compiled this information randomly. But what was interesting about it? What was interesting about it was that she basically she was uneasy about Trump's actions, but she brought up the point that at least he is a go-getter, if that makes sense. And I think that is really important to recognize when we look at the approval ratings of Donald Trump. Even if he's doing something that's like inherently chaotic, he's still seen as a guy who is doing anything. Whereas, and it goes back to the overall discontent that people have experienced and the overall lack of interest and trust that they place, or faith that they place in the institutions, because they haven't served them. So they look to Trump as a guy who, you know, they might not agree with his methods, but at least he's doing something, as opposed to the Democrats who are doing nothing, the do-nothing Democrats. And the reason why I brought this up is because of what you just presented as what people are paying attention to, right? On either side of the political spectrum. They're paying attention to the silliness. They're paying attention to maybe the tariffs, which will have dire economic backlash for the average American, or at least that's how it's being presented in the media overall. And they're not necessarily paying attention to the erosion of the First Amendment protections that are currently afforded to citizens and non-citizens alike, and also the Department of Homeland Security deportation processes that are grabbing random people. Now, I think tariffs are still important. I think Elon Musk undermining the administrative body is very important. Having said that, what they're doing on the other side that people are not paying attention to will have far more dire consequences in the long run, I think, or at least they work hand in hand with one another. The reason why they're not focusing on it, however, still goes back to the Democrats, because I think that there's a real crisis of leadership in the Democratic Party, reflected by the attitude that these people you interviewed are demonstrating. But it's also because they are not directing their anger and resentment, or directing the anger and resentment of the overall population to these issues, to these like severe violations of the constitutional protections. And they're dropping the ball in a spectacular fashion, because I think if more people were aware of these actions, the media would cover it more. If the Democrats made a big fuss about these sorts of things, as they have done about the tariffs, as they have done about, Elon Musk individually ruining the federal government, more people would be very, very worried, and they should be very worried. So I think both.
I mean, I actually think what you're
go
laying
ahead.
out here is a huge point. Like, the things that people focus on from the administration are not necessarily the things that are part of the broader project of executive power that is the goal of this administration. Like, when we talk about Project 2025, it's not just a random list of things. It is a cohesive view of how conservatives want to reshape executive authority in the federal government. And so sometimes it's very hard for me when I'm talking to folks, because I know that, right? Like, I know those things. I've been in those conservative spaces. And sometimes you will hear parts of the Republican Party articulate that vision, right? Like, For a lot of those Republicans, they take a lot of pride in the fact that they have reshaped their party from being the George Bush Chamber of Commerce style to this sort of a version of Republicans. But that's not necessarily what people ingest from Donald Trump. And so you'll hear the silliness come up all the time. Gulf of Mexico, America, Canada, 51st state, Greenland type of stuff. But you're not hearing the necessary, or even, I think Doge is actually a great example of this, because people's focus is on Elon Musk as a person and kind of the chaos generally. You know, one of the things we tried to do in a video I did for the Times a couple weeks ago was Doge is an effort that they are picking intentional legal fights because they have sat around and thought about ways that they want the president to have power to shape over those agencies. They have rewritten executive orders for the purposes of the legal fights to come. And so these are all intentional battles that they're picking. And I think that part gets really lost in the mud. And I somewhat think it's certainly a media challenge. I would say Democrats also, but I really think like sometimes we talk over the Trump project. And if it's just like, you know, an individual caught following this individual crazy guy, I think you miss the broader point. Because a big difference, I think, between him this time versus last time is the way in which he has brought a movement along with him that has a specific vision. And so this time around is much more about exacting that and reshaping. I always go back to kind of executive authority, but you're right about like about deportations, about free speech rights. I think they're intentionally going to pick some fights with media about press freedom. They're going to there are goals that they have that are just inevitable over the next several years. And the other thing I think is important to say is like one time I ran this past a couple Trump people being like, there's some real risk of backlash here, right? Like tariffs are largely unpopular, like that type of stuff. And they really just aren't calibrating themselves for kind of political midpoint. You know, I think there is a sense that they have already experienced what it is when the government is all pointed fingers at them, or what happens when they lose the House in the midterms. And they're kind of trying to make it such. They're trying to change presidential authority such. So even if they lose some House seats, Congress is just generally more irrelevant. Right? So the goal of the next year and a half, the goal of the next couple years is about power in general and about a reshaping of government and culture that I think like that I think they really don't even care what the political backlash is to that, because I think that goal is bigger than that.
Yeah, absolutely. And this, by the way, is the Unitary Executive Committee process that was entertained and thought up of far before Donald Trump even, when Donald Trump was writing or taking out op-ed or, full page New York Times ads talking about how we need to assassinate black teenagers in the Central Park Five or whatever, that even back then, the Republican think tanks were trying to figure out ways of undermining the legislative body and basically making the president a monarch. So this is quite literally an extension, maybe a logical conclusion of that. It's just Trump is the vehicle that will deliver this change to the American Constitution, it seems, or maybe someone that comes after.
And the first time he wasn't necessarily fit for that because they were so surprised he won the primary and they were so surprised he won the race that it was just a reaction. Now, as he's been the unquestioned leader of Republican Party, him and the kind of heritage view that's been plotting this, you correctly to point out, since Reagan, right, have really linked up to meld their goal, to merge their goals. And so I really think that Trump experiencing those charges and his like retribution view allowed him to be a much better vessel for that kind of unitary executive theory, because for him it now works in terms of like power and exacting revenge from a set of enemies he thinks targeted him while he was out of office. But it really is a part of a longer project, and so it's hard even right now when people ask like or even I think there's a lot of Democrats who are saying how do we get this energy channeled? What should we do? Like how do we what's the electoral response to Trumpism right now? And I'm like, I know that there's certainly, I think public pushback matters, and I think we've seen that in certain instances. But what their bigger project is to really insulate themselves from public reaction, and to insulate themselves and insulate their policy goals from being responsive to that.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I try to stress, talking to Bernie, talking to AOC, what I'm trying to get them on board with is like, my position, for example, on Israel and Palestine is obviously significantly different than the overwhelming majority, if not the entirety of Congress, including but not limited to the likes of Bernie Sanders and AOC. Having said that, the issue of going after student protesters and student activists without any sort of serious, without any sort of evidence whatsoever of like any sort of wrongdoing is not being done because these guys are truly terrified of, I think, students doing protests against Israel. Like, that's a secondary reason. The primary reason why they're using this issue is because they can use anti-Semitism and also pro-Israeli groups that are that play a formative role in the lobbying efforts against Democrats and Republicans alike to undermine constitutional protections for documented, undocumented citizens and non-citizens alike, with the ultimate goal of eroding due process protections and eroding, search and seizure protections, and last but not least, eroding free speech protections. Like, and I'm really worried that a lot of Americans are completely oblivious to this because they either don't care or because like the Democrats themselves seemingly don't care enough about this stuff.
I think you're right that a lot of folks are focused on this. And there's a really tough part, even about the cycles that I live in my job, because the year after an election, you feel the electorate step back from politics mostly. And so a lot of the things even we're doing now is partly because I want to keep a tighter check-in with some of these voters to see what is even cutting through to them and what isn't. And it's sometimes, to your point, it's very rarely going to be that kind of larger articulation of political power unless media does a little bit of a better job putting those pieces together. And I think politicians can use a bully pulpit to focus their efforts on that too.
Yeah.
But, when you mention even Palestine or other things, I mean, I think that there's just not been an acknowledgement that Democrats are on the wrong public opinion side on some of this stuff. And it comes up in these talks, right? Like when we ask people about the moments where their faith collapsed in the Democratic Party, people bring up immigration. People feel like the Biden administration did not listen to an inflation and immigration crisis kind of in 2021, 2022. People bring up Palestine, that they feel like the party represented a status quo in terms of specifically supporting foreign governments or feeling like, we're supporting, slaughter over there. And then people also, I think, and this has been a new one, honestly, every single person we talk to mentioned trans women in sports. And I don't actually think that was that big of a deal 6 to 8 months ago. But it has clearly become a thing that folks have latched onto about ways to show the Democratic Party is out of touch. And so even when we talk about a couple of issues where they're just legitimately, I think, kind of flagrantly on the wrong side of public opinion, those become stand-ins for people to say, this is just politics as usual. And they're the kind of like Democrats of the same, they're just swapping out faces on the same thing we already know. And those are the times they have really brought that up. But I honestly got to think on a couple of these things, I don't think Republicans are wrong to say that Democrats are on the wrong side of a 70-30 issue when it comes to trans women in sports. Now, they could talk to the public about why and try to shift that public opinion, right? You can lead. Like your other option here, if you're not going to change your opinion, is to lead and to tell a story about why this matters and about what's important. So that's your other option. But they're not doing that, really. They're kind of sticking their heads in the sand. And as they've done that, the Republican Party, and specifically this last Trump campaign, has defined them around kind of, that the ad they spent the most money on, the she's for they, them, not for you. It worked. And so I would say like a big difference, and even my interactions with people, is they bring that up every single time.
Yeah.
And that was not true last year.
So that's a really interesting point, and I think it goes back to the same thing that you and I have talked about time and time again, which is that, and it's something that I brought forward to the Pod Johns when I had a conversation on Pod Save America as well, both before the election and after the election, which is that if you are undefinable by policies and if you're constantly focus group testing and you're letting the Republicans dominate the messaging landscape, then yeah, you're undefinable and your enemies the Republicans will be able to define you to whatever position that they want to define you by. And that is incredibly successful and is yet another example of complete capitulation to the Republicans being super damaging to the Democratic Party. They got crushed on the messaging front because they were policyless. If this is twofold. The problem is twofold. One, there's no counter messaging. Two, there's no definable policy that you can attribute to the Democrats that are going to tangibly improve people's material realities. If the Democrats could be, like Bernie Sanders, associated with a couple key issues, then it would be virtually impossible to say, no, this is what they stand for. But because the Democrats don't stand for anything, and look, we follow politics fairly closely. I would say a lot closer than the average American citizen, right? And I can't tell you what the Democrats stand for. Can you?
They stand for Donald Trump is bad. I think they stand for institutions are good.
Yeah, that's what exactly.
I think to me it's like a vague defense of institutions. But to your point, and I think, Ezra Klein and a couple others have been talking more about this, but there needs to be a language of improving institutions that Democrats were not engaging in because they were defending these things that people weren't invested in. And I'm glad that you brought up Bernie because he's really someone who I think when you're out in the world, and as I've covered both of his presidential runs, it's a helpful person to use when you think about the Democratic Party's future, because the type of people you meet who are Bernie supporters in places like Iowa or others are never the type that you basically see online, right? They wouldn't even define themselves as progressives. They don't even think in an ideological lens. What they do understand is they think there's too much money in politics. They think that they think the establishment has not helped change come about. And so the things that he's associated with are what is actually allowing that authenticity to come through. But they're not really thinking in the left, right, left center binary. And so I always am telling people, I would meet people on the trail. I remember this, particularly in the 2020 primary, who were torn between Bernie and Michael Bloomberg, right? And they would think in our ideological brain, those are at odds, but it wasn't, because it was two people who they felt like they understood what they believed in and they had the trust in that. And I feel like when we talk about Democrats going forward, there's way too much focus on the individual policy position, like center, mid, and left. And I sometimes think that's driven by a centrist pundits and sometimes media who just want to punch at left. I'm like, the real thing I feel like I experience is a lack of authenticity and a lack of trust with voters. That's not really driven by the calibration of ideology, but it's about how you're communicating to them and the fact that you really aren't playing in the things that people most care about. A good example is I hear about term limits all the time. I hear about people wanting to hear things about homelessness or how to fix, their education comes up all the time, right? There are things in which happen on the ground level that people just don't even play in on the politics level. And so I'm recalibrating that feels like much more of a useful exercise for the party over the next couple years to me than fighting over how to best perform Trump opposition at the State of the Union. I'm their problem is not whether you hold cards or not. And actually, in that one, I understand AOC not showing up at all. I understand Al Green showing up and yelling at him. I don't understand what they were doing in the middle, Yeah. And so I'm that to me is always their
even
problem.
Coming after Al Green, which was insane. They some Democrats actually criticized him as well for his actions. So it blew my mind because what you're describing about key issues that people have anger around right now are also ones that they have come up with because of their individual experiences. They're not even being directed to be angry towards those sorts of things, right? This is without the Democratic Party leading them to get mad about specific issues like this. So that's free ball. That's free game for them to just pick up. So that's incompetence on a different level. My argument always is, obviously, under the existing duopoly, the counterbalance to the Republican messaging has to come from the Democrats that actually whip up support for certain issues in the same way that the Republicans have. Because it's not like the Republican Party has ever cared about an issue being really unpopular. I mean, look, they no matter which way they can, they get that across for their most loyal fans, for the tapped in 30% evangelical white Christian base. They will deliver something that is unimaginably unpopular. The abortion rights being taken away, women's bodily autonomy being taken away. Democrats would never demonstrate political courage of that sort. That's like not even a question. And I think that they need to do that significantly more frequently and be associated with key policies and constantly talk about how good they are. Because if they don't do that, then the space is flooded by Republicans simply lying to create just cause for the immigration enforcement actions that they're taking place, or misdirecting people's attentions back to like the 49 trans athletes that were participating in NCAA competitions. Donald Trump signing an executive order surrounded by female athletes and making a big show of force is nothing but simple misdirection. If I were to remove the morality of transphobia versus protecting trans people, it is ironically no different than what the Democrats are being branded as. Silly people that only care about 0.1% of the population. Now, obviously, I'm saying I'm removing the morality because I think it is immoral to violate the civil liberties of trans people. But ultimately, it still plays the role of a distraction. When you focus on that, you think, oh, this person is doing something for me because I've heard over and over again that this is a major problem. And now I agree that this is a major problem because no one told me this is not a major problem at all. And the people that are ostensibly on the side of trans people are not doing anything for me at all. And even on the policy front, they're not doing anything for trans people. They're just aesthetically claiming that they care about trans people without actually ever doing any sort of serious protections for them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, the other option is to stand up, right? Like, the other option is to do something. And so I'm like, when that's not taken, it makes no sense to me. But you're really right to point out the differences in where each party starts. Republicans force their moderates there to basically come along with it, or they will get rid of them. Whereas the Democrats work from the opposite premise. And I think it's also been different because Republicans have had much a bigger culture, particularly under Donald Trump, of fueling primary challenges, of ridding congressional members who do not follow the agenda, right? Like, all I heard at Trump rallies over the last 2-3 years was not even anger at Democrats, was an anger that they felt Republicans stymied his first term. And so when they were coming back for a second term, they were going to put pressure on Republicans to follow through on the Trump agenda. That's not how Democrats talk, right? And so there is definitely a difference in terms of the political project of both of those sides. But I think it's really a macro kind of loss for Democrats. This, 24, they didn't just lose the election. Their theory of the case has collapsed, right? Like, the establishment theory of the case over the last 8 years, since I think Obama, has really rested on a coalition of basically identity politics that they felt could overwhelm everything else. That if the other side was regressive on a kind of cultural front, that they could hold their side together, and that diversity, diversity is their strength, also overlapped with like a kind of demographic destiny argument. It's not true. And so all of the things that it's just not true, right?
It's
so
woke racism. It literally is
right,
like, oh, these Mexicans, these stupid Mexicans will vote for us.
Right, we talked about this time, but this is a flattening of all those identities. And so what they have on their hands is a legitimate challenge where they need to find something that cuts through. But when we talk about homelessness or education or things, they usually, in my opinion, avoid the issues that would make rich folks mad. And that is going to be a problem for them if they're also, because those are also the issues that combine the types of people they're losing. And so I really think right now they have a couple problems on their hands. They lost the stands after the election. They lost people who are deeply invested in the party because they felt as if they haven't stood up for them. But they can fix that, I think, over the next year or so or going into the midterms. There's a base problem that I think is much more about malaise, is much more about lack of vision, to your point, and is much more, I think, about a misalignment between the people who they take their incentives from, whether it be media or donors or who are that, and the disconnects among their base. And so one of the reasons I think they over-indexed on identity, on representation, is because, frankly, that is a language that works for a certain class of people who benefited from that. But that was never the language on the bottom. I was at George Floyd's memorial, right? They were not talking in that type of stuff, right? But
Yeah.
it was something that benefited certain groups of people. So they have I really think they have like a soul search that's going to take a little bit, because if they want to touch, education or homelessness or tech or AI, they might have to make somebody mad. They might have to stand for something.
Yeah.
And I don't know how many of them want to.
Yeah, so therein lies also a structural hurdle for the current Democratic Party. The base being misaligned and their interests not being represented by the Democrats is to a certain degree intentional. I'm not saying that they're like controlled opposition, even though they kind of functionally are, considering that they serve the same corporate interests as the Republicans do. But the structural hurdle in terms of what you just mentioned, with Republicans saying we're going to primary people who are anti-Trump, is that Trump, at the end of the day, regardless of the tariff stuff, is consolidating power, but not disrupting the pre-existing hierarchy where corporations are going to get massive tax breaks, right? So corporate bottom lines, corporate profit is still the number one thing that Trump wants to do. There might be a different vision of how to get there. There might be a different method of how to get there, but ultimately he's still very much in support of, the stock market always going up and corporations having record high profits year over year. And the issue is the Democrats also want that, and they can't shake themselves out of that, out of the 49-51% dynamic between corporate power, where it's like, okay, we have our woke billionaires and they have their reactionary billionaires. And when push comes to shove, it's obvious that the reactionary billionaires would much rather give in to the guy that's going to hand them the keys of the castle in the way that Donald Trump has. So seeing Hakeem Jeffries like run to Silicon Valley to give assurances to the remaining Silicon Valley tech CEOs that like we will give you also unfettered access was truly terrifying about the vision that the party has for its own future. Because yes, I think that they have to drop this thing and go full tilt left populist messaging. And that is going to cause a little bit of fissures within the party as it exists, but there is no other way out of this, because if they don't do that, then it's over. The party's over, democracy, or what remains of the theoretical democracy is over, and it's just all Republican authoritarian controlled all the way down from here on out.
By the time the Democrats get to the time where they can sort this out, which will be 2027, the country will be fundamentally changed, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like, I think that we will be in a different place. I think our political system will look differently. I think that what I believe in this administration, I believe their seriousness. I believe their willingness to test every end and push past it. And I think we are only in the first stages of that. And so the midterms did not solve this. Like, one thing I have learned in going through this a couple times, a disjointed Democratic Party can still have a good midterm elections. Midterms are usually individual races that are vessels about dissatisfaction and do not have to deal with a broader vision.
Or special elections, even worse than the midterms.
They have a hyper-engaged group of people.
Yeah.
There was a reason why Democrats were doing good in special elections under Biden, even though that was not translating to the top of the ticket. So there's a lot of ways that they can make kind of individual inroads over the next couple years. But what you're laying out, and what I think I'm laying out, and what I think is their core problem, is a vision question, is a alignment question, is an authenticity question. Like, I think they simply have the type of messengers who aren't used to being truthful, to be real. I don't think they're used to really answering and standing on what they believe in.
Yeah.
Right. And so as someone who has been going at these, going and asking about what is the core here? Why is, things are the way they are? I remember doing this with Harris, really trying to figure out what is the vision that tells you why problems are the way they are and what you would do to fix them. We did this at the DNC. We were like, what is the difference between a Kamala Harris-led party and a Joe Biden party? Like, is it substantive? And those answers really couldn't come. But I actually would say, to go back to the Gaza-Palestine point, at that time, They were showing more openness to having a different type of message or policy on that front. And that was part of the reason there, I do think there was that good vibe, right? And so I think as those things start to shift, and she sounds more and more like the current administration, is as that stuff dissipates. But there are litmus tests that people have about ways to show you're different than politics as usual. And so one thing I think is fundamental that what Donald Trump has done is introduced a different version of how politics can look. And so a lot of people have wanted that for a long time,
Yeah.
even if you don't like what he's doing.
No,
And
he's
so I think,
fascist FDR. Like 100%.
yeah, I'm like, and come in 2027, there is going to be a Democrat who tries to take that ethos and does something different with it. And I think that version is probably the one that wins out. Because I feel as if there is a palpable energy on the ground to rethink what liberalism is. I think there is a sense of failure from the party that's really pervasive. And we felt that last year as part of the reason Donald Trump won in the first place. The sense of like what has happened, and we did, Democrats telling us we did not send our best in 2024, and we're dealing with that. They kind of feel like they led Donald Trump back to the White House more so than he wanted. That's what's driving this. And so I just don't think that goes away, even if, they went back the House by a couple seats in a year.
Yeah, I do fear that they will learn no lessons and keep doing business as usual and consistently try
But
to.
what I'm saying is that they might actually just do the same thing. What I
Yeah.
think is going to happen is an outsider is going to push them in 2 years. So the
Hopefully.
sentiment doesn't actually require an establishment seizing and understanding it. It just requires some type of figure emerging. And all I'm saying is like the ground is really ripe for that.
Yeah. No, I think that's precisely what Bernie is trying to do right now because look, independent, democratic socialist, whatever, doesn't matter. He still is a party man. Like he has caucused with the Democrats in perpetuity for the 800 years that he's been in Senate and the 900 years that he's been
Particular party
alive.
man under Joe Biden. He really likes Joe Biden.
Yeah.
He was a fairly deferential party member for Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm like, it's not just these caucuses with Democrats, but specifically with Joe Biden's Democratic Party, he was a pretty loyal party member.
Yeah. And I think that was his, inevitably, that's where like I, as someone who has a lot of respect for Bernie Sanders, on that issue specifically, I find myself at odds with him because I think he still believes that if he does all of these rallies, if he does, and tens of thousands of people show up all around the country to these struggle sessions where everyone is talking about their issues and whatnot, that the Democrats will look to that and go, oh, we got to do that too. I think that is ultimately short-sighted in terms of if all of that energy and all that momentum, I think, is not directly being funneled into issues that are currently undermining the American future, the preservation of the Constitution, things that Americans, if you ask them directly, would say they care about, certainly, but currently they're not aware of. If they don't actually move all of this organization and all these people that are, getting agitated and supporting Bernie Sanders in that direction, I think it's going to be for nothing. And that's what I'm afraid of. That's what I worry about. Or spontaneously, we're just going to have people running for office that are those leaders that you're talking about. But I don't want to leave it up to chance.
Right? Well, see, like I thought 3 years ago that somebody would recognize that America thought Biden was like way too old to serve a second term. I was like, don't we all know this? But so I'm not necessarily believing that they're going to like step up in some moment. What I guess I'm saying is, I think that right now, this is also a different community for Bernie than traditionally. Like, I think these are loyal Democrats who are looking for someone and who have come to him. And some of these people who I even have seen at these things were people who were pretty skeptical of him in his like original presidential runs. These are people who are capital D partisan Democrats who are looking for a channel in frustration. If I am a regular Democrat in Congress, that's the lesson I would take from that, was the Bernie's level of authentic messaging is actually really appreciated by a lot of questions of that base. I think that's a different group of people than the people who are basically ingesting Trump from afar right now.
No, that Bernie
And
wins the
so-
primary. Like those are the primary voters. Those are
Exactly.
the
I'm saying
capital D
it's actually
Democrats.
really interesting to me that in this moment he's gotten those people back, because those are the people who I will never forget. In the kind of I was covering Warren in 2020, and so many of her voters end up going to Biden and not to Bernie, and a lot of that was really about partisan identity. Was about their before they were progressive or left or whatever, that they were really Democrats. And that was their real comfort with Biden. It was a kind of traditional party politics.
Yeah.
So Bernie has like, I think, done himself good in this moment by speaking to that sentiment. It's going to require someone who can get those, who can speak in that language that brings, I call them the stands back, but also bring back the people who have stepped away, who are not, who I think it's much more about vision than the kind of expression of anger.
Yeah, no, this is like the most, in the most basic terms, this is exactly what I saw from the Pod Save America audience that were like shocked at what I was saying, because they were like, I agree with everything this guy is saying. How have I never heard this from CNN, MSNBC, or even Pod Save America? And what I simply was telling them is like, I want a fighter. Like I hate the Republicans, and the Democrats don't sufficiently hate the Republicans. They want to be Republicans. I think that's despicable. It's the proximity to the Republicans in terms of attitude, policy, and politics. Well, not politics, but policy that frustrates me. And I think there are a lot of people that want that. A lot of people want Democrats to actually fight. And hopefully,
they've really latched themselves on to the kind of Lincoln Project lane of people. I don't really know what happens there, to be honest. Like, that's the kind of relationship that's become codependent. But if I'm the Democratic Party, I don't know what return I've really gotten on that relationship. Not a huge one, in my opinion. And this election was, I think they drive the kind of like most engaged people, whatever. But if the premise was that you were going to win over a sufficient amount of like traditional Republicans or institutionalists, that was what 2024's entire premise was. From Biden, Harris, Democratic establishment, was that the kind of coalition of the normal, right? I'm like, they have not proven to be, at minimum, they're not the vessels to reach those people, right?
Yeah.
So I'm like, I really don't understand where that type of relationship goes. But their kind of codependence is really important, I think, because it's, I think, really encouraged Democrats to keep leftist kind of populist politics at a distance, right? They were making an alliance on another sort.
Yeah.
And so those are the type of relationships that I think are going to be very interesting going forward. It's because I do think they've got into this kind of unholy alliance with all of these Trump fleeing Republicans, but it hasn't necessarily, and bringing themselves closer to them, they've gotten themselves, I think, a little further from their base, or at least are not asking them the type of questions that are going to get them closer to their base.
Absolutely.
And so what they do on that front is part of my interest over the next several years. But to your point, like, there's not like a leader doing that, right? There's not a place for that to happen right now. And so that's why it's so kind of chaotic, choose your fighter. It's because there's not a centralized, person or vision or think tank or something they're working from. I tweeted a couple weeks ago, where's the Liberal Project 2025, right? I'm like, where is actually the version of the Heritage Foundation for Democrats?
Yeah.
And I'm like, is that abundance? Is that Ezra?
I was just about to
now?
say, I didn't know, that's your boy. All right. But I was going to bring that up. That was going to be my final question for you.
That's what I was asking before, but like now, I'm halfway through it. And I'm thinking like, oh, I think this might be it.
But I feel like that is the same calculated academic language that comes across cold and disingenuous. And it's a reskinned version of like deregulatory politics or deregulatory policies and a public-private partnership. Like, let the markets finally, let the markets do its thing, is not going to get us across the finish line, especially when the way that you are presenting this is still, no disrespect to Ezra, I think his beard looks great, but a bunch of nerds, okay? Like, they're... Like, the average American sees him, and he's
right. Ezra's job is to think, right? And so I think that's fine, right? But in the way that has to work in politics, it needs a messenger. And I think one of the things in which what I would claim is like an abundance kind of Warren-y lane of liberals have not had is an ability to translate that message to a broader audience. And one, I would say, some of those kind of, I don't mean this about him because I don't think he's actually like this, but some of those nerds haven't wanted to translate that message, right?
Yeah.
And there's been actually a kind of haughtiness around it,
Yeah,
too.
it's smug. It's elitist. It is exactly
so
what...
I'm like, I would say this all the time to some folks. I'm like, and I say this even, I would say that I include some leftists in this too. Like, if your message of defund, for example, this is an obvious one.
Mhm.
Like, if I'm in Black communities and you haven't convinced anybody, if I'm in these if I'm in the places that are experiencing the brunt of police violence and nobody here agrees with you, that is an organizing problem. Like that is a problem that's completely independent of media, that's completely independent of Republicans on the other side. It feels to me as if some of that was not a desire to go to those people and feel like they are worthy of hearing that case.
Or look, it's the abolition argument as well. Like I understand the morality behind abolition, and I understand that like many activists, if you talk to them, many anarchists, if you talk to them, are actually incredibly reasonable on this issue, where they're not actually saying like no more laws or no more like regulatory force. They just want to democratize the process better so that like the outcomes actually protect and serve the broader public. So on the messaging front, on the messaging agenda, yes, there is a lot of like, on the left, I wouldn't say it's more so a problem with like academic language, but more so about moral purity and presenting yourself as like morally pure. On the neoliberal side, it certainly is. You're muted, by the way. You muted yourself.
Yeah, I was just agreeing with you. It's academic.
Yeah, it's this like academic language. Ultimately, I think, like I said, it still goes back to the structural hurdles when like the left is despised by both the liberals within the Democratic Party, and that much we have also seen in the way that like other people are now being moved into the left camp. Like when you're criticizing Indivisible and like, you know, other like Democratic Party funnel groups that are there to organize, door knock for you, fundraise for you. If you're calling them the Sunrise Movement, you know, if you're comparing them to like a bunch of, socialist Marxist radicals that demand too much, go yell at the Republicans. Like you've lost it. Like you've lost the plot in its entirety. You have no organizational capability and you have no interest in actually organizing at all. And so I think
actually, I would say like that's a big lesson I took from the last couple years, and I remember us talking about it too. Was like remove policy, remove even politics. There is a process problem among the Democratic Party where they're not actually used to being in conversation with their voters, and so I actually found a lot of the politicians to be uncomfortable with a legitimate expression of democracy, as I would say, of people actually pushing back and thinking of their jobs as having to hear that. Because one thing I would always be like is if you had, to the point of Indivisible or something, I'm like, if you were someone over the last couple of years who weren't engaging with the fact of how Americans felt about Biden, you were head in sand. What were you as a politician outside? Like you could not tell me your constituents did not bring it up. You could not tell me that. I know that's true. So I'm like, some of it is actually because the party had talked so much about, duty to the president, and they would not talk about duty to their own voters. They didn't even see their own job as being reactive to those voters. And so I'm like, some of what you're talking about here is like not even just the people involved or even the policies that they choose, but that there is a process problem among partisan politics where I would actually say Republicans at this point under Trump are much more used to interacting with their base and the uncomforts of that than Democrats are.
Oh yeah.
And so some of that is literally, I think some of that indivisible uncomfort is because I think particularly congressional Democrats aren't used to being held accountable by their own voters.
Oh yeah. No, this is, I mean, and it is reflected in the like high informational voter cycle. Democrats for years have trained their most loyal partisans into saying democracy is not important. These public servants are not accountable to the public. They are marginally the better option in comparison to the scary Republicans. And that's why you still hear it. I used to have a joke in my community where I'd be like, show me the pay stubs. Are you a DNC operative? Do you work for the Democratic Party? Why are you here defending the Democrats and their ineptitude for free? Like, it doesn't make any sense. You know, you're not Neera Tanden, you're not Matt Iglesias, you're not getting paid by these groups, and yet here you are on your own volition defending the ineptitude of the Democratic Party, telling me that no, better things are not possible. This is not a winning message. And they've lost time and time again. And obviously something needs to change. Something needs to change within the Democratic Party, or it's over. It's just completely done. And
Yeah,
I do
think
fear
this November the bottom fell out, though. I think even among the people I know who I used to probably have that same thought, being like, I think this is particularly true of like, there's an identity piece to partisanship too. You feel as if defining yourself against the other side is important. But I feel like in reaction to this election, I heard Democrats kind of universally say that this was on them. And I feel as if that is not an election reaction I've universally heard. And it's not the same one as I hear online. I still see the kind of like Biden, dark Brandon Twitter talking about we just blame the voters, whatever. Like, I think that's a friend, like kind of online hysterical stand. I think the majority of your normal Democrats legitimately feel as if the party failed them, and that's what you're seeing being channeled into the Bernie AOC thing, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's why there's an openness to different types of figures that there wasn't true before, and frankly, that's why you're seeing some outsiders, I think, like lurk around stuff. I mean, Stephen A's doing his crazy LeBron thing now, but before that, he was on, he was on The View talking about all that type of stuff, right? Like, I think there is a growing type of person who is acknowledging that, because I find 2024 to be indefensible. Like, the route to how they got there, I don't think a person in good faith can really defend that as a working party.
Yeah.
So whether it's message, whether it's the individual politician, or whether it's process, it's definitely something. Like, something led to that disaster.
No, absolutely. Well, Estad, thank you so much for coming on. Once again, always a pleasure to have you on. Is there anything you want to promote before we let you go?
Our new episodes are coming out in the next couple weeks. They will be running on the daily and the run-up feed, and I will also be doing some videos of the Times, doing some politics explainers about what to focus on during Trump. I think there's way too much news right now. I think you have to know when you cut through the noise, and so I'm trying to make up like a series of things of being like, okay, what are the terms we need to know? What are the things that you should know to understand the kind of broader project that we were talking about at the beginning? Because I feel like, that kind of targeted understanding of this administration will last a lot more than, getting the deluge of news that comes at us every day. So when you see it, share it, check it out, and tell the Times you want more of them.
Hell yeah. Thank you, Estad. Have a good one, man. All right, that was Estad Herndon of the New York Times, one of my favorite recurring guests on the show. Hopefully that was an enlightening conversation. Estad, of course, is not reflective of the broader base of media in general. So do not mistake yourselves into thinking, do not delude yourselves into thinking, well, a lot of journalists are on the ball and on the money. No, by definition, his job requires him to go out and talk to people and not stay within the DC blob, not stay within the DMV zone. And that is precisely the reason why. That's precisely the reason why he has these sorts of opinions and is broadly reflective of the values that you present in this community and what you've grown accustomed to. So remember that. But that's also part of the reason why I always say there are still fantastic journalists out there, and they're incredibly valuable. They're an unimaginably valuable resource. Even at outlets such as the New York Times and many other places, despite the fact that on issues like Israel-Palestine, obviously they have dropped the ball spectacularly, and not even dropped the ball, but like actively harm and do appeals to more genocide. So going back to the conversation that was taking place beforehand, this is the last thing I wanted to show you. Vincent Warren being interviewed by Christiane Amanpour on CNN, the executive director for the Center for Constitutional Rights, talking specifically about the Turkish PhD student that was kidnapped by ICE agents and expeditiously shipped over to Louisiana to a favorable judge for subsequent deportation. Okay, this is the last video I'm going to show you on this matter before moving on to some other news stories.
But I think anybody watching this, I actually, just taking my lawyer hat off for a minute, I can't help but thinking about what would happen if this was my daughter, if this was my niece. How can we treat people in this manner? She's shocked by what's happening. And I think that when we take a look at it, we actually see that this is what the face of unfolding authoritarianism looks like in the context of the United States.
I mean, it is truly dramatic. And I just wanted to, ask you, you said, how could it happen, but why is it happening? The Massachusetts Attorney General, Andrea Joy Campbell, has said, the footage of the arrest a student here legally is disturbing. Based on what we now know, it's alarming that the federal administration chose to ambush and detain her, apparently targeting a law-abiding individual because of her political views. This isn't public safety, it's intimidation that will and should be closely scrutinized in court. Do you anticipate it getting its fair hearing in court? She's been carted off to Louisiana, which we know, and please, correct me if I'm wrong, may be easier to be deported from. What's the significance of her being in Louisiana?
Well, that's exactly right. As soon as she's taken off the streets, the lawyers filed an emergency motion in court in Massachusetts ordering that she not be transferred outside of Massachusetts. The court said, I make that order, and the federal government has to give everybody 48 hours notice before it intends to do so. But they did it anyway. And the reason why they send folks over 1,000 miles away from where their families and where their homes are is because they're trying, this is essentially a disappearance, that they're using ICE is using the federal immigration detention regime to be able to move people around precisely so that lawyers cannot stop them from doing their illegal activity. It's the courts have been very, very clear, and in this case, and I think also.
And the reason why they choose Louisiana is because there's a judge there. It's twofold. Louisiana judge, they're judge shopping. They're trying to create more paperwork, trying to create more confusion in terms of like having your lawyers have to like track you down, try to figure out where you're at. But they're also trying to find judges that will expeditiously deport people, like sign off on these deportations. I mean, this is fascism, straightforward fascism. Vincent Warren is right. Yeah. Driving the news, Tufts University. Okay, between the lines, the detainees were sent to Louisiana due to logistical and political calculation. Mary Yannick, a clinical associate professor at law at Tulane University, told Axios. During his first term, criminal justice reform efforts in Louisiana reduced the state's prison population, and the space in jails was quickly filled by federal government contracts with ICE. Louisiana has more detention beds for ICE than any other state save Texas. Once in ICE custody, federal immigration officials believe they can transfer you at any time at any facility in the country, often without notification of counsel. And because you can do that without notification of counsel, now you have two separate court cases. You can try to file a petition with a judge for a temporary restraining order on interstate travel like this to say you're not allowed to take this person. You're not allowed to get this person out of the state and send them to Louisiana, but that's why they do it fast. Okay. And also on top of that, there are more favorable judges that could expedite the process of deportation there. Yet, once in Louisiana's Western District, detainees face a difficult legal environment. If someone is appealing their immigration court case, those cases eventually go to the federal appellate circuits. In this case, the 5th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals, based in New Orleans. The 5th Circuit is arguably the most right-wing federal appellate in the court in the country. In fact, the court is so conservative that it has multiple rulings overturned by the conservative-leaning U.S. Supreme Court. But another way immigration cases can wind up in federal courts is if detainees file a habeas corpus petition to challenge the legality of their detention, as Khalil did. These cases typically wind up in district court, and in Louisiana, the majority of ICE detention centers are within the jurisdiction of the Western District. The Western District Court is the slowest moving of the state's district courts and very conservative, in which formal court orders releasing detainees are exceedingly rare. That's why they do it. You understand? It's twofold.
In our case that the Center for Constitutional Rights is doing with Mahmoud Khalil, this is precisely the
example where this didn't work. And it's because here's the, I guess, silver lining, kind of, in all of this, in all of this chaos and confusion, here's the silver lining. Like with the case of the American Korean Columbia student, okay? As was the case with the American legal permanent resident who's been in the country since the age of 7, who is a legal permanent resident of Korean descent. As long as they can't get you, there's not really much they can do, because they can't bust your door down. Up until now, they can't bust your door down without a warrant. And if you live in New York, for example, if you live in Massachusetts, for example, like, no judge is going to give you a warrant to process an arrest inside of someone's home. It's just not, it's not going to happen. The only way they can get you is if you're out in the streets, okay? Or if you accidentally let these plainclothes officers into your home somehow. I don't know the exact details of Khalil's case, Mahmoud Khalil's case. I suspect that because it was owned by the university, there was some semblance of like the university playing ball potentially. About you, are you just staying at home then? I'm an American citizen, big dog. You know, ICE can try to grab me off the street and, you know, they'll, I guess, have to suck my penis in the process. Once again, as an American natural-born U.S. citizen, I'm at the tail end of that oppression cycle. If it's gotten to me, it means we're far too late. Okay, it's over.
Playbook. They move them around.
Yeah, what are they going to do? Deport me to fucking New Jersey? Oh, God. A fate I wish on no one.
And then they say, well, gosh, we didn't know. We didn't know that we weren't allowed to do that, but it's already done, so what are we going to do? So that requires the lawyers now to be able to file additional motions to have the person brought back so that they can have due process and get before a judge on the legality of their detention to begin with.
So Mahmoud Khalil was brought to New Jersey after his lawyers intervened. Do you think the intervening crackdown and intimidation of actual lawyers by the Trump administration, Paul Weiss, etc., is going to reduce the number of lawyers who will want to take this case, like Ozturk's case, or do you believe that will be petitioned and she will be brought back?
Well, I think for all of these cases, the important, and you asked the question, not so much how can this happen in America, but why is this happening in America right now? And with her case and with Mahmoud case, these are people that are in the country legally. And the only reason why the government is detaining them and frankly trying to disappear them and deport them is because of their defense of Palestinian rights and calling out the genocide and killing that's happening in Gaza. That is the only reason. Mm-hmm. And they're making claims that these are somehow connected to Hamas, which they are not, that these are connected to anti-Semitism, which they certainly are not. This is core disagreement with government policy. And relating to other lawyers, the attack on law firms that has been happening is also chilling because we know, and you know, Christian, from covering so many regimes, that out of the authoritarian playbook, you have to first kill all the lawyers, as Shakespeare said. You get the lawyers out of the picture. These law firms now are going to be less likely to want to jump in and challenge the administration on clearly illegal activity. And our hope is that the law firms will actually stand up. This is one of those moments in authoritarian regimes where people
he's not using disappearing instead of kidnapping because he's using TikTok words, chatter. He's using disappearing instead of kidnapping because it's scarier. And it seems more formal. Like, it's an aesthetic choice that they're making. I understand why they're doing that. Because it's not even just kidnapping. It is technically disappearing. Okay? What is this? Oh my God. Watch Bad Empanada's criticism. It'd be good to respond to some actual good crit instead of the context vomit. I would rather kill myself in a video game than do that. Okay? And I will say it once again, because I did spend the entire morning duking it out with dumbfuck chatters about how stupid this is. Okay? And I haven't watched it. And I probably will never watch it. Okay, I'm going to maintain this position that I've had in perpetuity. You can disagree with my methods. You can disagree with them all day, every fucking day. Okay, that's fine. But if you come in here and constantly turn the thing that I'm trying to do into what I'm trying to do here into like respond to bad empanadas criticisms, I don't want you in this community. Okay? You are just as fucking annoying as Ethan Klein supporters. The only difference is Ethan Klein supporters agree with Ethan's criticisms. Okay? And they want me to address them. You just agree with bad empanadas criticisms and you want me to address them. All this devolves into is fucking drama. Okay? This is not a moment for sectarian infighting. I don't care. Okay? If you think that I'm sheepdogging people back into the liberal Zionist position or the Democratic Party or whatever the fuck you think is happening, then sure, okay, that's what I'm doing, all right? This is not because I am afraid of criticism either, mind you, okay? It's because I think it's wholly unproductive and it devolves into misunderstandings no matter how hard I try. I'm trying to avoid that because I need to cover the fucking news and I need to get people on board. I'm especially not going to do that for a person who I agree with on the issues. Like, if Bad Empanada tomorrow magically turned into a defender of Israel, trust me, I would be fucking talking about it, all right? I'd be talking about it every dang day. But as long as he is not, I don't give a shit. Sino-Soviet split happening in real time. Yeah, look, I'm gonna hope that you're fucking joking because it is not that. And it is utterly inconsequential shit that you're gonna fucking forget about tomorrow. Okay? It's unproductive. My standards for allegiance, of course, is going to be different for someone who is a legislator with a track record that I align with more often than not, as opposed to some fucking streamer or YouTube content creator. If you find yourself convinced by the messages, if you find yourself convinced by, you know, I don't know, Bad Empanadas video, I don't know what to tell you. Gifted subs discount? Yeah, gifted subs are discounted. If you want to support the stream, this is your opportunity. I like you both. He makes some good points. No, he doesn't. You're just too fucking stupid. I'm sorry. And I promise you, he'd be way meaner to you if he was live streaming and you went up to him with some dumb shit like this. I work within the existing framework and try to use, I'll give you 500 subs if you read this now. No, you won't. In a sea of disinformation about my message, about what I represent, as I'm actively trying to come up with messaging that is more palatable to the average person, fully cognizant of the average American's frame of reference in terms of like socialism or any sort of anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist thought, I am not going to change my methods because someone has a more radical perspective than me in terms of messaging and in terms of methods. That's it. Especially when that person doesn't live in the United States of America. That's it. It's also extra stupid because we pretty much agree on everything. The thing we don't agree on is how to get there. That's what's so fucking stupid about this.
People say, well, some people will say, well, if we just keep our heads down, maybe it'll go away. But that actually doesn't happen in authoritarian regimes. When the middle capitulates, it strengthens the government. And so by not resisting, by not fighting back, including law firms, major law firms, civil rights organizations like the Center for Constitutional Rights, students and other protesters, if we don't continue to resist and push back, we are allowing this country to turn into an authoritarian nightmare that we may never come out of.
Honestly, it beggars belief. It's just really, really, really chilling. And clearly there's a point to this in chilling the state of affairs on academic campuses. So look, Homeland Security has basically said that Ozturk has, quote, engaged in activities in support of Hamas. Of course, it doesn't specify anything. There are no charges. We've just spoken about it. Her brother says she never did anything or called for any kind of violence except for co-writing an op-ed challenging, I think, Tufts' response to what's happening in Gaza and doing the whole, asking for divestment and all the rest of it, which comes under non-violent political action, according to the definitions of that. I know it's unpopular. I know Israel and certain Jewish organizations believe that's anti-Semitic, but they say it's not. What
is this statement? It's not even unpopular. Shut the fuck up. Oh my God. Bad Empanada and many others do not agree that the genocide in Palestine can be compromised based on domestic issues. That is his disagreement. He doesn't just agree, but wanting to be more radical or whatever. Oh, wow. So we do actually agree with one another. That's crazy. Did I say it's a fucking compromisable position? Was there a moment? Can you point to a moment where I said that? This is precisely, what are you not getting? There's a lot that you don't get. This framing is incorrect. How is endorsing Bernie not compromising? Oh my God. I think you are too stupid to understand many things, let alone what I'm trying to do here. Bernie's endorsing me, not the other way around. Okay? Bernie is a significantly more popular figure in American politics than someone like myself. Do I have to spell it out to you? I am not going to spend any moment that I have, especially let alone 9 minutes before a fucking rally, trying to do a gotcha moment to be like, why are you not sufficiently pro-Palestine? Do you want to know why? Because there is a time for that, and I want to have that conversation with Bernie Sanders. But the reason why that's not the moment to have that conversation, even though I tried to breach the subject matter initially, is because my position on this is one that I arrived at after looking at the entirety of the American Congress as it stands. The argument that I make is simple. If every single American congressperson... No. We're not going to do this, by the way. We're not going to do this. Okay? We're not going to do this. I don't care about your perspective. I'll be honest with you. Surely, collaborating with him. Yeah, I know. I am. And also, by the way, it's because I love genocide. It's because I love the genocide of the Palestinians. That's why I'm collaborating with Bernie Sanders. Okay? Don't listen to my words at all. Don't even listen to it. Yes. Are you even an American is the real question that I want to ask here. Do you live in the United States of America? Are you fucking aware of American Congress and their perspective that they have that is directly at odds, if not diametrically opposed to the majority attitude towards Israel? No, you're not. Okay? Shut the fuck up and listen to my words now. I'm speaking. Hopefully you can understand where I'm coming from, because you don't know anything. You don't understand anything. You're just trying to do fucking drama. Okay, you're trying to reduce the conversation to Bad Empanada, which you are hailing as like the singular champion of the pro-Palestinian position. So listen to my words, okay? If every single congressperson reflected Bernie's attitude on Israel, there would be no apartheid, nor would there be a genocide. If you think that that is not the case, you are fucking delusional. Does that mean that I agree with Bernie Sanders across the board, or even at all when in the way that he when he messages on the issue of Israel, where he refuses to say Israel but simply says Netanyahu, where he refuses to say genocide but simply says war? Of course I don't agree with that, okay? I don't actually think this is drama. I don't agree with him on all issues. This is a legitimate disagreement. I don't care. Bad Empanada, at the end of the day, is, I hate to say this, fucking irrelevant, okay? That's the point. It doesn't matter. No, you're turning it into drama. I'm fucking irrelevant at the end of the day. Do you understand? Bad Empanada and myself are just fucking farting into the wind. We have nothing. We have no way of changing power. Bad Empanada even less than me. So no, these are not actually serious intellectual differences that we are actually, having significant disagreements of thought on. No, it's one fucking content creator who lives in Argentina yelling about another fucking content creator who lives in Los Angeles about how they are not sufficiently defending the Palestinian emancipatory movement. It is the most irrelevant thing that could have ever happened. It is literally less relevant than Ethan Klein doing genocide apologia to a massive platform. Okay? That's how irrelevant it is. Because on the issue of Ethan, many of you come in here and say, talk about his tattoo. I don't give a fuck about his tattoo. You know what I care about? Him saying it's appropriate to bomb fucking hospitals because Hamas has built bases under hospitals. That's appropriate. That's something to talk about. That's important to talk about, because here we have yet another content creator who ostensibly has somewhat of a progressive base of support doing genocide apologia to 20,000, 30,000 people. That's relevant, not only to me, but the pro-Palestinian emancipatory cause. Okay? Having a conversation with Bernie Sanders where I try to broach the subject matter only to have it end with, they have to leave, with the hopes that I'll be able to have another conversation down the line, as I actively and openly disagree with his approach to Israel, Palestine, but still want to get him and AOC and anyone else that will listen to me on board with what the Department of Homeland Security and ICE is doing, at least at the domestic level, on the basis of unjustifiably kidnapping and disappearing pro-Palestinian dissidents for no reason other than the fact that the DHS chose to do this, arguing and getting them on board to mobilize against this on First Amendment grounds is an infinitely more productive approach to this subject matter. Okay? That's it. Because I know, especially when considering Bernie Sanders' track record on this issue, this is something that he has actively criticized the American government on. It's something that he's criticized AIPAC on. Okay? That's it. You have fairly criticized Bernie on his stand for the genocide, but that doesn't mean that Bernie has done positive things for the American working class. I guess they see this as a compromise. No, it's not even about that either. I mean, that plays a role in this. That definitely plays a role in this. But beyond that, I'm trying my very best to use the broad popular momentum that Bernie and AOC are building to actually get more issue specific and expand on the organizing that they're engaging in, and also urge them to mobilize. This will double down on their message anyway, especially if they are able to successfully change certain things or successfully disrupt the government and undermine their position that wants to erode constitutional protections. Because I'm not thinking just about what's right in front of me. There is a reason, I understand, why the American government is doing this right now. They're doing this to create a chilling effect on any sort of demonstration whatsoever. Okay? They want to stop all protests, not just pro-Palestinian protests, but they certainly want to stop all pro-Palestinian protests. If you make it so that they lose on this issue anywhere, even for once, that we stop one deportation, that is the moral position on that alone. But having said that, that actually has major repercussions. It snowballs into an opportunity for people to freely demonstrate once again. Because as long as people are afraid of mobilizing because they will be fucking deported or they will be thrown into an El Salvadorian labor prison, they're not going to fucking mobilize. So unless your advocacy revolves around, I don't know, like fucking firebombing Elbit systems or whatever, okay, which is something that I think Bad Empanada can do if he chooses to do so because he's in fucking Argentina, okay, shut the fuck up. That's not my position, by the way. I'm not saying that. I disavow. I don't want to get fucking disappeared. It's so funny. Everybody just wants to do this. And they don't even want to do this in front of Congress, in front of congresspersons, in front of people with actual power. They just want to do this anonymously at a fucking Twitch streamer who's trying to do their best. I spammed this a couple days ago, but you unfortunately didn't say, why do activists constantly do things where they outflank people on their own side? My wife is Palestinian. She likes Bernie, but is understandably annoyed. She loves you, though, and is able to understand that you can't be extremely combative on interviews, especially with people who are on our side. It never ceases to amaze me. Also, as long as Bernie is not diametrically opposite to my point of view, I look at fucking Congress and I grade it on a curve. Like, that's it. It's not something that I'm shy about revealing about myself either. Yes, I rate Bernie Sanders' messaging, rhetoric, legislative agenda, things that he has ran on, like cutting off funding to Israel the first time he fucking ran for office, as infinitely more quote-unquote radical, even though it's the moral position and the correct position, infinitely more radical than 99% of American Congress. What the fuck are we doing here? No, I'm not saying go criticize Republicans, okay? I'm not saying that either. Because I'm not like the Democratic Party being like, don't yell at me. I don't even mind the criticism in general. But this one is wrong. Like, you will never be able to convince me that my methods are incorrect and yours is the appropriate method, especially when yours is devoid of any sort of like, here's what you should be doing. That's the other side that's incredibly fucking annoying. I'm sorry, guys. Good luck. When you have 34,000 people showing up to your fucking rally, I'll listen to what you've been doing, okay? And I'll try to change your perspective. But until then, you have nothing, okay? I have nothing. We're all fucking losers. Like, it's so idiotic. Why do you platform two incredibly popular American Congress people that are closest to your position overall? Is like hilarious. Okay, yeah, thank you. You did it. Yes. How are you any different at that point than like the way that fucking MAGA communists chirp about this shit? On that issue, you guys are aligned entirely, it seems.
In any event, they also say, DHS, that they're using the same State Department, law or rule, very arcane, that they're using in Mahmoud Khalil's case.
Yeah, they are. And, so just a little bit about that law. This is a law that comes from the Immigration and Naturalization Act, dates back to 1952, and it gives the Secretary of State the power to deport people that have a reasonable belief their presence or their actions will be damaging to U.S. foreign policy. Now, this law was passed particularly in response to looking at Soviet spies in the United States in 1952. It cannot and it should not be applied to students or, frankly, anybody for expressing an opinion that
You're emboldening the fuck out of liberals here? Good. Great. If your mechanism for change is sitting around and wishing for a fucking pure candidate rather than working within the system that we currently have to the best of our ability, while recognizing that it's not the end-all be-all, then yeah, they're fucking unironically on the right. You're wrong. I can't believe I'm saying this. Yeah. If your method for change, if your method for pushback, if your solution to the ongoing crisis that is in front of us that will harm the lives of every American, as America continues to dominate around the globe and destroy the global south, if your fucking solution is like yell at Bernie more, you're fucking mentally handicapped, dude. What the fuck do you want me to say? Like, you should not be able to type on a fucking computer without supervision. You're going to accidentally hurt yourself.
Disagrees with U.S. foreign policy. So, for example, students around the country and people around the country that are really troubled and should be troubled by the bombing of churches and schools in Gaza, period, full stop. We can't have a situation where only people who are born in the United States or U.S. citizens can make that criticism, but people that are here for valid reasons or people that are here for, allowed to stay here forever can't do that. They're weaponizing the vulnerability of immigration status in order to stop people from speaking about the violence and the war in Gaza. And as a practical matter, what does that really look like? If we are all going to be criminalized and deported or detained for speaking out against this terrible, terrible war, how is it possible for us to voice our dissent against what the Israeli government is doing and what the U.S. government is allowing them to do? This falls at the heart.
This guy gets it. This lib gets it. Much rather have him on my side than someone who's fucking criticizing, someone who's like criticizing people who don't get it at all, who have no understanding of like where Americans are at. I just talked to Ested Herndon, who fucking travels the entire country, talks to voters everywhere, and they're not even aware of this. If you don't live in fucking America, you probably don't know this, okay? You don't understand it. Americans are not even broadly aware of all this shit happening, and some of them that are aware of it, like the Asmongold fans. The American ship is sinking, and there's new holes opening up every which way, and I'm trying to plug one, and then you guys come in here and you're like, no, I'm going to hit you in the head with a fucking mallet. Shut up.
Yeah, I get it. I want to just broaden out quickly because there's this and then there's the whole mass deportation piece of what the administration is doing.
I hardly ever participate in chat, but it's kind of nuts how much you're crashing out over people getting frustrated with the duopoly and Democrats not doing anything in the past decade. It's valid criticism for folks who want something outside the Democratic Party that's continually disappointed them. I'm not crashing out on people that are upset about the duopoly. I'm crashing out on people for not understanding that I agree with that anger and resentment and thinking that the only solution is the Democratic Party. They've never said that. It is the only game in town right now. As it stands, it's kind of like what I talked about with Estet earlier. Do I trust the American Constitution? Fuck no. Do I care about the SCOTUS? Fuck no. Do I care about the judiciary? Fuck no. But as long as they exist, as long as the filibuster exists, for example, do I like the filibuster? Absolutely not. But as long as it exists, I want the Democrats to fucking use it as a weapon. Okay? You're fucking stupid because you want a different method, but you have no solutions for how to get there. You don't know what the hurdles are. You don't understand any of those things. You just want to go, why isn't there a third party? Yeah, I mean, there are. There are. Go show support to them then. I don't know what to tell you. Being a leftist does not mean you can't be fucking pragmatic, especially when, like, while I also, at the end of the day, understand that capitalism is untenable, unmanageable, and inherently a structure, an organization of the economy that yields tremendous violence upon the working poor, okay? Working class individuals all around the world, hyper exploitation in the global south, and exploitation even amongst the labor aristocracy. Having said that, however, I'm not going to fucking sit around and be like, oh, we can't have nationalized healthcare or any kind of expansion of pre-existing social safety nets, because honestly, that's just breathing more life back into the fucking welfare state and therefore capitalism. That's it. You can't do that kind of advocacy in a country like the United States of America, where the average person is Adolf Hitler, okay? The average small business owner is literally Adolf Hitler, and the average working class individual is a lumpenprole that is deluded into thinking he will one day be the Adolf Hitler treatlerite. Shut the fuck up. That's my point, okay? There's no class consciousness in this fucking country. That's entirely what I'm trying to do. Jesus, Lord mercy, dude. Holy fuck. Crazy take. Okay, here we go. Now the fucking libtards are mad because I said the average small business owner has Adolf Hitler tendencies. Go talk to a fucking HVAC business owner about Guatemalans and you'll understand exactly what I mean, okay? Go spend some time in the fucking Asmongold, in the Asmongold chat. What are we doing here?
The Homeland Security Chief, Christine Noem, toured this basically this prison facility, right, in El Salvador yesterday. We have pictures of her standing in front of a cage full of, detained shirtless men who are wearing tattoos. And apparently, according to report, let's say Mother Jones says that one of the detained men who was born in Venezuela told his boss that an ICE agent said they focused on him and others because of their tattoos. One of them apparently was screaming that he was just a hairdresser, and the other one said, this person has zero connection to gangs, and one of the tattoos which we're showing is for autism awareness, to honor his brother. He's one of the detained in El Salvador. So the question goes, obviously, to the competence of this, to the due diligence on who they're actually rounding up and deporting. Is there any recourse?
Yeah, there's tremendous amounts of recourse because all of this activity is illegal. That people are marching into courts right now for these men, for the students that are being arrested, and they're saying that this type of mass deportation is illegal. So, for example, the Center for Constitutional Rights did the stop and frisk case in New York City for 13 years. We won a tremendous ruling that the Constitution just doesn't allow the government to round up people based on race, based on ethnicity, based on these things, and just massively criminalize them. We learned this lesson also after 9/11, tragically and sadly, where Muslim and Arab communities were just rounded up and deported, and communities were criminalized. And the lesson that we should have learned is that you can't massively criminalize, detain, deport people based upon outward appearances. There's not only the autism awareness tattoo. We've heard about a soccer coach who had a soccer tattoo on his neck, and that was mistaken or used as a justification for saying that he was in a gang. Another report where someone who's a musician and a construction worker had a bird tattoo on his neck, and that's being taken as a sign of gang activity. This administration is basically trying to round up anybody that can think of for any reason that comes to mind, separate and apart from what the law requires, and trying to deport them. Simply not allowed.
Brett Baer interviewed Elon Musk and the Doge staff. I supported someone to El Salvador mega prison over paperwork error. Franco Reyes Mota, 24 years old, was deported to El Salvador earlier this month, along with hundreds of other Venezuelan men who the Trump administration falsely claims to be Tren de Aragua members. Trump invoked the Alien Enemies Act in a way that we didn't even use against Nazis during World War II to bypass any judicial resistance, which has come anyway in the form of Judge James Boasberg. But Reyes Mota's immigration records contain multiple errors, including marking him as a woman, using a different last name, and filing 2 ID numbers for him. Reyes Mota has committed no crime either in Venezuela or the United States and has none of the tattoos the Trump administration is absurdly alleging identify Tren de Aragua members. In fact, he has no tattoos at all. He had a pending asylum case before he was disappeared to El Salvador without a day in court. We are facing a novel and extremely concerning situation where people's immigration court proceedings are still pending, but they're still being disappeared from the United States without any lawful removal order, says Mark Prada, Reyes Mota's lawyer. This is an affront to the rule of law. I may be silly or selfish, but I think I want to cover this stuff instead of minor disagreements that you think are major and consequential. Okay? Especially with people that I don't have real disagreements on. Sorry. That's it. Oh my God. How about you platform some smaller organizers while you're at it? I do, though. I do. I do it all the time. So shut the fuck up. God, I'm so annoyed, dude. God, I fucking hate the left so much. All of you are such annoying little smarmy fucking crybaby scumbags, dude. None of us are getting any fucking rights. Thank God I'm inevitably going to be in a fucking concentration camp, and I hope it's not with any of you fucks who are chirping in here. Okay? Then I'll be like, I told you so. Holy shit. One of my least favorite forms of criticism from the fucking insanely I'm leftier than thou attitude that people demonstrate is constantly fucking bringing up shit that I'm doing all the fucking time. Shut up. The same arguments and the same fucking anger that I have for dumb fucks on the reactionary Republican side should not exist for leftists who just go, hey, I haven't seen you do this, and I have no fucking object permanence, so you must not have been doing this. How are you any different than fucking Mudahar in that regard then? No, seriously. You sit here and you laugh at people that say that, and then you say it, but wokely, leftistly. What the fuck are we doing? Oh.
U.S. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem tours El Salvador's Terrorism Confinement Center, the largest prison facility in the Americas, widely referred to as Hell on Earth. It's where the U.S. government sent 238 Venezuelan immigrants nearly 2 weeks ago, alleging they belonged to the criminal gang Tren de Aragua. Many were sent to El Salvador without trial or criminal charges of any kind, to this prison where they have zero contact with the outside world, including lawyers and family. Cohen signed a memorandum to continue sending alleged migrant criminals to the facility, despite widespread charges of human rights violations.
I also want everybody to know, if you come to our country illegally, this is one of the consequences you could face. First of all, do not come to our country illegally. You will be removed and you will be prosecuted. But know that this facility is one of the tools in our toolkit that we will use if you commit crimes against the American people.
5,500 kilometers away in Chile's capital, 26-year-old Venezuelan Natalie Sanchez is in despair. She's raising her newborn daughter alone. On March 14th, she discovered that her child's father, a musician, was one of those sent to the infamous prison.
Él tiene un tatuaje en el cuello.
He has a tattoo on his neck, a hummingbird, and I recognized it when I saw it in the video of the prisoners. I compared it to the one on this video where he's singing. I realized it was him. I couldn't believe it.
6 years ago, Arturo Suarez migrated to Chile, got a steady job, and dedicated his free time to his passion for urban music, becoming fairly well known. But last September, Natalie says he went ahead to the United States, looking for better opportunities, concerned that if Donald Trump won the elections, it would be too late to migrate later. He entered the U.S. legally and worked as a gardener, sending money back to Chile, where Al Jazeera has confirmed that he had no criminal record. But in mid-February, he was detained in a raid by U.S. immigration agents, despite no clear evidence of belonging to a gang. Arturo Suarez is not alone. Many of the others who have been locked up as gang members in El Salvador have no prior criminal records or arrest warrants, according to legal counsel. The other thing they seem to have in common is that they all sport tattoos. Like 33-year-old Venezuelan football player Jersey Reyes, who, according to his U.S. lawyer, was detained for sporting a tattoo of the Real Madrid Football Club. Or 25-year-old Fitzgerald Cornejo, who was sent to the Salvador prison after being told he'd be deported to Venezuela. His brother says he has a rose tattoo on his neck.
That doesn't make you a criminal or a thief. Tattoos are normal.
All of them are now incommunicado, in a legal black hole, with neither the U.S. or El Salvador confirming the names of the prisoners. Natalie Sanchez says she hasn't given up hope.
I have hope that he'll return with his name cleared, that he'll soon be here to meet his daughter. I hold Donald Trump and Nayib Bukele responsible for anything that happens to him.
But so far, there's little evidence that he could be given a chance to prove his innocence. Lucia Newman, Al Jazeera, Santiago.
Senator Hawley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for calling this important hearing. Thanks to our witnesses for being here. Mr. Stern, if I could just start with you. I see that 5 or 6 days ago you gave an interview.
Why are the Democrats not talking about this every day? Thank you. Great question. One that I'm asking myself as well. I think it's because they don't care and they like it. That's it. What else am I supposed to believe? What else am I supposed to believe? Also, to the one dumb fuck chatter that said, why didn't you ask that question to Bernie? I did. And also, Bernie does speak out on this, just not enough and not directionally. I want Bernie to mobilize around this beyond just tweeting about it. And it's not just Bernie. Bernie alone is not going to be able to do anything. There needs to be an entire coalition of conscious human beings that are just like aware of all of these atrocities that stand up and take action. I think, yeah, because Bernie's only there to make left groups happy with Dems. Dude, I can't have this conversation with you guys. I'm sorry, okay? I don't have your same cynicism. I just don't. This is something that I've actively argued with chatters against for years and years and years at this point. I just don't care. If you think that, then that's great. I don't. And I also think that this is the entry point for my kind of politics into penetrating collective consciousness, penetrating the mainstream. So I'm not going to fucking cast that aside. And I'm not going to listen to any of you, so that's good, and that's precisely the reason why I'm not going to listen to any of you, just like I never listened to you when you were like, we can't allow microaggressions in this community when I had like 35 people watching, right? Because if I had listened to you guys, we'd have 36 people watching right now, not 35,000 people. So shut the fuck up, okay? And let me do my thing. If you don't agree with my methods, that's one thing. I'm not entertaining the whole like cynical Hasan only is doing this for this or that reason beyond the reason that I'm stating. You want to know why? Because at no point out of the many years that all of you have been fucking watching me, okay? At no point have I sheltered you from my perspective. I am openly and uncompromisingly honest, brutally honest, to a fault, brutally honest in emotional moments that actually get me into a lot of fucking trouble, as a matter of fact. So what makes you think that I have some other cynical reason for doing what I'm doing beyond what I'm telling you and why I'm doing what I'm doing? Is it impossible for you to comprehend? Is it something that you don't agree with? I don't know. Maybe it is. But then again, there is a disagreement on the methods at that point, not a disagreement on our opinions and our worldview, just a disagreement on the methods. If you think that's boundary breaking, if you think that's enough to separate yourself from someone like myself, then go off, Kings, go off. Yeah. At the very least, stop lowballing on questions when you're interviewing Bernie and AOC. Dude, you guys are fucking stupid. Okay, I cannot spell this out any further than I have thus far. You are an objectively stupid person if you think that, dude, me crashing out on this shit is also unironically going to cause so many of the dumb fucks to like literally make TikTok videos now. This is why I don't entertain it. This is why I don't entertain it, because it's otherwise just people fucking yelling at like the same 40-person Discord server. But when I bring this up and I talk about it, one, the libtards love this shit because they go, see, they're eating him alive. They're not, okay? I would rather have these fucking annoying chirpers than a dumb fuck who supports Israel doing a genocide, okay? Every step of the day. Every step of the way, every day of the week, okay? I would much rather have annoying, sweaty, crusty, unwashed, anti-genocide protesters by my side yelling at me at every step of the fucking way as I carry them across the fucking finish line than one singular pro-genocide dipshit. So make no mistake on that front. But they love it. Just so you know, the fucking liberals love this shit because then they go, they're yelling at you. They're yelling at you as well. You're just like me. Yeah, you'll make it into an Ethan Klein Instagram post though. It'll be awesome. It'll be your moment in the spotlight, chatter. You'll get that recognition that you desperately wanted. Even the very fact that I entertain this shit makes it seem like I'm constantly in a defensive posture, and it gives the inclination to others from the outside that I'm like defending something, like because I got caught doing something wrong. Make no mistake, I did not do anything wrong. Okay? I did not. You and I might have a disagreement on it, but I have a fucking vision for it. Oh my God. All right. I'm just banning people now. We're banning BE and Bad Empanada mentions in the chat. Holy fuck. There's real fucking shit going on, and you and Bad Empanada video chatters are so fucking annoying. You Bad Empanada video chatters are so fucking annoying. Go watch him. He will save you. He actually cares. He isn't just slop spooning you fuckos. Yeah. Yeah, go watch him. Go watch him instead. He'll give you the secrets to the castle. He'll unlock your revolutionary potential. You will be leading the fucking Vanguard party tomorrow, okay? Yeah. Once you're done, though, and you want to fucking develop class consciousness among the working class, go behave like Bad Empanada around, I don't know, like a fucking stevedore. See how quickly they kill you with hammers, okay? Go do that. They'll fucking put you down like a horse that has a broken leg, okay? Go talk to an Amazon delivery driver about the revolutionary fervor that you have in your heart.
In which you said that the removal of Mahmoud Khalil, the pro-Hamas foreign rioter, is a form of McCarthyism and makes Jewish students less safe. Now, this is an individual who has been accused of endorsing and espousing terrorist activity, who has been accused of lying on his application to a green card in the United States, who's currently being sued for terrorizing and assaulting Jewish students. Do you stand by your view that trying to remove him is a form of McCarthyism?
Absolutely, Senator.
Why in the world would that be the case?
Let me answer. He hasn't been charged with the crime. The clear predicate for this, White House said, was handing out pro-Hamas propaganda. When you start talking...
Wait, what is this? Chatters are ripping that talking point directly from the worst Empanada video. I think it ultimately comes down to a misunderstanding or distance from American politics. I think it's simply impossible to understand where the Overton window here in America is outside the imperial core. Bad Empanada has a perspective that Bernie and AOC only exist as controlled opposition for the Democratic Party without understanding how much they've been undermined and attacked by the very entity. Yeah, also, this is why it's fucking hilarious. Because the notion that, like, even if these guys are controlled opposition to the Democratic Party and the Democratic Party is controlled opposition to the Republican Party, these are the only quote unquote most radical permissible opinions allowed in American politics as it stands right now. And it's broadly reflective of both the discontent that everyday Americans have with politicians on both sides of the aisle, but it's also kind of reflected about the lack of education that the average American has, political education specifically, and a lack of real, genuine confidence in being able to mobilize and get an issue across the fucking finish line, and also a tremendous lack of class consciousness, okay? That's why I say go talk to the average American about like Bernie Sanders and AOC being controlled opposition, okay? And they will look at you like you have a third ear on your forehead. Like they'll be like, what the fuck are you saying? What do you mean? What? Controlled opposition? What does that even fucking mean? We have a finite amount of time and space on this planet. What you choose to do with that finite amount of time and space matters. Who cares? Didn't ask if the fake thing you have is still the best thing you can hang on. That is stupid, but it's for the people who live in reality. Like, there's no world where I'm saying that AOC and Bernie Sanders are the best politicians and they're amazing and I love everything that they do. I criticize them all the time, especially with Bernie on the issue of Israel. Something that has made me extra upset. Do you all realize you are repeating keywords like other annoying small communities who come in here? They are. But if you don't fucking understand, stop caring about this leftcom shit. I'm not even going to entertain it as like a tendency and a difference in ideology, because I don't think that there is a significant difference in opinion in terms of, what everyone's position here is on Israel. Not just the average American. Leftists look at that claim that their controlled opposition is clown behavior that shatters. No, leftists look at that claim as controlled opposition is also wrong. Look at this. Oh man, American Congress. Senate overturns rule limiting bank overdraft fee to $5. Lawmakers vote to invalidate a rule adopted last year by the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. It now moves to the House. What the fuck? Bad Empanada's main take was that you, a Muslim man in America, have different optics from himself, and that is evil and wrong. Yeah, there's a different set of standards that I'm operating on living inside of the United States of America, and I don't think he will ever understand that. I don't think he also understands like the average American's position and what I'm trying to do. And it requires charitability. And it's obvious to me that Bad Empanada does not respect me as a commentator. And that's why a lot of these fucking arguments are being... A lot of these arguments are coming from that. It's a lack of respect and a lack of fucking charitability and a lack of even entertaining like what I'm trying to do as a serious way of doing things in the United States of America. And that's what it is. So when dumbfuck chatters, who I've personally individually radicalized, think that they're now in a leftier than thou position because they've moved on to the next fucking, internet commentator daddy, it's nothing to me. Like it feels so sad and so silly. Okay. Please do not operate like this in broad daylight around other people. Or if you're going to do that, call yourself something different. Don't call yourself a socialist. Say you're a liberal. Okay. Say you're the number one liberal. Say you're a Republican if you're going to behave like that. Or, yeah, grow the fuck up. Hasan isn't Muslim. Thought he was talking about him. Dude, my name is Hasan. It doesn't matter that I'm not a fucking practicing Muslim. Do you not understand that? You are judged by the most racist individuals that brand you as whatever they see fit. The fuck? Yeah, I didn't realize. Look, I say I'm white all the time. I am white. I present as white. Except, according to the fucking TSA officers that stop me and bomb swab me every single fucking time, it turns out I'm something different, okay? It's something that I thought was normal, by the way, until a couple years ago when I found out that turns out it's not normal to be fucking swabbed for GSR and bomb residue every single time you cross the fucking checkpoint at TSA. So for them, it's different, okay? That's how it works. That's how it works. But it's not even that. That isn't the end all be all anyway. It's not about me being Muslim or whatever. We're talking about what I do, what I'm trying to do. In order to instill class consciousness among regular Americans, you have to approach the issue very differently. That's it. Americans are insanely fucking reactionary when it comes to any sort of anti-social thought, or let alone, God forbid, anti-imperialist thought. Holy fuck.
About people's views and what they're talking about in the public square as a basis for discrimination, and then the effect on Jewish students. It's not just the fact that Jews may be seen as, well, we're pushing this and that's going to happen. The way that this is going to harm Jewish students is it harms the academy.
Wait a minute. My time is limited. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but just wait a minute. I've got to correct numerous inaccuracies there. Number one, as you very well know, United States law says that a non-citizen is inadmissible for entry into this country if they, and I quote, endorse or espouse terrorist activity or persuade others to do the same. That same law provides you can be removed for the same reasons. That is...
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. There's a higher order. First Amendment. I was on that stream. I genuinely felt bad for you, and the look on your face totally changed. Honest, very human moment. It made me respect you more, solidify how honest you are. What are you talking about?
It's what Mr. Khalil has been accused of. He has further been accused of by the United States government lying on his visa application. That on its own would be sufficient to remove him from this country. He is being sued as you and I sit here in New York court by the victims of October 7th for terrorizing and assaulting Jewish students.
Dude, okay. Josh Hawley is officially ineligible alongside the rest of fucking Congress for even entertaining that idiotic lawsuit that literal hostages, Israeli hostages, brought forward. Sorry. No. You're so fucking brain dead. Anyone, sincerely or insincerely, that entertains that fucking lawsuit that dictates that Columbia SJP knew about October 7 before it happened is, unfortunately, too mentally disabled to be in office. This is one area of real ableism that I demonstrate. That's my one standard. I don't care if you're paraplegic, quadriplegic, whatever, okay? But I do care if you have worms in your brain. You should not be eligible for office. That's crazy. If you believe the QAnon conspiracy that a literal fucking hostage, that was taken hostage in Gaza on October 7, alongside many Jewish advocacy groups that are just simply pro-Israel fucking cutouts. Okay, they're not Jewish advocacy groups at all. The lawsuit that they launched against Columbia Students for Justice for Palestine that dictates, that alleges that Yahya Sinwar called up the fucking Columbia SJP and was like, hey, I'm about to do October 7, by the way, get your accounts ready. If you believe that, you are too mentally disabled to be in office. That's what Josh Hawley's talking about here. I hope you understand that. Like, that's what Josh Hawley is bringing up. I'm sorry, that's QAnon. You're saying QAnon shit. You're fucking saying QAnon shit. You are an insane person. You are not eligible to run for office, remain in office, let alone drive a fucking car. You're a danger to yourself and everyone else around you. And the worst part about it is that these people don't even fucking believe it. Like, I think Josh Hawley doesn't think, in all sincerity, that, you know, Yahya Sinwar didn't call up Iran, Hezbollah, or even the fucking political wing of Hamas, but then called up Columbia SJP and informed them that they were about to do October 7. There's no shot, right? I don't like that to me spells real disorder. That to me shows that your brain is poisoned. It's over. There's no way that I can entertain a normal conversation with you.
Unlawfully taking over and damaging public university property and physically assaulting Columbia University employees. And you're telling me that it's McCarthyism to remove this individual?
Yes. Also, I could jiggle keys in front of you and you would think, you would forget exactly what you were talking about at that point.
Senator, the deportation was started before that lawsuit, before that second question about what he was saying on his forms.
No, this is what the government has alleged in open court, Mr. Stern. This is the basis for their removal proceedings. And our law makes clear if you endorse or espouse terrorist activity, you can be removed from this country. He has done so. He's been accused of doing so from the beginning. He's been accused of lying to get into the country. I'm amazed that you're saying that this is McCarthyism.
Senator, you weren't here when I quoted part of what Justice Brandeis was talking about the back at a case where there's somebody that was convicted for supporting the Communist Party because they were talking about violence as a political solution. And Brandeis cautioned us that this type of robust speech, as long...
This isn't speech. Lying on a visa application is not speech. Seeking...
He didn't lie on a visa application, you fucking animal. What do you mean? What did he lie on a visa application on? Remember, if he actually lied on a visa application, that is a deportable offense. It's silly, and in the past, Palestinians with legal permanent residency status in America have been deported for not lying on a visa application, but simply having some issues with their paperwork. Why is this different? It's because he didn't lie on his visa application. He wants to apply retroactively the actions of a person who has gotten a green card status. This is the third incredibly dangerous precedent. Retroactive application after certain processes have taken place, means that they will be able to denaturalize you as well. If you think that you're safe, I'm telling you right now, it is not. You are not safe. You cannot retroactively apply things that you're doing now after you got constitutional protections that you already had as a non-citizen. It doesn't matter, but like you got extra additional allowances as a fucking legal permanent resident. That means you can take away someone's citizenship status. You can denaturalize people. Be like, well, they were an immigrant at some point, and at that point they lied about their, their forms. There's a standard that's different for non-citizens. Do you understand? It's over. They will denaturalize people with this.
Seeking to assault Columbia University employees and Jewish students is not speech. You are defending an individual.
If you lie on your visa application, you probably won't even get here. So the sentence take is asinine. Yes, but I'm saying that like the only time where they can retroactively revoke your legal status as a non-citizen is if there are inconsistencies in your initial application. There's no retroactive application beyond that. If that was the case, then someone could be like, okay, well, we're taking away your citizenship status. We are denaturalizing you, We're denaturalizing your parents. If you're second generation, natural born U.S. citizen, we just denaturalized your parents. Now you don't have an American citizen parent. We can now denaturalize you as well. Like it goes on and on. Like there are your imagination is the only thing holding you back in this process. And it's not like these are things that the administration hasn't signaled. Like they have signaled that they want to do this. Oh, obviously, the scariest part about this is even without the denaturalization conversation, like the other side of this also is the terrorism designation. It's such a vague standard that is all encompassing, that allows you to do whatever you want. Do you think they want to make America solely white? No, but they definitely want to whiten it. Like, I don't think this is, I think some people do, for sure, right? There are definitely people within the Trump administration that their objective is to make America a white country, right? Like, that's for sure the case. Like Stephen Miller, right? But not every right-winger wants that. They're not ideologically on board with white supremacy or white nationalism beyond like your average Republican who's just racist. I think more so they just want to change the demographics a little bit. But of course, when you start taking steps in that direction, the guys that are more ideologically minded will win out on that battle. So inevitably it will reach like a permanent white nationalist status for sure.
Who has espoused the destruction of this country, the destruction of the state of Israel, the destruction of Jews, and has taken actions in furtherance of the same. You've also said that investigating the 60 colleges and universities that are currently under investigation by the Trump administration for anti-Semitism is a form of weaponizing anti-Semitism for political benefit. You're opposed to investigating these institutions for anti-Semitism?
Senator, I've been very clear that OCR has a very important role, that there are complaints that should go through the process when you...
Dude, this guy's Jewish, right? Am I crazy? I mean, I don't want to say nothing, okay? I don't want to do an accidental anti-Semitism here, but sometimes you make these inferences. Okay, so all jokes aside, I mean, his fucking last name is Stern, chat, okay? Forgive me. Anyway, this is not the first, nor do I believe it will be the last time that evangelical Christian Josh Hawley, a secret homosexual man who is in the closet, but that's besides the point, is yelling at a Jewish dude at a congressional hearing. The last time I watched him chirp like this, he was yelling at a Jewish dude who was himself a Zionist. He was wearing a fucking IDF dog tag, and he still was like, listen, dog, I got the dog tag on me, but yeah, you can't fucking deport students, okay? And Josh Hawley was like, well, you don't care about anti-Semitism. It's like, who the fuck are you? Look at you. You look like the politician that Hitler envisioned. What are you talking about? The fuck do you mean?
You start using the Department of Justice.
He was literally the director of the American Jewish Committee.
justice and threatening universities' funding.
You are opposed, I just want to get this on the record. You are opposed to investigating Columbia University and others for anti-Semitism?
No.
That's what you said 6 days ago.
I'm opposed to doing it the right way.
What does that mean, doing it the right way?
Not to claw back funds, not to say we're holding you ransom. We're getting your faculty, Jewish...
You were asked about an investigation for failing to protect Jewish students, and you said that's just weaponizing anti-Semitism. It makes students less...
I mean, he's right. He's right. You are. You're using anti-Semitism, something that you don't give a fuck about, to, and they did this already, successfully put Columbia campus under academic receivership. They did that. That happened already. I'm glad that there are people out there who are like even fucking pro-Israel and Zionist and whatever that are still like, yeah, this is crazy. It will still never not be funny when you got like a Gentile fucking screaming at like clearly an old Jewish man about how much he gives a fuck. He's like, you're a bad Jew. I, Josh Hawley, okay, know what real Judaism is. You're a fucking bad Jew, okay? You're going to the camps. That's literally the next step here. Is Josh Hawley sending Jewish people to the fucking camps for not being sufficiently on board with his idea of anti-Semitism combating, okay? That's it. That's like, this is it. This is how it goes. Wake the fuck up. People are so dumb. The Stern guy literally wrote the book on defining anti-Semitism.
Less safe.
It is when the
I think that's
Department of
crazy.
Justice has a list of places...
Like, this is the second time. This is the second time Josh Hawley is outflanking a Jewish person on anti-Semitism defense. Okay? What the fuck is happening? What do you mean? And it's not even like these guys are fucking anti-Zionist, dude. Is this the guy who wrote the IHRA definition? Oh my God, this is that Stern? Kenneth Stern. There's never been a bigger fucking oops, I really made a mistake moment than Kenneth Stern and the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. This man has spent the last half of his career after putting together this definition being like, please don't use it. Why did you define it, man? Why did you do that? Why did you do that? Here he is getting fucking yelled at by Josh Hawley. The IHRA definition is means for research. Yeah, this is Oppenheimer moment. He's like, this is the moment where he realizes that the man sitting across from him yelling at him is inevitably going to put him in prison for the definition that he wrote, which he always maintained should never be used in legal settings. He spent the last half of his career being like, hey guys, the IHRA definition, my mistake, okay? My mistake. We should not be using this to, we should not be using this definition at all. I know I wrote it. I came up with it. Please don't even look at it. I don't want you to read it. I don't want you to look at it. It's not a good idea. It's just like a real toothpaste out the fucking tube moment for him. Yeah. Most mainstream pro-Israel groups have for years lobbied for loyalty oaths to Israel, anti-boycott laws, and IHRA's redefinition of anti-Semitism to include criticism of Israel's government, while the ADL classified every ceasefire rally as an anti-Semitic hate event. And here we are. Now you got the dude who, wrote the definition being like, hey, what the fuck are you doing? This is completely unacceptable, to a guy who doesn't care. And he doesn't, if you think Josh Hawley for even a moment cares about Jews or Judaism, you are a fucking baboon, okay? He doesn't give a shit about anything. He just wants to do the agenda of the Trump administration. He wants to implement a constitutional monarchy. That's it. He just wants power. He wants to deport fucking brown people, and whoever he sees is annoying and a nuisance.
They want to go to the Senator Markey's question.
Oh, I heard Senator Markey's questions. I heard his whole speech. I thought it was insane. I just want to say for the record, I thought it was totally insane. And I think your positions are similarly insane. I think the idea that we would bend over backwards to hug and kiss and make nice to a pro-Hamas rioter, because that's what Khalil is, and that we would say, we can't remove him, and that makes Jewish students less safe on our campuses? That's nuts.
Senator,
That's nuts.
To Rabbi Saberstein's point, if you look at American history, the times when Jews were most vulnerable was during the Palmer raids in World War I, when there was political...
Jews are vulnerable now on our campuses because of...
He's like, shut up, Jew. A Gentile is speaking on anti-Semitism. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you write the definition that I want to adopt? Well, you know your place. It's crazy. It's crazy. What the fuck? I mean, I've made this joke before as well. Is there any other foreign country where American politicians talk like this? My devotion to Romania is absolute. I will go to my grave defending Saxo beat and all Romanian house music. You'll have to carry me out on a slab before I compromise my defense of the Jewish people, their greatness, their history, their safety, and the state of Israel. It's like, dude, you're weird, man. You're a fucking weirdo. The only country you can feel that way is Turkey, and that's why they're punishing Eric Adams. Okay? What the fuck? Like, if you have this attitude in defense of Israel, then fucking convert and live there. Be an Israeli Knesset member. Listen to psytrance music to your heart's desire, okay? Till your ears fucking bleed. Why are you here? I don't get it. Go live there then. Why are you in fucking Missouri, which is objectively the least Jewish state in America? I don't believe you, okay? If you had this kind of attitude, you'd at least live where I live, or in fucking New York, or in Boca Raton. You live in Missouri. You clearly don't like Jews all that much. What do you mean? What the fuck? What? Compilation of the most insane
to try and target those civilians.
But I can tell you that we are not targeting anyone else in Gaza but civilians.
We are not the victims. Sorry, we are the victims. We are not the aggressor. Sorry.
The decision of one man to launch a wholly unjustified and brutal invasion of of Ukraine.
We need to see.
No, it gets worse. He goes, well, Iraq too. That's that right there is the perfect definition, dude. Like, that right there is everything that's wrong with the United States of America. That the former war criminal president, who's responsible for millions of dead Iraqis, tens of millions of displaced Muslim people in the region, in his fucking war on terror, can just be like, yeah, we lied. Yeah, unjustified and brutal invasion of Iraq. That's me. Like, take ownership over it. Laughing because he got away with it. Fuck, man.
Cease. We need to see a humanitarian pause so we can flow. We need to see ceasing of the levels of violence that we're seeing.
That wasn't even a Freudian slip. That was just him being Canadian. He was just trying to say something.
We had the number at 1,400 casualties. And now we've revised that down to 1,200 because we understood that we had overestimated. We made a mistake. There were actually bodies that were so badly burnt, we thought they were ours. In the end, apparently, they were Hamas terrorists.
People are bringing up the Holocaust. Do not use other genocides to describe this one.
That was my favorite. Oh, and she said, I thought she was a child, by the way. It turns out she's like 21 or something, which is crazy. But I literally, when I first watched it, I was like, come on, she's like 12, okay? It turns out she's not 12. She is 21 years old. But yeah, do not justify other genocides to talk about this one. This is my genocide. It's important to me.
Sverige och EU står enat i att Israel har rätt till till försvar
The right to genocide. By the way, this is Van Jones, former Maoist third worldist Van Jones, who is speaking at a rally right after another big time defender of Jews, Pastor John Hagee. So when Van Jones talks about anti-Semitism, sorry, it's a little hollow. You know, I don't really care about his take. Why do I say this? I just told you John Hagee, evangelical pastor John Hagee, is a big defender of Jews. Oh, that's right. Because he said it's good that the Holocaust happened so that Jews could go to the Holy Land. Also said that Hitler was actually half Antichrist, half Jew. All part of a grand plan to get the Jews into Israel. That's his take. That's John Hagee's take. Real pro-Jewish guy, okay? Let me tell you, let me tell you, okay?
In
Yeah. Hagee said Hitler was half gay and half Jewish.
Against anti-Jewish bigotry. Let's take us against...
The King and I also discussed the situation in Rafah. As I said yesterday, our military operation in Rafah, the major military operation in Rafah.
The expansion of Israel and its proxies is an absolute fundamental necessity for the United States.
How do you be half gay? You know, the non-Jewish half is gay because he thinks being Jewish is gay anyway. So I guess he thinks Hitler is full gay. He's an anti-Semite, chat. That's my point. Okay, one of the most famous pro-Israel advocates in the evangelical movement is a fucking rabid anti-Semite, which actually leads me. This conversation about anti-Semitism leads me to another funny note. Here's the Mondo Weiss reporting on the matter. An Israeli government conference on anti-Semitism is falling apart. Why is it falling apart, you might ask? Because they invited too many actual anti-Semites. That's right. The International Conference on Combating Anti-Semitism was supposed to be a PR win for Israel. Instead, it turned into a masterclass in Zionist hypocrisy. Even some of Israel's most loyal defenders are backing out. Why? Because the guest list is a who's who of far-right European politicians known for actual anti-Semitism. The first fissure started around the invitation to the French National Rally, okay? And people were like, well, I don't know about this. You know, the Vichy France, like a lot of the historic and even contemporary French National Rally supporters are, you know, not all too upset about Hitler, to say the least, okay? They also were upset about the invitation of the Sweden Democrats, who also have their own version. They were upset that Hungary's Fidesz was invited, the Spanish far-right MEPs were invited, and more Le Pen family members than anyone had asked for. But of course, this is not new, says Mondo Weiss. Zionists have been cozying up to anti-Semites for over a century. Herzl, Eichmann, Mussolini, and the wild fascist history they don't teach in Birthright. Theodor Herzl, Zionism's founding father, literally wrote in his diary, the anti-Semites will become our most dependable friends. It was not a metaphor. It's also Israeli policy, as I've talked about before. This is the reason why Benjamin Netanyahu, when he's not revising the Holocaust to say Hitler didn't actually want to kill the Jews until he talked to the fucking Palestinian Grand Mufti, which is insane, by the way. That is just straightforward Holocaust revisionism. You do not have to hand it to Adolf Hitler. When he's not doing that, when he's not engaging in Holocaust revisionism, Benjamin Netanyahu famously is aligned with Viktor Orban and his allies, who actually ran on a platform of Jewish puppeteers, claiming that Jewish puppeteers were in charge of the opposition. As you guys know, this last round of ultra-nationalist momentum happening in the EU shocked a lot of the liberalism defenders, both inside of the European continent, but certainly also outside of the European continent. And yet there was one group of people that were actually entertaining the rising momentum of far-right Islamophobes, who also happen to be anti-Semitic as well. That one group, of course, was the Israeli Foreign Ministry. In the 1930s, Zionist agents met with actual Nazis to discuss arming Zionist militias in Palestine. Adolf Eichmann, the Nazi bureaucrat of the Holocaust, was invited to Palestine by Zionist agents. Zionist paramilitary leaders literally trained under Mussolini's fascist regime. Italian authorities said their ideology aligned perfectly with fascism. Why? Because the Zionists supporting Israel erases all sins. You can deny the Holocaust, praise Nazi collaborators, attack Jews in your own country. Just don't criticize the occupation or the genocide. That's it. That's why groups like the ADL have more smoke for anti-Zionist Jews and anti-Zionists who are not anti-Semitic, Jewish or not, than they do for the likes of Donald Trump, Candace Owens, and many other figures that are in the far right. Now, of course, Candace Owens is also anti-Zionist and also anti-Semitic, but she's still firmly within the ranks of the right-wing movement. This is the point, because both parties want an ethno-state to a certain degree, right? That's number one. This is precisely the reason why Richard Spencer, who hates Jews, loves Israel. He always says, I want to do Israel, but for white people here in America. Why can't we have it? That's Richard Spencer's position. He understands the dynamic fairly well. But you might be asking, why are these groups, these institutions that are tasked with combating anti-Semitism not freaking the fuck out about the rise of anti-Semitism beyond combating anti-Israel rhetoric? And that is because if anti-Semitism in the West increases, then there is all the more reason for Jews to want to defend Israel as a Jewish ethno-state. Because the inception of the Israeli state, both and the continuation of the Israeli state as a settler colonial enterprise, demands that Jews, both in Israel and overseas in the Western world, feel unsafe and therefore have unconditional loyalty to the state of Israel. That's it. And you can't constantly demand more and more support, especially at a time when Jews don't feel safe in Israel, ironically enough. If Jews in Boca Raton or Beverly Hills, West Hollywood, my neighbors, or in New York actually think, well, you know, I do feel safe here. It's what are you talking about? What do you mean? Like, yeah, sure, anti-Semitism is like increasing, but I feel pretty safe here. I feel much safer here. I'd much rather live here than fucking Tel Aviv. The moment that Jewish people feel that way, which they should, by the way, it's fucking ridiculous not to, is a moment where they're like, okay, I'm entertaining the notion of moving to Israel. Or if I'm not moving to Israel, I can be a soldier in my own way by doing Hasbara. By the way, this sounds like an anti-Semitic conspiracy, but it's Israeli foreign policy. This is the education of Zionism from an early age, and every single Jewish person in this chat will tell you that that is the case. From Jewish camp all the way to Hillel and Chabad, every aspect of collective Jewish identity in the Western world revolves not around the practice of the religion, but instead a defense of Israel and a justification for Israel, deeply tied back to the understandable fears that every Jewish person feels due to Jewish history and the collective intergenerational trauma that comes from centuries of pogroms and, of course, the Holocaust. All of that ties back to a justification and a reason for Israel to exist, no matter how militant, no matter how violent. Everyone hates the Jews. Always remember that. Everyone is always anti-Semitic. Always remember that. And worst of all, people also don't like Israel. And the reason why they don't like Israel is because they're the most anti-Semitic. Why? Because they don't want Jews to have an ethno-state. Not because that's an insane concept to begin with that no one should be fucking entertaining regardless, but instead because they secretly want all Jews to perish. And without Israel, all Jews will perish. This is the underlying agenda. This is the underlying argument. This is the brainwashing that takes place, the social conditioning that takes place that is truly damaging to the collective consciousness of many Jews living in the West who otherwise are incredibly progressive people, incredibly well-read, incredibly progressive, except if you're wondering what the fuck happens all of a sudden when your friends who are incredibly progressive and incredibly well-read turn into monsters that are repeating things that Adolf Hitler has said about Arabs and Palestinians alike, it's this. It's a very weird cognitive dissonance that is instilled upon a lot of otherwise very progressive Jews in the Western world. You don't even look like you enjoy doing this anymore? What? I do. What? What do you mean? Like, I think the people that will confirm this better than anyone else are the likes of Simone Zimmerman, for example, who I had on the broadcast not that long ago alongside Noah Colwyn, who was the director and the creator of the documentary Israelism. But yeah, if you are wondering why I'm not constantly having a good time, you know, I do feel very discouraged.
Senator,
I feel very discouraged when I see people who are supposed to be allies, who are supposed to get it, lose sight of productive conversations that could be taking place, and instead focus their crosshairs on people who are closest to them, whether it be someone like myself who you don't even have a fucking disagreement with, but or someone that you know could be moved to a position that is infinitely more productive and infinitely better.
Senator Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my questions are going to be addressed to all five. We have 5 experts on anti-Semitism, and I look forward to taking advantage of their knowledge. This is not the Foreign Relations Committee, so we're not here to debate the wisdom or lack of wisdom of what the Netanyahu government is doing in Gaza right now. But the reality is that 92% of the housing units in Gaza have been destroyed. Most hospitals and primary healthcare facilities have been bombed. Civilian infrastructure has been devastated. 50,000 people, mostly women and children, have been killed. Over 100,000 have been wounded. If I or any other member of this committee makes that point, that we think, and again, I don't want to debate the policies right now, but if we think that the United States should not be supplying more bombs and artillery to the Netanyahu government, do you think, I don't want the debate on Israel, do you think that is anti-Semitic? Briefly, Ms. Gamble, start it and go right down the line. Am I being anti-Semitic if I say that the United States taxpayers should not supply more weapons to Israel?
That statement alone is not anti-Semitic. It does not attack Jewish.
Oops. He accidentally said to Israel. I think, so here's the thing. No. Always a Netanyahu government, right? He did say Israel at the end. And I think the reason why, maybe I'm wrong on this, maybe this is copium. I think there's two wolves inside of Bernie as well on this issue. There's the young boy who thought Israel was a socialist project at the kibbutzim, okay, who thinks that there is a vision for Israel that fucking never existed and will never exist. Both of the wolves are gay, by the way, okay? They're both gay, and they're having sex. They're having gay sex with one another. They're kissing. The gay wolves inside of Bernie Sanders are making out with one another. But I think the reason why he does this kind of rhetoric is twofold. I don't know. I don't know exactly which side I lean on. It could either be out of trying to maintain a level of pragmatism, which I think is stupid and wrong for the record, or it's because October 7 broke his brain a little bit. Because I think Bernie Sanders, unironically, was way harder on Israel in the past, even though there have been moments where he's been entirely too defensive of Israel in ways that I would never expect from someone who has not been shy about promoting like radical socialist movements around the world, you know? But I think as a 83-year-old man, I think like October 7 scared him straight up. And I don't think it's appropriate. I understand why, but this is like his rhetoric post October 7 is far different than the smoke that he had for Israel across the board as a prominent Jewish American politician on the fucking main stage running for president. Like, until Bernie Sanders, the only people that had ever even suggested or lightly hinted at removing our intractable allegiance to Israel were fucking anti-Semites on the right. Okay? I had not seen, like, with the exception of like Gravel and other like foreign policy, somewhat like crank adjacent politicians, there's rarely ever been like a prominent leader in the Democratic Party, especially in contemporary American politics in the last 30, 40 fucking years, especially after 9/11 even, where, no, Nina Turner doesn't count, dude. I'm talking about a dude who almost became the presidential nominee for the Democratic Party, okay? I love Nina Turner, but this is not comparable, okay? We're talking about a dude who was fucking running to be the candidate for the Democratic Party, and he was running on the issues, when it came to foreign policy, he was running on, we're going to fucking deny funds to Israel. Like, that's insane. That's precisely the reason why I was so disappointed with Bernie Sanders in the aftermath of October 7, where he allowed himself to be outflanked by the likes of AOC and, of course, understandably by Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib, but even AOC called it a genocide before Bernie ever did. And I'm not even sure if he has ever called it a genocide. But the reality of the matter is that even with my expectations, for the record, even with my expectations from Bernie, which is much higher than like the average American politician, you know, because he's supposed to be the guy that gets it. Okay. He has certainly fallen short of what is necessary from someone of his position. Yeah. Bernie Sanders' latest criticism of Israel signals an actual debate coming in 2020. Speaking at the annual J Street conference, Senator Bernie Sanders once again condemned recent Israeli attacks on nonviolent protests. But again, I think he is a J Street liberal Zionist. That's what Bernie Sanders is. I think that's what the situation is. That's what I think. This is the one issue with Bernie Sanders where I think that him and I do not, like, I can't even understand where he's coming from. Is J Street a two-state organization? Yes. J Street is interesting because a lot of the anti-Zionists that you know and love initially came from J Street. It's like the one step before. It's like Austin coming out as bisexual first and then dipping his toes into homosexuality full blown. A lot of Jews that are very progressive and very progressive on Palestine will start off at J Street like Simone Zimmerman and like Noah Culwin, and then they'll be like, oh yeah, I just, maybe two-state, and then they will usually be like, okay, I'm anti-Zionist, this shit fucking sucks. You're just dipping your toes in the water a little bit. Now, obviously, no, please don't help by erasure. No, I'm not doing by erasure, but it's like, come on, can I make a joke? That's why I said Austin specifically who did that, okay? Calm down. You can fuck men and women. You're both bitchless and dickless, okay? Imagine being bisexual and not even being able to get laid by dick or pussy. Double L, okay? Sanders, speaking at the National Conference of Middle East Advocacy Group, J Street, Washington, D.C., called on the U.S. to adopt a more balanced policy towards Israel, Palestine, and condemn recent Israeli attacks on nonviolent protesters, called for an alleviation of the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, and even threw some harsh words for Arab autocrats who express concern for Palestinians but don't put their money where their mouth is. Sanders may be veering away from the establishment line, but he's still far from being an ally many Palestinians look for in U.S. policymakers. He opposes the boycott. Yeah, he opposes BDS. But you know who else used to oppose BDS? Norm Finkelstein. That's right. So just remember that. And you know who else also is kind of critical and maybe oppositional to BDS? Dr. Ofer Kasif. So just remember that, okay? That's why I don't discard allies for differences in opinion like that. Yeah. Yeah, bet you didn't know that. Those who've been at this game for a very long time know none of those are Palestinians. Yeah, you know why? Because we're talking about people in the United States of America. Okay? Yes, I know. We're talking about edge cases here. We're talking about American Jews in general, okay? I know. Every single person I brought up is either an Israeli Jewish person or an American Jew. And also, their points have changed as well. That's what I was trying to say. Yeah, Norm did not oppose BDS because of the Zionism. He was very much about the tactics. No, I know. Why are you telling me this? I know. No, and it's not even that. It's because Norm is a two-stater, and I don't even know if he still is, but he was a two-state solutioner, and he thought that he did the... I feel like it's shameful to bring this up when talking about Norm, especially because there's so many people who now are the most radical on Palestine because they learned about it since October 7, and now they're going to go fucking yell at him or some shit. But this is a long fucking story. I don't want to get into it, okay? Don't worry about it.
Well, Israel wants a two-state solution, but, well, it used to. It used to, now it doesn't. But it was never along the terms on what the international community had agreed on. The terms were very straightforward, not complicated at all. You can read those terms in the International Court of Justice advisory opinion.
Is he still? I don't even know if he's still a two-stater, but but ultimately it doesn't matter. And the same reason for Ofer Kasif. Like there is some level of I think fear that people have. You know, it is what it is. I mean, I think Norm's opposition to BDS was that it was too antagonistic, which, ironically enough, I used to believe in a two-state solution, but I was always a firm, committed supporter of boycott, divestments, and sanctions. People change. People's attitudes change. People's reflection and people's understanding of situations change. Now, of course, when you're 83 fucking years old like Bernie is, it's a lot more difficult. Okay? I'm not telling you all this because I'm saying Bernie Sanders is like an unconditional ally. But anyway, because I think BDS is important. Chomsky reviews because BDS is ineffective to Israel and pressure needs to be put on the U.S. No, BDS is to put pressure on companies that are American companies for the most part that are operating in Israel. It is to try and create a pressure valve in the same fucking way that apartheid South Africa did. I don't want to have this argument over and over again. Okay, guys, please, just let's continue. Fear, aka Islamophobia, a little bit for sure. Norm also talked about his perspective on the usefulness of peaceful protests by Palestinians changed after the March of Return. Yeah. Ofer Kaz's position comes from the CPI line, which is two-state, which comes mostly from the Palestinian comrades in the party. He also explains through Leninism why it's the correct approach. Attended a talk where he explained this. Yeah, Adidas was taken off the BDS. No, not Adidas. Puma was taken off the BDS list because they stopped sponsoring the Israeli soccer team. And I think BDS has been successful. Anyway, let's continue. Bernie, including the expansion of settlements, Sanders has also consistently voted in favor of U.S. military aid to Israel. This is obviously a fucking massive point of contention that I think is incredibly valid from everyone that criticizes. The U.S. gives billions of dollars in military aid to Israel every year and generally shields the country from accountability at the UN. But in a political system where mainstream politicians of both major parties usually shy away from any vocal criticism of Israeli human rights abuses, the fact that a leading presidential contender and a member of the Senate Democratic leadership is willing to do so is noteworthy and a sign that the debate in the U.S. is shifting. To oppose the reactionary policies of Benjamin Netanyahu does not make us anti-Israel, Sanders said. So this right here is his position. He is a liberal Zionist who believes that Benjamin Netanyahu is bad, who believes that Israel is a right-wing country, mind you. Like, I don't think he doesn't think that Israel is not like an incredibly right-wing country, but it's idealistic to assume that it would be anything other than that, because if you don't re-examine the inception of a violent settler colonial enterprise and the continuation of an apartheid on some terms that are going to make you feel bad, you're always going to be idealistic. This inherently is anti-materialist, which is another reason why I find it strange when Bernie Sanders, a person who is supposed to be a socialist, doesn't recognize it on those terms. This is the same principle behind my criticisms of like the 2018 era protests that took place in Israel, where they were talking about the constitutional overturn and how frustrated people were. How frustrated liberal Zionists were inside of Israel about how, Israeli society was becoming more right-wing. They were flying the Israeli flags at those protests, going, this is not us, this is not representative of us. And it was interesting because it absolutely was. It absolutely was representative. If you don't examine that inherent contradiction, if you don't actually reassess how much of a role settler colonialism and the maintenance of an apartheid plays in the development and the continuation of your society, then you'll never understand why the Itamar Ben-Gvirs and the fucking Bezalel Smotriches are rising to power. That's it. That's the problem. It is because of that inherently right-wing, inherently reactionary, and racist value that is at the heart of the inception of the Israeli state, and a lack of interest in re-examining that from many Israeli Jews. That is the reason why Israel has become even more right-wing over time and even more reactionary over time. It's that simple. This is one of the main reasons why I'm always skeptical of those who say Israeli society is on the brink of collapse and tearing itself apart. Israeli institutions from top to bottom are collectively committed to the mission of ethnic cleansing and genocide of Palestinians. After a full year, the petition submitted on March 2024, Israel's Supreme Court rejects appeal to allow humanitarian aid to Gaza, claiming inter alia that the IDF and the respondents went above and beyond to enable the provision of humanitarian aid to the Gaza Strip. This devotion to Palestinian erasure is explicitly baked into Israeli law and national narratives and is necessarily a precondition of Zionism as a Jewish ethnocracy in its current location. It is the glue that will always hold Israeli society together. Yeah. So no, I don't think it's more so that Bernie Sanders at times have been incredibly critical of Israel being a right-wing institution, a right-wing enterprise, a right-wing nation, is at odds with his liberal Zionist position. Because Bernie Sanders, much like many liberal Zionist Jews in Israel, refuses to recognize the refuses to recognize the inherent flaw in the development of the nation state. The fundamentals of Zionism implies Jewish ethno-religious supremacy. That's what it is. So saying you're a liberal Zionist is like saying you're a liberal Nazi. The Nazi in that situation, because they're both fascist ethno-supremacist ideologies that engage in expansionist agendas and erasure of the lower class, the lower ethnic class. Ultimately, if you can't recognize that, then you will always fall short of what's necessary to resolve the inherent contradiction, fall short of what is necessary to abolish the occupation and to destroy the apartheid. Okay? I think that's what it is. That's at the heart of the problem. Why didn't you say this to him? Because I had 9 minutes, brother. If you think that this was going to be an impactful moment right before he goes up on a rally, for me to be able to have a theoretical conversation with someone who I admire, by the way, still, regardless of this position, okay, you are a delusional person. This is why, if I were to have this conversation with Rashida Tlaib, it would be very different than having this conversation with Bernie Sanders. Because Bernie Sanders, in the space that he occupies and the beliefs that he holds close to his heart, still have an interest in defending the First Amendment. That's precisely the reason why, if you watch the interview that I had with him closely, you will hear me broach the subject of Israel, not on defending Palestinian lives or the morality of Israel being a Jewish ethno-state built around Jewish ethno-supremacist values, but instead on the boundaries of defending the First Amendment in the United States of America and allowing people to criticize Israel. Many of those people who are protesting against Israel are Bernie Sanders supporters themselves. You're a shallow dope of a man that you used to be. I know. The calculation here is simple. Are you better off with no one with a position of prominence in American politics advocating for similar values and in moments of defense advocating for the freedom to protest against Israel? Or are you better off with those people actually actively mobilizing the massive amounts of people that they've been able to capture the attention of against the current administration, who is taking significant action against the First Amendment and due process? That's the question. If you think personally that you got a different method and you got a different vision for instilling class consciousness among the American working class, if you think that you have a different approach, I'll hear you out. But my naysayers have yet to bring up a different approach. As a matter of fact, they have no approach. Their only approach is coming in here and typing up a storm against me, someone that they don't even fucking disagree with on both my examination of Bernie Sanders' liberal Zionism or even like what must be done. So that's it. If all you have is moral grandstanding against a fucking Twitch streamer, then you got nothing. If the environment in American politics had moved in a direction where there was mass mobilization and politicians were actively, like most politicians that moved towards the liberal Zionist position, then I would be advocating for politicians like Bernie Sanders, who are at the edge of that, at the cutting edge of that, to move beyond the liberal Zionist position. I'd be demanding more. But right now, the 99% of Congress is ultra-Zionist. And if 99% of Congress is ultra-Zionist, I'm not going to yell at a couple of the politicians that have, like, even on the optics front, put their names out there to say, we got to stop giving weapons to Israel. It's that simple. That's it. It's no different than me saying, read the fucking room and be normal. Okay? Does this mean that I'm not disappointed or want more from Bernie Sanders? Of course. But it is not an accident that most people who focus most of their effort and criticism against Bernie Sanders on this issue are fucking anonymous people online. There's a reason for that. I see politicians as public servants, what they're supposed to be. Politicians are supposed to represent the interests of their constituents. They're leaders as well, okay? But yes, this chatter is correct. Don't punish the behaviors you want to see. I want more politicians to have Bernie Sanders' opinion, and I want more politicians to go beyond that. But before more politicians have even Bernie Sanders' opinion, in an environment where none of them, they don't even think it's like questionable to have that. Like, they don't even think it's something that's debatable. Yeah, I'm not going to fucking yell at the one guy who is further to the fucking, closer to the progressive position on this than anybody else. Please watch Jewish journalist exposes Israel's darkest secret. Dude, I'm not going to watch that video. Okay? But I know Israel's always been far right. Yes, you can't be a fucking progressive country if you're built on, I mean, look at America. Look at Australia. But especially look at America. America is a settler colonial enterprise built on top of continuing slavery, chattel slavery. Okay? Continued far longer than the European contemporaries did. The fuck? Yes, I know. I know that. Where the fuck is the article that I was reading? God damn it. Anyway, he first spoke at J Street's national conference last year, using that address to applaud the Obama administration for refusing to veto a UN Security Council resolution that was critical of Israel's settlements. Applaud? Wait, what? Using that address to applaud the Obama administration for refusing to veto... for not vetoing a UN Security Council resolution, and to encourage a more balanced policy in the Middle East. J Street is an organization that seeks to change the U.S. conversation on Israel and Palestine by organizing within the American Jewish community. It has courted a number of federal politicians and to advocate for a two-state solution, but it is far less influential than the hawkish American Israel Public Affairs Committee, or AIPAC. What's really ironic about J Street is that they will do... J Street does something, and this is why I don't like shit on J Street too much. Okay? J Street does something where they take American politicians to the West Bank to show them the apartheid. Okay? And I think what's really funny about that process is when you especially get like a black politician, unless they're fucking Richie Torres, to visit, like Jamal Bowman, to visit the West Bank, they don't come back thinking, oh yeah, let's do a two-state solution, actually. They come back thinking, we must dismantle the Zionist entity piece by piece. Because especially if you have that in your history and you see it in practice in broad daylight with American weapons and with the American go-ahead, you go, oh my God, this is what I read in textbooks. This is what my grandparents told me was fucking going on. And even worse than that, actually. That's what happened in Ta-Nehisi Coates as well. So while J Street's agenda overall is to maintain a more peaceful approach to Israel coexisting with a two-state solution or whatever, and a lot of people, myself included, obviously think that that is untenable and impossible to contend with, and it will never happen, especially because 750,000 settlers live in the West Bank now. Okay? I'm not going to fucking get mad at an organization that naively thinks that, this could happen and then ends up accidentally showing the reality to a bunch of Americans who are fucking oblivious. Ta-Nehisi Coates is a great example of this, an incredibly well-read person. Okay? Think about that. This man is an academic, a journalist who has reached the highest praise, and he had no fucking clue. He wrote for The Atlantic, and he was like, I did not know what the fuck was up. The delusion and the, especially pre-October 7, the delusion that many Westerners have towards the situation in Israel is propped up by billions of dollars over the course of many, many decades of Hasbara and like endless sea of misinformation. Like, of course, Americans who can't see anything beyond what's immediately in front of them are not going to realize the situation. That's why I have some semblance of charity. Now, this is, I say, pre-October 7, because post-October 7, a lot of people found out very quickly. Sanders' appearance at J Street was significant in a number of ways. The fact that a popular national politician appeared 2 years in a row at the conference helped bring a national spotlight to the relatively niche organization. And considering that Sanders is leading contender for the 2020 Democratic presidential nomination, his appearance may be a sign that the party could be forced to take a slightly more pro-Palestinian posture moving forward. They did not. They became significantly more right-wing. Presidential candidates typically toe a careful pro-Israel line, refusing to criticize Israeli human rights abuses and instead heaping blame on Palestinian leadership. Typically, U.S. politicians who criticize Israel's treatment of Palestinians are marginalized. Sanders, on the other hand, is now chair of the outreach for the Senate Democrats and is willing to adopt these positions even outside the context of a presidential race. He's organizing his own colleagues in the Senate to sign on to a letter urging the Trump administration to address the Gaza humanitarian crisis, and his popularity from 2016 is virtually unchanged. This may be partly a result of the fact that the Democratic Party's constituent base is evolving as well. A recent survey from the Pew Research Center showed that Democrats are almost as likely to be sympathetic to Palestinians as they are to Israelis. This was on April 17th, 2018. Okay? Just so you understand. I think one of the big turning points for this conversation in the Western world, specifically in the United States of America, and it's important to have this conversation within the confines of the United States of America for all of those who may be tuning in from fucking Argentina, for example, is because we fund this entire genocide. We fund this entire apartheid ethno-state. We find this entire genocidal apartheid ethno-state project to be of benefit to our State Department and to the agendas, to our agenda in the Middle East. I need you to understand something, okay? Like, let's say you're fucking outside of the United States of America. You have to get Americans on board. That's why I can't fucking talk like, I'm a goddamn radical. That's why I have to be, one, more careful about what I say, and two, make sure that I, am speaking to people who are completely oblivious to the fucking realities. Okay? Why do I have to do that? Because you have to get enough Americans on board to go out and fucking protest so that then you can get enough American politicians on board. That's how it works. It takes a very long time, okay? That's why I'm a massive advocate for boycott, divestments, and sanctions on the state of Israel specifically, because making Israel out to be a pariah for the crime of genocide and apartheid is incredibly important, because if Israel is seen as a pariah by Western nations, which it is already happening, that's, no matter how hard I push, I can't change that dynamic at all in the way that Israel can by just live streaming its fucking genocide. But yeah, you got to make it so that Americans are not being deported for protesting against Israel. And you have to make it so that people are willing and able to protest against Israel, protest politicians so that they are against Israel, and protest organizations so they cut ties, financial ties to Israel. A process that takes a very long time, but it's basically the only tool we have at our disposal. Maybe not the only tool. There's others as well, but this is my advocacy within the confines of being a broadcaster on a broadcaster of prominence on a platform, especially as people are constantly fucking hounding me and looking to deplatform me for things I'm not even saying. Okay? Anyway, I understand that the Netanyahu government is trying to make all this about Hamas in order to delegitimize any opposition to blockade and occupation. The presence of Hamas members among a crowd of tens of thousands does not justify the violence that we saw, and frankly, it is amazing to me that anyone will find that point of view controversial. Sanders used the platform to explain some of the congressional action he's encouraged. More settlements will not bring peace. Demolishing Palestinian homes and villages will not bring peace. Last year, some of you may know, I wrote a letter to Prime Minister Netanyahu along some of my 9 colleagues, protesting deeply inhumane policy of demolishing Palestinian villages. When it came to Arab autocrats' response to the situation in Palestine, Sanders did not mince words. He pointed to $50 million donation from the Saudis to UNRWA, the UN agency that assists Palestinian refugees. Let us not forget that it's 10% of what the Crown Prince paid for his yacht, referencing a $500 million yacht that Mohammed bin Salman bought in France. His message to autocrats like the Crown Prince was simple. What I say to the Crown Prince and other multi-billionaire leaders in the region, stop talking about poverty and misery in Gaza, do something about it. Yeah, he's like, get some nukes. It's time. That's what he was saying. Mohammed, it's time to use those American weapons to invade Tel Aviv. You must restore the Islamic Caliphate right on top of what was formerly known as Judea and Samaria, but what will now be known as the new Mecca. That's what he was saying. Yeah, do something about it. For most of the conference's attendees, many of whom trended younger, Sanders to the rock stars welcome. Bernie really speaks for the students. Sanders does not even read. Okay, whatever. For instance, when the then Senator Barack Obama was running for Senate, he told a group of activists in 2007 that nobody is suffering more than the Palestinian people. When his campaign is pressed for comment, they quickly clarify by blaming Hamas and not Israel for that suffering. Salafist Bernie is best Bernie. Yeah. Tommy Vitor, Senator Obama, friend of the show, Tommy Vitor says, Senator Obama has always said the security of Israel should be America's starting point in the Middle East. As he stated in his speech at AIPAC and again in Iowa, he also believes that in the end, the Palestinian people are suffering from the Hamas-led government's refusal to renounce terrorism and join as a real partner in the peace process. God, we don't deserve anything. I do legitimately think, Trump is the least of what we deserve as Americans for all of the crimes that we continue and contribute to the world, for all the pain that we contribute to the fucking world. Like, Jesus Christ, when I see stuff like this, I'm like, ugh, I become JD Pawn myself. Sanders' position is markedly different. Though he has not yet embraced the ultimate progressive call, namely threatening the U.S. military aid to Israel, he is not timid in his frequent and loud criticisms of Israel. By the way, he has actually said this now. He has said this. In 1988, while he was using his position as the prominent mayor of Burlington to lobby Vermont's voters to back Jesse Jackson's insurgent bid in the Democratic presidential nominee, he condemned Israeli violence against Palestinian protesters, even entertained the notion of cutting off arms transfers in response. He was a lot more radical back then, for the record. But since being elected to Congress, Sanders has been a reliable vote for U.S. military aid to Israel and has rarely dissented from bipartisan support for Israel's government. He offered a qualified defense of Israel's bombardment of Gaza in 2014, angering his own constituents at Rowdy Town Hall. He's also continued to oppose BDS campaign. That's the famous clip that every fucking anti-Bernie, anti-Zionist loves showing. He has also continued to oppose the BDS campaign that seeks to use economic pressure to force Israel to respect the rights of Palestinians. More recently, Sanders signed on to a congressional letter last year that condemned BDS. Since then, he has also literally said that anti-BDS laws are a violation of the First Amendment. So once again, he has gone back and forth, hot and cold on Israel, over and over again. Still, his 2016 presidential campaign brought with it a change. He courted Palestinian Arab Americans, brought on surrogates like Linda Sarsour. He sought foreign policy advice from Arab American Institute head Jim Zogby and J Street head Jeremy Ben-Ami. He declined to address the right-wing AIPAC, becoming the only top-tier presidential candidate to fail to do so. I read Secretary Clinton's statement before AIPAC. I heard virtually no discussion at all about the needs of the Palestinian people, almost none in that speech. Clinton responded by citing her own record as Secretary of State, where she held talks between Israelis and Palestinians. Israel added 100,000 settlers, a testament to how ineffective those talks were in the time frame where she was Secretary of State. At the same debate, he railed against Israel's conduct of the war in Gaza as a disproportionate to the threat and risked alienating large pro-Israel constituency in New York. Clinton took no such risk. Instead, she claimed that Hamas fighters hide in civilian garb and declined to criticize Israel's conduct in the war. And the reality of the matter is, most people have this attitude. And that's why I manage my expectations from American congresspersons, by the way. This is it. This is what it is. I found you on Jason's stream and slowly you've grown on me. I feel like my views have changed a lot if I actually listen to what you say and not just the clips people post. Yes. That is, thank you for being open-minded. Thank you for being open-minded and being in here and actually listening to what I have to say. W chatter. Listening to W Unk. 2017, he hired Matt Duss, notable for being a dissenting voice in the issue, former president of Foundation for Middle East Peace. He testified before the Democratic Party's platform committee. Matt Duss, I should have Matt Duss on soon. In that testimony, he called on the party to embrace an end to the Israeli blockade to Gaza, recognize Israeli settlements as an obstacle to peace, and adopt a generally more even-handed approach to the conflict. Sanders also met with Issa Amro, famous Palestinian activist. In an interview, Amro said he offered nothing but praise for Sanders. You are my hero. If I was an American, I would campaign for you to win the election, the activist said, he told the senator. He was also the first senator to speak up against recent Israeli attacks against protesters in Gaza in April, calling the killings tragic. It is the right of all people to protest for a better future without a violent response. So, this is a Jason W. Yeah, Jason W. So, just so people understand, while I have a very different approach to Israel and a very different opinion of Israel than Bernie Sanders himself, Bernie Sanders still is further to the left than the overwhelming majority of Congress, if not damn near entirety of Congress, with some notable exceptions. And while my expectations is for Bernie to be significantly more loud about Israeli war crimes, the Israeli genocide, I'm not going to cast aside people who I think can use the formative position that they have, the position of authority that they have, the platform that they have, as long as they are still going to use that for at least setting up hurdles in front of this administration at a time when this administration is trying to actively deport every single fucking pro-Palestinian voice in the country. You might have a disagreement with that. This doesn't mean that I'm oblivious to Bernie Sanders' positions on Israel. You might have thought that that was the case. But the reality of the matter is, if you're comparing like Bernie Sanders' liberal Zionism to someone like Ethan Klein's, or maybe even saying Bernie Sanders' liberal Zionism is more damaging than Ethan Klein's liberal Zionism because he's in a position of fucking power, you're out of your fucking mind. You have to grade people on what position they occupy in society. It's that simple. Like, Bernie Sanders has significantly less smoke, regardless of his liberal Zionist position, for the pro-Palestinian cause than a fucking YouTuber who has no reason to be this fucking unconditionally pro-Israel and actively trying to deplatform people. It's that simple. Ethan is irrelevant while Bernie's an actual politician. Yes, Bernie is an actual liberal Zionist politician who does not mind platforming someone like myself who is considered a radical anti-Zionist, whereas Ethan is a YouTuber who is actively working to deplatform not just myself, but every other fucking pro-Palestinian person. What the fuck? He's doing canary mission shit. What are you talking about? At a time when the overwhelming majority of American politicians are either directly championing the Trump administration's nefarious, dangerous agenda of undermining freedom of speech and due process in an effort to target every pro-Palestinian dissenting voice for no crime at all other than hurting Israel's feelings. I am not going to attack one of the few politicians that is speaking out against it. Of course, I will demand that they do more, but that's it. Yeah. He calls it Netanyahu's illegal war. Here's your reaction to Bernie rally.
Things that I even heard from the crowd and also in the chat that was like fairly common throughout the entire process was like, what do we do? What do we do? Because like beyond the platitudes, I think we're at a time and place where I think the people want more than just statements. They want action. They want to be directed. They want to be directed towards a common goal. Because like, I think in messaging campaigns, there's like, or in movements in general, movement building, there's like an awareness phase. And then past the awareness phase, there's like the action phase. And I feel like people are aware that time is running out. So they want action, understandably. Like they want action in terms of like what to do in the short term. All the things that I even heard from the
This is an important point. The erosion of freedom of speech when it comes to criticizing Israeli government policy has been happening for a while. Students can denounce the U.S. government freely, but certain criticisms of Israeli government policy can get you deported. Madness. That's what Tommy Vitor said. Quote retweeting Youssef Munayer. Every anti-BDS law contributed to this. Every effort to redefine criticism of Israel's anti-Semitism contributed to this. This is the point of it all. Weaponizing the state to silence dissent against Israel. And it won't just stay at Israel. If you think that this is going to, not the people in this community, you guys are obviously more quote unquote woke. But if you think that, and by the way, send me Bernie's tweet on Remeza Öztürk. I'm sure he's stated something about that. Trump's move toward authoritarianism continues. A Turkish student at Tufts University was snatched by a group of mass DHS agents. Why? She wrote an op-ed critical of Israel's war against the Palestinian people. Together, we must stop Trump's political persecution of dissidents. Here's Bernie on Mahmoud Khalil. Trump is trying to deport a Columbia University student who has been a permanent resident in the U.S. since she was 7. Or no, not Mahmoud Khalil. This is the Korean American student. Her crime, attending a protest against the war in Gaza. No, Mr. President, this is democracy. You can't exile political dissidents, not in the United States. It's funny because here he says Israel's war against the Palestinian people, but then here he says, against a war in Gaza. That's the problem. Like, yes, he won't. If he has called it a genocide, I have not heard it. Okay, and that is what it is. Okay, it is not a war. It is a genocide, and in this instance, it does matter. It certainly fucking matters. Israel's an apartheid state. Israel's doing a genocide. It is not simply Benjamin Netanyahu's illegal war. It is one that is a war of exterminationist principle. And given the fact that Bernie Sanders has been considered a radical his whole fucking political career and is literally 900 years old, it's not like he's worried about winning his re-election. He has used ethnic cleansing. Is that close enough? Yeah. So at times he says he replaces Israel with Netanyahu, and at other times he says it's Israel, right? Ultimately, beyond the aesthetics, it is obvious, yes, that Bernie Sanders still has a liberal Zionist leaning, a liberal Zionist tendency. Having said that, he also happens to be one of the only fucking congresspersons out there who is actively trying to craft bills to stop Israel from getting weapons. So what am I supposed to do? Okay? That's it. Like that's it. You got any other allies? You got other fucking congresspersons actively petitioning their fellow congressional members to try to veto weapons going to fucking Saudi Arabia, to try to veto weapons going to fucking Israel? Bernie's doing that. So I'm not going to fucking yell at the one guy or, you know, the collective total of like 10 guys, really, mostly women, that you know, they're bad and wrong when I got bigger fish to fry, like, you know, people with no motion, like fucking Richie Torres, all the way to people with a lot of motion, like Chuck Schumer. This was before we even arrive at the fucking dildos on the Republican side of Congress, like Josh Hawley. That's it. And it's not like I have been shy about my opinions, even at the fucking DNC, even when I'm talking to senators and other congresspersons. Like I said straight to Ro Khanna's face that Israel's doing a fucking genocide and is an apartheid state. Like, what do you mean? It's not something that I shelter my opinion on. Okay? How can they call it anybody on the actual left when we're in a fascist regime? This is literally the argument of Palestinians rejecting Hamas. Look at where they are. What?
Mark Kelly posted, you give it out, in other words. Democratic Arizona Senator Mark Kelly posted on X about his trip to Ukraine to push for continuing to send U.S. weapons and support there. And you posted that he was a traitor. Well, why do that?
Well, I think somebody should care about the interests of the United States above the interests of another country.
I'm going to do dual loyalty tropes, but for Elon Musk and South Africa. I'm going to do powerful Jewish puppeteers tropes, but for Elon Musk and South African billionaires, which is, by the way, not a trope. It's real. Elon Musk is doing that. He is literally a fucking billionaire in the White House, which is so crazy because stupid ass fucking American neo-Nazis will literally just be like, oh yeah, it's the Jews. And it's like, dude, he's using the government like a fleshlight. What are you talking about? He's there every day, his ugly ass face, wearing his fucking shitty suit with a t-shirt underneath it that says like colonize Mars. Going around being like, oh, look at me, I'm on ketamine. And you motherfuckers don't even care about that shit. You'd rather fight invisible battles against the hidden international Jewry or some shit. He's doing it. He's doing the thing that you think Jews are doing. He's literally doing it. And it's not even like hidden. It's so fucking stupid. God, Americans with their fucking peasant brain, dude. I can't stand it.
And if they don't, they're a traitor.
Yeah, but he's a decorated veteran, a former astronaut, a sitting U.S. senator.
It doesn't mean it's okay for him to put the interests of another country above America.
Obviously, there are some Republicans who think supporting Ukraine is the right thing still, but there is a battle back and forth about how do you think it comes to an end?
Well,
who's crying in the background?
I think there will be a negotiated peace, and the thing that we should be concerned about is we should have empathy for the thousands of people that are dying every day in trenches for no movement in.
Oh, yeah. You're not even from here, Elon. Fuck you. Anyway,
Jewish
here.
identity.
Rabbi?
I must say you are revered on one side of the aisle and respected on the other side of the aisle for the strength of your convictions. You do not say dispassionate statements. So just like I believe we have to respect the right of everyone to their opinion, I believe the Prime Minister is a democratically elected official and is entitled to his opinion. Do I think it is anti-Semitic to criticize him? I don't think so. If you criticize somebody who's Jewish, that's not anti-Semitic. If you criticize the fact that they're Jewish,
Right, I
or
agree.
use that to criticize something, that's anti-Semitic.
Dr. Small, briefly, we don't have a lot of time.
So again, I would agree with the rabbi. What you said is not anti-Semitic, but what I would say with great respect is that we have to flip the equation. I think instead of blaming the victim or looking to the victim of Hamas, of the Muslim Brotherhood, we have to understand the ideology at work that's confronting
I don't think there's any
Israel.
debate up here that Hamas is a terrorist organization, and what they did on October 7th is beyond disgusting. Rabbi Saperstein.
No, I don't think it is anti-Semitic if you say it, or if people on college campuses say it. But on college campuses, there are too many instances in which those kinds of
Yeah, bro, I'm telling you, man, we're all going to prison. Like, listen, the deportations will not stop until everyone's like, we love Israel. It's the best.
political statements are mixed with rank hatred against Jews, and that steps over the line into anti-Semitism.
Mr. Stern.
Senator Sanders, that statement, that opinion alone is not anti-Semitic.
Okay, now I need your help on something else. I have never met George Soros in my life, to the best of my knowledge. I don't believe I've ever received a nickel in campaign funding from Mr. Soros. But I think, as all of you know, Soros has been a stereotype, a manifestation of anti-Semitism all over the world. Yes? Warren? So when we talk about anti-Semitism, one of the tropes that has always been used, Prodigals of Zion, is that there's this mysterious underground group of zillionaire.
Is that what's his face? That's the guy behind him that put that up, by the way, is Warren Gunnels, okay, who sends me, I think, an auto DM basically every day of his latest tweets, hoping that I retweet them. I'm not calling him out. He's a wonderful person. He's Bernard's big time homie. Minority Staff Director for Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee, ranking member. Okay. So Warren Gunnels, for those of you who don't know, as a Bernie staffer, is big time homie of Bernie's. He is a former private healthcare insurance CEO or executive, who is obviously very much pro socialized healthcare, Medicare for all. And the only reason why I'm bringing it up is because I think Bernie loves him, because I see him around Bernie all the time, more than anyone else. He's his consigliere.
Jews who are manipulating the whole world, right? Is that the trope? Okay. This, from the Holocaust Memorial Museum, is something that appeared in Hungary, a Hungarian anti-Semitic publication. Jews, puppeteers, right? Familiar with that trope? This is from a Donald Trump campaign email. George Soros, puppeteer, Biden is the puppet being manipulated. Okay. I don't want to make a big deal about it. Ms. Gamble, does that look to you like an anti-Semitic trope?
I think that there's no question that there is a relationship when you look at the two images that would cause that question to be raised. Again, I think context is key.
Rabbi?
George,
briefly, I want to hear from everybody. Yes or no? Is that do you think that has anti-Semitic overtones?
I think that George Soros is Jewish, although he doesn't really identify closely with the community.
Okay.
1 minute.
No, I don't have 1 minute. I got 17 seconds, sir.
Okay, 17 seconds.
Is this anti-Semitic?
Very simply, he's being criticized. He's Jewish. I don't know that he's being criticized because he's Jewish.
All right, Dr. Simone.
And
Dude, this kind of shit is so funny. Yeah, he's well, I'm right wing, so I think, yeah, you can criticize Netanyahu. That's not anti-Semitic. But as a right-wing guy, it's hard. It's hard for me to say that this image that is identical to the image from the Holocaust Museum is actually anti-Semitic, because if I say that, then people are going to yell at me. Also, college campus students are Nazis for saying Israel's an apartheid state doing a genocide. How can you sincerely How can you sincerely entertain both of those positions at the same time? Oh, Jewish college student wearing a keffiyeh? That's neo-Nazism right there. That's the modern swastika. George Soros puppeteer images? I don't know. He's too woke for me. That's crazy.
I would say very briefly, we're living in a time where the Democratic center is under attack from the extreme right, the extreme left, and radical Islam.
I ask you a question. Does this look like an anti-Semitic trope?
Yes.
Rabbi Saperstein?
Yes.
Mr. Stern?
Anti-Semitism is two things in its essence: a conspiracy theory that Jews try to harm humanity and giving them an explanation for what goes wrong in the world. That picture is anti-Semitic. Orban was using it recently as well. Clearly anti-Semitic.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we didn't even talk about
Sources
this
say
yet.
the Department of Health and Human Services is set to announce a major reorganization today, including thousands of job cuts. What's the latest on that?
This is a very significant announcement. The Department of Health and Human Services confirms that they're going to take about 10,000 full-time employees and eliminate those positions. This comes after already 10,000 people have taken buyouts or early retirements there. So 20,000 jobs at that agency now will be cut, or people leaving the agency. Diane, the department says that this is not going to have an impact on critical services, despite losing about a quarter of the workforce in such a short amount of time. But it really does remain to be seen how we're going to see that play out in terms of real world impact. We've already seen top researchers at the National Institutes of Health have cuts there, and they do a lot of significant work on disease prevention and other things. The statement, though, from the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., says this: we aren't just reducing bureaucratic sprawl, we are realigning the organization with its core mission and our new priorities. Diane, this is all part of this effort by the administration to cut what they say is waste, fraud, and abuse, and the administration says this is going to save taxpayers about $1.8 billion per year.
As part of President Trump's DOGE workforce reduction initiative, we're going to streamline HHS to make our agency more efficient and more effective. We're going to imbue the agency with a clear sense of mission to radically improve the health of Americans and to improve agency morale. We're going to eliminate an entire alphabet soup of departments and agencies while preserving their core functions by merging them into a new organization called the Administration for a Healthy America, or AHA. We have two goals. The first is obvious: to save the taxpayer money by making our department more efficient. And the second is to radically improve our quality of service.
The irony is palpable that a significantly unhealthy vector of disease is undermining the health department, Health and Human Services. It's fucking crazy. Bro looks like pestilence, dude. Like, directly. He looks like a super spreader. If I saw this in a fucking Hideo Kojima game as a villain, I'd be like, that's a little bit too on the nose, Hideo. What are you doing? Like, I get it. Oh, four horsemen of the apocalypse? Really? That's so the guy that's supposed to represent pestilence is a sickly, diseased man who is now undermining the American government's health and human services? That's a bit on the word. What? He has a brain worm? You gave him a brain worm? You gave him a worm that controls his brain. And he's a big advocate for dewormer? There's a video of him with bugs crawling on his flesh? Stop. That's crazy.
I want to promise you now that we're going to do more with less. 28 great divisions will become 15. The entire federal workforce is downsizing now, so this will be a painful period for HHS as we downsize from 82,000 full-time employees to around 62,000. We're keenly focused on paring away excess administrators while increasing the number of scientists and frontline health providers so that we can do a better job.
Oh my.
Tomorrow morning, Vice President J.D. Vance will join his family on a trip to Greenland, a place that President Trump wants to absorb into the U.S. He said so again yesterday. This morning, the defense minister of Denmark, which controls the island, says his country will not let the U.S. decide Greenland's future. Holly Williams is there.
Good morning. Greenland is roughly 3 times the size of Texas, mostly covered in ice sheet, with a population of about 56,000, mostly Inuit, who are indigenous to this place. And for now, it's a semi-autonomous part of Denmark, which is one of America's NATO allies. This frozen land, close to the top of the world, has been dragged into a geopolitical storm.
He just can't take it like that.
Daniel Rosing is a trainee electrician who told us he's proud of being a Greenlander. Would you like to be American?
Oh, no, not really. I could visit America just for vacation and look around, but no.
President Trump says he wants to take control of Greenland for security reasons, refusing to rule out using force. But 85% of Greenlanders do not want to be part of the United States, according to a recent poll.
I think it's stupid.
Niven Wak Rasmussen is a shop assistant.
He says he wants national security, but I don't believe him.
What do you think he really wants?
Something else that he's hiding.
The US military base that Vice President Vance and the Second Lady will visit is critical to America's defense because the shortest route for Russian ballistic missiles to reach the US is over the Arctic. But some Greenlanders told us it's not Russia that worries them, it's America.
It's very scary for me, so he can do whatever he wants, kind of. Yeah, so it's very scary.
Damn. Seems like people don't like the freedom that America is going to bring to Greenland. Like, I'm confused. What's up?
Climate change here in Greenland is melting the ice and making lucrative mineral reserves more accessible. Some Greenlanders have told us they believe what Trump really wants is their natural resources, and they do not trust him. Back to you.
Holly Williams with some eye-opening interviews in Greenland. Holly, thank you very much.
Владимир Владимирович Путин.
Oh my God.
Ну, вы знаете, это только на первый взгляд.
You know, this may surprise someone only at first glance. And it is deeply mistaken to believe that these are some kind of extravagant talks of the new American administration.
Экстравагантные разговоры новой американской администрации. Ничего подобного.
Nothing of the sort. In fact, such plans of the United States of America appeared back in the 60s of the 19th century. Even then, the American administration considered the possibility of annexing Greenland and Iceland. During World War II, the United States placed military bases in Greenland to protect it from Nazi capture. And after the war, the United States offered Denmark to buy the islands. Quite recently in our world history. In short, we are talking about serious plans on the American side regarding Greenland.
But this is very exciting. So we're signing an executive order today that's going to lead to tremendous growth in the automobile industry. And what we're going to be doing is a 25% tariff on all cars that are not made in the United States. If they're made in the United States, there's absolutely no tariff.
And with that, Donald Trump made his most aggressive trade move so far, slapping tariffs on all cars coming into America and all car parts. A move that will significantly raise the cost of vehicles being imported to the US from around the world. But also, whether he realizes it or not, will hike the price of cars made in America by American car makers too.
Right now, a car would be made here, sent to Canada, sent to Mexico, sent all over the place. It's ridiculous.
He's right. The supply chain for car manufacturing is among the most intertwined in the world. So tariffs against some will...
The only thing I don't understand about this is why the UAW likes these tariffs. Because as it stands currently, the American car manufacturing is not done in America. It's done in America, Mexico, and Canada. So it is the one area where we have the industrial capacity to ramp up production significantly and actually boost domestic labor and boost domestic manufacturing. It's true. It's one of the only fucking industries we have aside from baby murder machines. So, as I've said before, I'm not anti-tariff across the board. I'm not unconditionally anti-tariff. I think trade protectionism especially in an effort to boost domestic manufacturing, can be valuable. Having said that, I don't know what their plans are, especially in terms of like all the other parts of the cars that are being made in Mexico and Canada. But in the interim, prices will definitely go up. Ford truck is also a baby killing machine. Okay, that's different.
Will hurt them all, as the markets made immediately clear.
Japan's Toyota. In Europe, we're looking at Mercedes-Benz and Porsche shares down by around 3 to 4%. The biggest auto mover, though, at this hour is General Motors, down nearly 9%.
Donald Trump's rationale is that the rest of the world has been ripping America off for decades, and trade deals, particularly in the auto sector, have decimated US manufacturing and jobs. Now he wants to bring those jobs back, and he's trying to use tariffs to force car makers to do their manufacturing here. Now that may well work in the long term, but in the short term, car prices for US consumers will rise, demand will likely fall, and thousands of US jobs could be lost again.
Prices on autos are just going to rise across the globe, really, which is pretty tough because when you think about every country right now, everyone's facing higher cost of living. Everything has gotten more expensive, and cars are such a big budget item for many people. So having to absorb these increased costs is really it's hitting a hard time for all consumers across the world.
So who stands to be the hardest hit? Well, by far it's Mexico, given the US imports nearly $80 billion worth of vehicles from its southern neighbor.
Why does chat keep spamming cum? What the fuck's going on?
Followed by Japan, worth nearly $40 billion, then South Korea and Canada, with over $30 billion worth. In Europe, the US imports most cars from Germany, almost $25 billion worth. And imports from the UK, while smaller, are still worth more than $8 billion.
You know, this will hurt us.
Canada's Prime Minister was visiting a bridge that connects his country to the US and is a key trading hub when news of Trump's tariffs hit.
And this is a direct attack, to be clear, a direct attack on the very workers that I stood in front of at the Ambassador Bridge, a bridge that is a symbol of the tight ties between our two countries' ties.
Their audio is busted. Canada's already been taken down with these tariffs, dude. Canada, United States, Mexico equals cum. Oh.
We're in the process of being broken.
Broken ties, he says, because don't forget, Canada has also been clobbered by Trump's tariffs on steel and aluminium imports, as has Mexico, whose president sounded defiant today.
We have to defend the jobs created in Mexico and defend Mexican companies too. Of course, within the Mexico-US-Canada trade agreement, there should be no tariffs. That is the essence of the trade agreement.
Si ça devait advenir, je le regretterais.
If this has to happen, I will regret it. And of course, the Europeans.
What is this, Disney, the day of anti-woke university funded?
Now, why they not like Snow White? The reason why is that the actress that plays Snow White, she acts like a bitch all the time.
I'm a narcissist. Original cartoon came out in 1937, and very evidently so.
Okay.
There's a big focus on her love story with a guy who literally stalks her. Yeah. Weird. People will assume it's a love story just because, like, we cast a guy in the movie, Andrew Burnap. All of Andrew's scenes could get cut. Who knows? It's Hollywood, baby. We absolutely wrote a Snow White that is
not going to be saved by the prince.
She's not going to be saved by the prince, and she's not going to be dreaming about true love. She's dreaming about becoming the leader she knows she can be.
I just don't understand how.
I'm going to reframe this in a way that Asmongold would consider to be based. If this was a white man, okay, talking about like, we're not pussifying Alexander the Great any longer, okay? Alexander the Great is great, and greatness implies he's not gay. I don't care what the history books say. He's not a gay man, and he didn't have a weird relationship with his mom. Okay, we're going to focus on all the hard dick dominance that Alexander the Great engaged in. Okay, he's not bisexual. He's not gay. He only fucks women and not his mom. Don't say that he fucks his mom. Like if there was a video like that of a hard dicked, muscular Alexander Skarsgård, who is not reactionary at all, but let's say for the sake of this argument, he would be going, oh yeah, based. Okay, that's it. Like, That's it. He was like, oh, finally, based. Yeah, chat. Well. Finally, these guys are listening to the gamers. Yeah. Based. That's what would happen, okay? But of course, it's Rachel Zegler, who is an outspoken Zoomer of the brown woman variety, which is the worst. Oh, Disney will never recover from this. Like, I don't care about Snow White. I don't care about the new version of Snow White. I don't fucking know what Disney did with it. I don't have any opinion on the matter. Okay? And that's fine. You can just do that. Okay? You could just say that. You could be like, I don't really give a shit about this. It's okay. Sometimes it's all right. You don't have to fake having an opinion just because you want the sweatiest, most balding, unwashed losers online to be like, yeah, my goat, my king. Ah! Yeah, she's disgusting. She has back hair. Like, you're a fucking adult, man. Who cares? That's the thing. I feel like some of this shit is so forced and cringe, where people are just like, yeah, I got a take on this. Bet you're going to be shocked. And then says the most expected thing.
How your story about feminist empowerment is everything was great when a man was controlling the kingdom. A woman takes over. The kingdom goes to shit. She kicks out the younger woman because she... Okay, he 100% saw this in the comment on Reddit. Also, he did not come up with this on his own. It's a kid's movie. Oh my God. It's not... Yeah. Old LaFontaine tales. I don't know what Snow White is. Snow White's not LaFontaine, right? I don't fucking know. It doesn't matter. None of those things are woke, okay? They're not about feminism or feminist empowerment. They were written at a time when... Is it Brothers Grimm? Oh, even worse. Okay. Oh my God. I'm sorry. It's not LaFontaine. It's a Brothers Grimm story, which is infinitely fucking worse, okay? Germans should be nowhere near literature. Germans should be not allowed to write any novels, let alone children's novels. Okay? It's just fucked up. It's just fucked up, and dare I say, explains Nazi Germany when you realize what the child literature is for young Germans, except for Karl Marx. I mean, but he was in England. It's different. Yeah. What do you mean? They're excellent bedtime stories, yeah. Who could forget? The famous one where the wife cooks up the child for the husband to eat and consume. If you're a bad child, every Brothers Grimm story is like, oh, were you a bad child? Were you being a tattletale? That's right. Now I'm going to cook you and put you in the borscht. You are now soup. I've turned mein child into soup. To Zuppen. Prussian doesn't count. I mean, Russian literature in general is also, I'm suicidal, life is a sequence of endless disappointments, and we're all going to die. Actually, I'm just going to kill myself before I die in an untimely death. God, growing up in Turkey, we read some of the saddest shit, really. Like, really fucked up. Anyway, yeah. But yeah, I don't think Brothers Grimm is or any part of Brothers Grimm is a fucking feminist empowerment story. She's jealous about it. And then the younger woman goes to another man's house and cleans up all their houses. And this is the story about feminist empowerment? It's like some kind of sick joke. You're the fairest of them all? Oh, God. I don't even know what the fuck this is. Is this the actual image? Is this actually from the show, the movie? I don't know how the fuck you let this happen, man. I really don't. Oh my, Vance to your face, it is.
Yeah. Weird.
That's it? That's the take? He read like a couple Reddit comments. Oh my God. 2.4 million views. Dude, how can you not recognize that this is just, we've devolved as a society, dude. I'm sorry. But like, come on, dude. It's a 2-minute clip, him just reading one Reddit comment bar for bar, and then basically being like, look at how ugly she is. Yeah. Look at her weird, ugly face.
You know, People get. I have, as a matter of fact.
Wait, where's
what you're
the fuck? Where's the Asman clip? I skipped it. I lost it. Yeah, she's got an awkward face. Me, on the other hand, beacon of physical perfection. Chat, right? It's fucking awesome. He did 24 minutes on it. 1.6 million views. At least he put a different shirt on. He's not wearing the same fucking crusty ass white t-shirt with spit stains on it. You know what I mean? This is a different, totally new look, new and improved look for Asmold. This was the clip earlier. That's what I mean. It's like a 1 minute thing. First, it's like his editor slamming Asman, calling her a bitch in AI format, and then it's just basically saying like, she's dumb. She's dumb. And also I'm going to read a Reddit comment bar for bar about how, Snow White is a feminist empowerment thing. It's, we truly are cursed to just live through Gamergate shit for the next several decades, aren't we? Yes. Oh my God. Was he always this crazy? No, not like this. I mean, he's always been a farmer for sure, but he saw the way the wind was blowing and very quickly went with it. And now he just does this thing. I literally heard this take from a 60-year-old maintenance worker. I just told him the movie probably sucks. Don't worry about it. Anyway, they closed the plant and my last day is tomorrow. Please buy me gently used trolling motor. I'm late for the ice out catfish bite. What? Please, not now. I mean, you can't be dropping bombs in here and then fucking going caught. Not now. I'm going to shake you a little bit. Okay? I'm going to shake you a little bit. I'm going to pick you up and shake you like a baby. Asman used to volunteer to escort women into Planned Parenthood. So yeah, he's changed quite a bit. Wait, what? Are we, what? What the fuck? Wait, hold on. This is a 2012 account. So I'm inclined to believe this person. This sounds like something MHUD would make up. Okay? This sounds like this sounds like something MHUD would come up with and then sincerely keep repeating in the chat until I pick up on it.
Why would you vote for either? Yeah, exactly. That's your right. Yeah, I don't care or not. Like, the thing is, people that like.
What language is this? And what is going on here? How many years ago was this?
Nobody's gonna guilt me or fucking bully me into voting. All right, or voting or not voting, or voting for a certain thing. I'm always gonna do what I want to do, and I'm gonna do what I think is the right thing.
Oh, it's from 2020. It's right there. I didn't even fucking see it. 2020 election.
It doesn't matter when it is. It doesn't matter anything, man. I volunteered for fucking Greenpeace and Planned Parenthood to support gay marriage and all that shit back whenever that shit wasn't even legal. I had just become an adult. I did that immediately because I said, you know what? That shit's fucking wrong, and I don't care how many people agree with me. The truth is not a democracy. You do whatever you can to do the right thing.
Wait, why does he always fucking LARP about like, well, the law's the law. Yeah, based. The law's the law. Them's the rules. The fuck happened to that guy? Old Asmongold from 2020 be like, yeah, I'd be firebombing ice trucks. Back in my day, they used to call it the INS, right? Department of Homeland Security. That's new. Post 9/11. Yeah, based. Yeah, doing community defense raids to ICE facilities.
I will never disagree.
2020 Asmongold will be lighting Teslas on fire.
Other things, I will never disagree myself. I will always do what I think is the best thing. Nobody can ever tell me what people can present opposite opinions, and I will listen to them. But nobody's ever going to tell me like that I have to do any one.
Good timeline where Asman becomes Asman, go to jail. Yeah, I think it's because back then Joe Biden won. So obviously the majority opinion was kind of wokeness has won out. Wokeness has won out against the Trumpian agenda. Now Trump won, so wokeness is dead. Yeah, I mean, he doesn't believe in anything other than personal gain, which is ironic because it's like quite literally, definitionally what a grift is. Like, that's why chatters get so mad at me back in the day when chatters would be like, dude, why are you saying he doesn't fucking personally? Also, thank you for the socialism gift, Hassan. Wait, what is this?
One more question. Who do you know who Hasan Piker is?
Hassan, if you're seeing this, I am obsessed with you, and I like you way more than him. Yeah! if you're into the dolls, let me know, or the non-binary dolls. You never know. Well, now it's Trump's America. I gotta pick a gender. So
one more question.
Did he try that again after that? Probably not. Why would you ask at the Red Carpet, the GLAAD Awards, if someone knows me? That's crazy. Those are my people right there. He asked like 30 people. He did it a lot. Wait, were they like, nah, I don't know who the fuck that is? This one too. He asked everyone. Why was that a
You know
thing?
who Hasan Piker is?
Who?
Hasan Piker.
He's putting together. He's doing this to be petty.
I'm just doing
Hassan
it.
is our friend, and Hassan has tried to assert that he's more prevalent in the gay community than Austin is.
Yes.
Do you have a photo? I'm really good with faces.
Okay, hold on. Let me get a photo. Hold on, just a second. Let me see.
This petty bitch would probably post a photo of some random person too.
I'm sorry to this man. I don't know him.
No! No, it's over. He's going to show your Discord PFP. Yeah. Or you in 2021 with long hair. Okay. You went 2 for 2, Apex level pettiness.
Curious how tapped in our friend is to the gay community. Do you know who Hasan Piker is?
No.
Thank you.
Okay. And I am gay.
I know. Thank you. We needed this.
Austin, that was so petty what you just did.
I'm
He's
sorry.
just trying to make sure he's more famous than our friend.
Oh
No,
my god.
Not the case.
He loves
Twitch.
it.
Who do you watch? We're live on Twitch. Do you watch Twitch?
Yes.
Who do you watch?
I just watch everything on there. I'm
You
the
watch
number
everything?
one
You don't
Twitch
need
fan. I'm
not
my friends
offended.
call me Miss Twitch.
Oh, okay.
So I'm always watching
So
Twitch.
you
I'm always
must know.
streaming.
You must know Hasan Piker.
Well, yeah, of course. Well, I'm
That's crazy. He's like disappointed.
number one
No,
fan.
it's okay. The answer that we would love is if you didn't know Hasan Piker.
Oh, God,
Okay.
is that?
Petty thing before you leave.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of Hassan Piker?
No.
Clip that. But you've heard of Austin Show?
Yeah, well,
Clip that.
So nice of you.
So nice of you. They stopped asking after a while.
That's
he's in the twink tube.
You watch the podcast.
I do, yeah. Yeah, I love it.
So you know Hasan Piker.
I know of him.
Oh, okay. But you don't really know him, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Why am I going to these topics? But that picture he posted?
Yeah.
Insane.
The underpants one? We were all offended.
We were all offended. I know. He didn't even think it was
It's
out.
too much. The most fraudulent bitch part of that is when he was like, yeah, it was a progress photo.
Yeah. Bullshit. He knew what he
We're
was.
glad to see your dick is losing weight.
Yeah, exactly.
This is crazy. This is slander. These motherfuckers are out there just slandering me, slandering my good reputation. The fake friends, dude. We are due for a new one of those, King. Yeah, next time I post a progress pic, you bet your ass I'm gonna be fluffing, dude. Okay. On that note, this is I'm done. I'm tired. Them hosting is just hating on you. I'm dying. Yes, fucking assholes, dude. We're friends like these. Who needs enemies, chat? Anyway, all right, everybody. That'll be all for today. Like I said, tomorrow I will be interviewing a Cuban doctor in Cuba. That's right. We've been working on this since the Trump administration decided to make it illegal for other countries to invite Cuban doctors. I'm not going to Cuba. I'm saying that he's in Cuba. Okay. I love you guys. And that'll be all for tonight. Okay. Peace, everybody. Bye.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sat in Discord at your prop, great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded up. babe, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming.